Howl, the beast's other head let out an enraged howl as countless fragments of its body became undying energy and began to reform. Tear. The terrifying claw of the beast god along with countless gold leaves swiftly spread through tens of thousands of km in area, wrapping around the heavily injured and fleeing time-space nightmare. Countless gold leaves madly wrapped around it, and in the blink of an eye, nothing was left of the beast at all. It had fallen. Dying under my strongest beast god presence and technique, you should be honored. The black-armored Luo Feng waved his hand and the undying star-eating plant swiftly shrank and entered his shoulder. Back then Shi Luo Duo had left 4 great manuals behind. Beast God Armament, Beast God Howl, Beast God Transformation and Beast God Run. Of which Luo Feng most frequently used the Beast God Armament. The Beast God Armament had 6 levels, matching the 7 forms of the Nanshan 7 forms 6 levels. Luo Feng had finished the first scale form. After studying more, he also learnt the Beast God Descends. One had to know that when Luo Feng spent 900 years in Primal Chaos City, his beast god presence was already at the level of passing the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge. As he focused even more on it for another 300 years, it allowed him to reach the point of the 17th level. And the beast god armament was a frequently used weapon by the knights. A good spirit weapon had very strong amplification effects. With the beast god armament, his power naturally soared. It became extremely easy for him to unleash the sky-tearing claw, almost as proficient as when the golden horned beast used it. Its power was close to an emperor level undying. Close to emperor level. Spirit energy amplitude was over 3,200. Sector Lord Pinnacle Spirit Energy. This made it so that when Luo Feng unleashed this move, it would have power akin to an official level undying. After including his world projection, he could easily suppress the space-time nightmare's strong law domain. The moment he hit the body, victory was a given. Flee! Flee! The thousands of demons howled and shouted in all languages, dispersing in all directions. The human sector lords, domain lords, and universe levels that were originally losing worked together and swiftly killed as many as they could. The 2 human undyings naturally didn't lower themselves to go chase them, smiling as they walked towards Luo Feng. Thank you, brother. The copper-armored undying walked over. Thanks for the help. The weak-looking undying carefully examined Luo Feng, saying, he is boy and I'm Shu Fan, we are both generals. We believe that you are a majesty from one of the 5 Leviathans. The black-armored Luo Feng with helmet and boots descended, the beast god armament in his hand and the Luo Fu chi board beneath his feet entered his internal world. Hua! The black-armored moved and his helmet vanished, revealing a short-haired youth. Second brother, third brother. On the other side, Nualan Shan gathered excitedly with the 2 other Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors. We don't have to separate anymore, it's safe. 5th brother, we should thank that powerful warrior then. That warrior sure is powerful, he should be Sector Lord level, yet he easily killed the demon race undying. And the gold leaves should be an undying plant. Nualan Shan nodded as he heard, thinking within, a Sector Lord easily killing a demon undying, that's powerful. That's a true absolute genius, who knows what his background is. If I can get close to him, then Luo Feng wouldn't be a threat anymore. Nualan Shan's fear of Luo Feng drove him to the outer region wars. Look, that warrior is revealing his face, looks like he's no ordinary person. The second and third brothers' eyes gleamed. Many sector lords, domain lords, and universe levels all looked over. Nualan Shan turned too. The usual high and mighty 2 undyings seemed humble as they welcomed the black-armored man and chatted with him. The warrior revealed his face, even though he had changed his appearance slightly, as this person was the reason behind his coming to the outer region wars for 4,000 over years. How could the hate-filled Nualan Shan not recognize this face? He. Nualan Shan looked at the distant black-armored man, his eyes staring wide, almost like they were about to pop out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 779, Trader. Chapter 779, Trader. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng, it's really Luo Feng. Nuolan Shan's brain was just crumbling from this. He knew that over 4,000 years ago that if he stayed in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, with Luo Feng's improvement speed, the distance between him and Luo Feng would only get closer within the human territories. After all, he did get the huge axe award for universe level, he had madness in his bones, hence he gritted his teeth and headed into the outer region wars to gamble. Along the way, he had two very dangerous situations. In the outer region wars, he risked his life over and over. He quickly broke through to domain lord level when he arrived. However, a domain lord level 1 here was just cannon fodder. He continued to struggle, overcoming situations over and over until he finally reached sector lord level. How many years has it been and what did he fight for? Because he was afraid of Luo Feng, hence he kept improving himself. However now, Luo Feng actually appeared before him, and he had the strength to kill a pinnacle undying general. How did he get so strong? Why is he so strong? Didn't he just join the genius competition over 4,000 years ago, and he was only star level 9 then? It's only been 4,000 years, and now he's a sector lord pinnacle. Even a sector lord pinnacle shouldn't be able to kill a pinnacle undying general. It's over. It's over. His mind was in a mess, he felt helpless. The two undyings of this army, Shu Fan and Boy, had introduced themselves. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. I'm called Yang. Yang? The two remembered this name. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng naturally had formed many connections with others, those closer to him like Taiwa, Demon Lady, and comrades in life or death. He would ask them to call him Madman. The main thing was to remain anonymous. Actually, the name Madman was one he used even back on Earth. This nickname was commonly seen. Out of 10 soldiers, there would probably be one with that name. Luo Feng wasn't afraid of revealing his identity through it. As for Shu Fan and Boy etc., they were bound to be just passing acquaintances, just a quick name for them to call. He had grown up in one of the 8 great cities back in Jiangnan base Yangzhou City, hence he chose the name Yang. Yang, the commotion from the battle earlier was huge. There will be many other powerful warriors rushing over, we had better leave quickly. Shu Fan said. Come with us. Boy said. Luo Feng nodded, alright. Ha ha. The two undyings immediately laughed. What a joke! To be able to kill a pinnacle general undying at sector lord level, it showed that his law comprehension level was at least an official level pinnacle. For such a being, when he became undying, he would almost definitely become an emperor. Keeping close to such a being was such an honor. Gather. Boy ordered and waved his hand. A huge silver disc ship with about 300 m in diameter appeared. The middle portion opened, revealing a huge pathway. Gather. Gather, the other sector lord pinnacle warriors ordered. Hurry onto the ship and we'll leave immediately. Yes. The incredibly excited universe levels, domain lords, sector lord soldiers flew from all directions, all flying into the ship. The pathway allowed up to 1,000 at a time. Fifth brother, what are you thinking about? The furry-faced tall and sturdy sector lord dragged Nuolan Shan. Hurry into the ship. Ah. Nuolan Shan awoke. He couldn't help but look into the distance. There stood Luo Feng, who glanced over, and the two of them made eye contact, causing Nuolan Shan to feel as though the beast god pressure had landed on him again. He shuddered. Coming. Nuolan Shan followed the others into the ship. This 300 m diameter disc-shaped ship's middle portion had a diameter of 200 m and there were 3 cabins within. These 3 rooms all had a diameter of 200 m each and easily housed close to 20,000 soldiers, of which Nuolan Shan was within the middle cabin. He sat in the corner and held his head. Calm down, I have to stay calm. He howled within, as he couldn't hold it in. Luo Feng's appearance today had caused all hopes he had for the past 4,000 years to instantly crumble. He struggled between life and death for over 4,000 years because of that fear. This was specifically for the chance to take revenge on Luo Feng. Phew. Phew. Breathe. Nuolan Shan took deep breaths, perspiration beading from his forehead as he gradually calmed down. Over 4,000 years, he actually reached such a level, and his strength is so terrifying. He's definitely heavily respected within the virtual universe company. Nuolan Shan thought. With his position, he naturally didn't know much about Luo Feng's position in the company. Then, my chances of revenge are 0. He thought, using the other races to take revenge is also not possible. First, the moment they see a human, they will kill me immediately. Secondly, they won't even believe me. Third, if I work with the other races, I'll be killed immediately. Fourth, even if they know there's a genius here, there are many human geniuses, why would they want to kill Luo Feng? Lastly, if I leave the army, Luo Feng will take the chance to kill me, I'd have no chance to report at all. In all, using the other races to take revenge had a success rate of under 0.000000001%. This was close to 0, and the cost would be his own life. I don't want to sacrifice my life. Then I'll have to think of a way to survive. Nuolan Shan pondered, suddenly his eyes gleamed right, the army has its rules in the outer region wars. Allies cannot kill each other, anybody who does so will be deemed a traitor and will be executed. That means as long as I stay within the army, with countless people around me, Luo Feng cannot kill me. And if I leave the army and go on my own, he'll probably have his methods to get an automaton puppet etc. to easily kill me. And if a puppet kills me, even if the system sees it, it cannot determine it's him. Right. This is what I will do then. Nuolan Shan nodded, making up his mind within. He would stay with this army under the two Undyings. At least if Luo Feng did do anything to kill him here, the army would be able to determine his guilt easily and he would be executed. I don't believe he would sacrifice his life to kill me. Nuolan Shan smiled. Fifth brother, that mysterious sector Lord Warrior before sure was powerful, he must have a huge background to have an undying plant in such strength. Right, he sure was powerful. Nuolan Shan smiled and nodded. Within the ship's control room, Boy and Shu Fan, the two Undying generals, were using a banquet to welcome Luo Feng. Yang, if it weren't for you this time, we two brothers may have fallen. This debt, we will always remember. Come, try, this is the Yihua wine exchanged from the camp, even though it's not very expensive, it has a unique flavor. Shu Fan lifted his glass. Luo Feng did so too and took a sip, the wine dripped down his throat and became a shimmering light, making his entire body comfortable. Not bad. Luo Feng nodded. To meet you in such a time of crises, we are blessed. Boy laughed loudly. Since we are all allies, I naturally should help if I can. Luo Feng said. As for helping, one of the reason was because they were human allies, and most importantly, his target was Nuolan Shan. Luo Feng hated him to the bone. Right now, he had entered this team, then dealing with Nuolan Shan would be much easier, as every action of Nuolan Shan could be easily monitored by him. He was terrified earlier, now he seems to have calmed down. Looks like he realized that I cannot do anything to him in the army. Right, within the team, I am unable to make my move. Attacking allies is a serious offense. However, you will still die. Luo Feng naturally joined the team with a guarantee of being able to kill Nuolan Shan without any consequences. If you leave the army and go alone, I'll have ways to kill you. If you stay within the army, the moment the army clashes with other races, amidst the chaos, I'll naturally find a way to kill you. Luo Feng was incredibly relaxed. Whether Nualan Shan stayed in the army or left in fear, he would still die. Nualan Shan still thought that the army would be safe, because he didn't know a warrior as powerful as Luo Feng would be able to find ways to kill him no matter what. Shu Fan, boy. Luo Feng smiled. I want to ask. Speak. The two Undyings spoke simultaneously. Luo Feng smiled. I just came to Yanji continent, and this continent here should be one of the larger fragments, right? The space map says this is continent number 9. Shu Fan smiled. Actually, there are many other races here on this continent. Over the countless years, they've already had their own names for these fragments. This one fragment is called Island. Island? Luo Feng was shocked. A continent larger than the sun by many times was called an island? Right, other than the main continent, the other fragments are normally called islands. The one we are over right now is Fog Island. Shu Fan smiled. The main continent has many powerful warriors, many official-level Undyings, even Emperor-level Undyings. Hence it's extremely dangerous. Those that know they are not strong enough, mostly stay on these islands. This Fog Island is a larger island with many other races, however the Undyings here are mostly at general level. There are about 12 official-level Undyings here, maybe a little more. In all, we've confirmed 12 of them, and these 12 are considered the top power on Fog Island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 780, Expedition. Chapter 780, Expedition. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. There are at least 12 official-level Undyings? Luo Feng put down his wine. I really haven't fought an official-level Undying yet since coming to the Outer Region Wars. Yang, you have to be cautious, otherwise it's really easy to die. The Undying General Shu Fan emphasized, a pinnacle general compared to an official. Even though it may seem like a small difference. However, the difference in ability is terrifying, up to tens of thousands of times different. Just in terms of strength, the two may have very little difference. The only difference, however, is the Undying body. The moment one attains an Undying body, the difficulty to beat him will go up tens of thousands of times. Like Boy and I, our strength is very close to an official, however if we self-destruct, we can completely destroy an official-level Undying. However, he would still be able to regain his body without any damage. If our self-destruct cannot even harm the enemy, what's the point of battle? If we meet an official, there's only one word: flee. The Undying General shook his head and sighed. With an Undying body, even if we destroy that body thousands of times, he would be undamaged. Only with an Undying body would one truly be eternal, otherwise even an Undying is just cannon fodder. Luo Feng frowned. Normally there were only two ways to kill an Undying with an Undying body. One was to destroy his soul, another was to simply use brute force. But both of these options had huge requirements. Like the mission Luo Feng was assigned to by the Virtual Universe Company, killing an official-level Undying, they naturally sent a team led by an Emperor-level Undying, and it still took a few rounds of battle before the Undying was killed. Let's not talk about such matters, Yan. The general boy's voice was thick as he said anxiously, you just came to Fog Island. If you don't have a destination in mind, how about you follow us brothers first? Right. Shu Fan said beside, sticking to us brothers, you can get used to the battle atmosphere here in Yanji continent. The two of them looked with anticipation at Luo Feng. Then I'll be bothering you too. Luo Feng smiled. Sticking to this team would allow him to deal with Nualan Shan. Naturally this was his best option. The more important reason was his battle plan. Luo Feng would be here on Yanji continent for a very long time. As to exploring such dangerous places, it was better to acquire some experience first and collect information about the place. After flying in the ship for over a day, they entered a mountain range. The clouds engulfed the area. This was the reason the area was called Fog Island. as over 1/3 of the island was covered all year in thick fog. "We've returned. We've survived. And we got quite a bit of points this time. It's all thanks to the sudden appearance of the mysterious Sector Lord Warrior." Nualan Shan followed the other soldiers through a path and entered the camp within the mountain range. Its insides had long been dug clean to fit a large base. "Since Luo Feng joined the army, it seems like he really wants me dead." Nualan Shan glanced at the three silhouettes walking together in the distance, cursing within, "Just wait, I'll just stay in the army, let's see what you can do to me." "If you kill me, that would be a huge crime and you'd have to pay the consequences." "Young Shu Fan and Boy send Luo Feng into a quiet palace. "You can stay here for now, we'll give you detailed information about Fog Island when we get back. And whatever we understand about the place, we will send to you. We will rest for about 15 days before heading out on another expedition." After a while, Luo Feng received information via the virtual universe network. There was very little information about Yanji main continent, but there was much available about the Fog Island. Detailed information about the 12 officials of Fog Island. Luo Feng sat and looked at the information on his arm. Every one of their pictures and information was displayed. Demon race, nickname Wheel Snake? Luo Feng looked at his picture and shook his head. This is one of the 18 royal bloodlines of the demon race, the Wheel Octai Snake. Looks like a lot of the human undyings have very little understanding on how to deal with the other races. Belongs to the Bug Clan, nickname Boulder? The information sure is lacking. This Boulder, he should be one of the races living far on the borders of the universe. He should belong to the rock life form Kawu race. Automaton allies, nicknamed Blade Flash? Nickname Black Mist? Nickname Nightmare? Luo Feng looked at the information of the official level undyings, among which the demon race had 3, the automaton race had 2, the bug clan had 4 and humans had 3. Of course, large amounts of them were of the 4 pinnacle races' allies. After all, the subservient races were far from the pinnacle races. However, once the numbers added up, they would be much more than the pinnacle race undyings. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. The General Shu Fan and Boy led their armies in the ship and flew carefully above Fog Island, looking for their target. This time, however, they were very confident, because Luo Feng was on the ship too. Luo Feng, Shu Fan, and Boy stood in the control room. "We've discovered our target." Shu Fan pulled up his screen and projected it. It was a blur of large amounts of scaled beings. The Qiushi soldiers, from a glance, there were over 10,000 of them. These little scaled beings are very ferocious. Even normal domain lords and sector lords can explode and reform. From the looks of it, their scanning device isn't as advanced as ours. They have 2 undyings, and these 2 are not from the 12 officials list. They should be at general level. But should we attack? Shu Fan looked at Boy and Luo Feng. Yes. Boy gritted his teeth. Yang? Shu Fan looked at Luo Feng. I came here to get points. Luo Feng smiled. Let's do it. All right. Shu Fan immediately gave the order to the 3 cabins below. Listen well, the battle will begin in about 4 minutes. The targets are the disgusting scaled beings. Nualan Shan looked at the pictures of the scaled beings, looking up. Just some ugly scaled beings. Everybody better get more points later. Yes, Captain. Understood. The domain lords and universe levels all replied excitedly. Luo Feng, I will always stay within the army. Let's see what you can do to me. In a while, I'll get more points. Nualan Shan was feeling the itch and he suddenly heard a rumble. The cabin doors had opened and a powerful roar rang in his mind. Listen to my order, battle. Hua! The vast army of close to 20,000 soldiers swiftly flew through the spacious cabin pathways. Nualan Shan was naturally amongst them. Rumble! A distant terrifying ripple rushed over, causing the space around to tear apart. The ripple shocked everybody. The battle's already begun. Nualan Shan glanced at the distance. In mid-air, there were 3 humans. One of them was completely covered in flames, one in ice-cold energy and one more with the aura of a huge bird, simultaneously controlling a terrifying huge beast god projection. They fought against two undyings. One of them was extremely powerful, and every punch tore through space, and another with 9 blades. Howl, the countless ugly scaled beings rushed over at them. Kill! The human soldiers all became over 10,000 beams of lights and fought. It's time to get points. Nuo Lan Shan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He, who had acquired the universe-level huge axe metal before, enjoyed killing within. He flashed as fast as lightning at 2 Qiushi warriors. They were both domain lord level 9 warriors. They howled and tried to surround Nuo Lan Shan. Committing suicide. Nuo Lan Shan released his world projection and suppressed them, after which 2 delicate cicada wing-like flashes of blade lit up. They flashed in 8 directions. The 2 Qiushi warriors were instantly torn to shreds. It made the distant sector lord level 9 Qiushi warrior howl and rush over, causing Nuo Lan Shan to retreat. Fifth brother, be careful. Leave that punk to us. The relationships forged over countless years had made the sector lord pinnacle warriors naturally come help out. This scene made Nuo Lan Shan happy within. Even though he was independent of the army already, he didn't like exploring alone, mainly because the army always had others to help him out. Of course, at sector lord level 3, he normally needed other sector lords to help. It would take very long for him to reach sector lord level 9. Pu Chi. Die. He once again killed the surrounding domain lord level 9 enemies, flashing back immediately to join with the other humans to kill others. Within this life or death training, he was like a fish in water. He enjoyed it deep in his bones. Thrilling. Nuo Lan Shan killed excitedly. Ah, this Luo Feng actually didn't take out his undying plant. Nuo Lan Shan glanced at the distance, discovering that Luo Feng had fought a few rounds with one of the scaled undyings. Even though the enemy was heavily injured, he hadn't won completely yet. If he takes out his undying plant, he would definitely win. Without it, would be much harder. Nuo Lan Shan turned back to continue his massacre, rushing straight at a group of weak soldiers, making the sector lord level 9 Qiushi warriors rush over angrily. At this time, rumble. A powerful flash of a blade tore through thousands of km, directly piercing through the area Nuo Lan Shan was in. Ah! He was instantly pierced through by the slash, his entire body exploding to pieces. Before he died, he stared wide-eyed, raging within Luo Feng. The slash had torn through many of the little Qiushi warriors surrounding him. They died tragically. And in the distant air, Luo Feng, who was engaged with the undying with the 9 blades, noticed this scene in the corner of his eye, snorting coldly before continuing to battle. I don't believe I can't kill you without the undying plant. Luo Feng roared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 781, Ants. Chapter 781, Ants. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Fifth brother. Fifth brother. Captain. The distant universe soldiers who witnessed the scene all shouted in pain and agony. Nuo Lan Shan had been a good comrade over these countless years. Bastard. Despicable punks, go and die. The pain-filled soldiers all attacked even more madly at the Qiushi scaled warriors. They only thought that he was killed by a ripple of attack from the undying battle. These ripples normally don't kill Sector Lord. However, even a Sector Lord Pinnacle would die without doubt when hit by one of the blade slashes, much less the Sector Lord level 3 Nuo Lan Shan. Kill. The human soldiers rushed at the enemies did the same back at them. It was war. Nuo Lan Shan's death was indeed within Luo Feng's calculations. The Qiushi undying fighting Luo Feng was a spirit reader too. He controlled 9 blades. While Luo Feng was blocking his attacks and the two fought, the Qishi's blade clashed with the beast god's claws. The blade's attack was knocked sidewards and its slash naturally curved. The beast god projection simply altered its angle and aimed it at a particular direction Luo Feng had intended on. The beast god projection's claw blocked and altered the attack's angle. Even the harsh and extremely strict army system wouldn't be able to determine Luo Feng as the culprit. He was after all simply blocking an attack. Just like that, Nuo Lanshan was dead. He thought that the army would be extremely safe for him. He didn't know that there would be loopholes in the system. Hence he died unknown in the battlefield, amongst the countless members that had fallen. Back then I was forced by Nuo Lanshan to such extremes, almost like it was the end. I felt like he was such a huge presence back then, unable to shake. Now however, after 4,000 years of training, his strength had risen so much, yet he was still nothing but an ant to me. There was no difficulty in killing him at all, just like stepping on an ant. Luo Feng thought. Strength, this is strength. The Outer Region Wars is life or death training, but this training is most importantly to raise one's strength and not to head out to kill aimlessly over and over. One has to reflect on each battle over and over to acquire more experience. Luo Feng got a strong sense of anticipation after accomplishing his goal of killing Nuo Lanshan. Becoming an absolute warrior. A true warrior with the ability to protect himself, unshaken by any other powerful warriors. Go! Luo Feng stood on the Luo Fu Chi board and looked at the distant Qiu Shi Undying. Howl, a formless howl from an ancient time, a powerful beast god projection that rushed forward, completely suppressing the surrounding space, pushing down on the poor enemy. It could only use its 9 blades to block and defend. Tear. Its powerful claws immediately hit the 9 blades that were used to defend, after which, the terrifying energy tore right through its body. Rumble. Its body was torn apart and knocked away. The shredded body quickly began to regain its form in space as the enraged Qiu Shi Undying looked at the distant Luo Feng. He let out an ear-piercing scream in human language. Human Sector Lord, I don't believe I can kill you. The 9 blades quickly became 9 beams of light and pierced at Luo Feng. Phew! The beast god's projection used its scaled tail to sweep away 7 beams of light, with 2 remaining. You are after all just a Sector Lord, your body cannot withstand my attack. The Qiu Shi Undying gritted his teeth. Rumble. Luo Feng wielded the beast god armament shield, casually blocking. With the beast god armament, it gave him the strength of a low-level official Undying, plus its material itself easily knocked away the 2 blades. So hard to kill, a pinnacle general Undying sure is hard to kill. I've already shredded his body 7 times, however he manages to regain his form over and over. However, from the looks of it, he's lost quite a bit of strength. Luo Feng frowned. Simply using the beast god armament without the Undying star-eating plant, sure is hard. Rumble. A howl resounded from another direction, the other scaled Undying had fallen. Yang. The distant Shufanin boy looked over at Luo Feng. Shufan couldn't help but tell him mentally, these scaled beings are energy life forms. They are more adept than flesh and blood life forms in regaining their form. Even those without an Undying body, as long as they aren't too weak, they'd still take tens of times to be destroyed before they truly die. Yang, with the Undying plant helping, first destroy him and then let the plant swallow his shredded body. Completely swallowing his shredded body will naturally kill him. This is the quickest method. I understand. Luo Feng replied, I want to use him to train myself, please wait a while. The distant Shufanin boy exchanged glances, not daring to say anything, immediately heading to the army to swiftly deal with the little enemies. Quickly flee! Flee! Howl! The Qiu Shi soldiers all shouted in different languages, dispersing in all directions. The human soldiers naturally took the chance to kill as many as they could. The remaining Qiu Shi Undying immediately revealed a look of shock. The 2 human Undyings are coming, the moment they join hands with this Sector Lord, I'd be dead. I have to flee now. He couldn't care less anymore, immediately turning to flee. Where are you going? Luo Feng's gaze was cold. Rumble. His world projection swiftly increased its binding strength. With it there, the Qiushi Undying's flying speed was naturally affected. Luo Feng's, however, was boosted and he swiftly caught up. Human, don't force me. The Undying turned and shouted angrily, its screech piercing. Self-destruct? Luo Feng smiled coldly. The huge single-horned lizard in space rushed down and pressed down, its right and left claws grabbing the Qiushi Undying. It was just like a piece of tofu, madly torn apart by the huge beast god projection over and over. However, it simply regained its form every time. But, each time the body was reformed, it did take up a lot of its undying energy. It didn't have an undying body after all, it would lose a large amount of its undying energy every time it was torn apart. And it couldn't escape. Attacked over and over. Ah! The Undying howled and wanted to rush at Luo Feng, wanting to self-destruct to take him along with his. However, it was once again torn apart by the beast god projection. It felt nothing but pain and hatred. He wanted to self-destruct and yet it couldn't even get close. It was forced into a corner with no other way. Its spirit attacks before had no effect whatsoever and it failed in attacking him with its long-distance spirit weapons. Now its self-destruct abilities were hindered by the distance too. Being torn apart over and over drove him to the brink of madness. Tearing me again, you shall be torn too. Rumble. The Undying was being torn apart again when it self-destructed. Rumble. The explosion instantly caused thousands of km of space around to crumble. The Pinnacle General Undying's explosion was thousands of times its normal attack. This was an Undying's final move. Luo Feng's beast god projection instantly crumbled under the attack with large amounts of metal flakes dispersing in all directions, after which they all curved and returned to Luo Feng and rejoined the beast god's shield. Killing a Pinnacle General Undying sure is troublesome. Luo Feng shook his head. So. The distant Shu Fan and boy flew over. Huh, congratulations Yang. Shu Fan smiled. To be able to kill a Pinnacle General Undying alone, this is not easy at all. Even us, we have to combine our strengths to do so. You must combine strengths? Luo Feng looked at them. Shu Fan nodded. 1v1 with the strengths closely matched, it's extremely hard to kill a Pinnacle General. Even if he's torn apart, he can reform his body. Even though it would take up undying energy. However, normal generals can maintain their energy to reform at least 10 times. This isn't a problem, especially when he ultimately feels like he cannot hold out any longer with no chance to escape and no allies coming in time. He can choose to self-destruct at the last moment. 1v1, if he self-destructs at close distance, the victor would lose his life too. Hence normally we work together, but with the two of us, the moment we gain the advantage and destroy his body, we can immediately use undying energy to bind the shattered fragments, not letting him swiftly reform, and separating the pieces. As these fragments have powerful undying energy within, they will struggle very hard. It takes two of us with our full strengths to control them and destroy each part individually. These fragments would then be separated into two portions. One man will deal with the fragments and continuously destroy them, making those parts get weaker and weaker, wasting the enemy's undying energy. And under such circumstances, he wouldn't be able to self-destruct too. Finally, when all undying energy has been spent, he would die. If it was one person alone, one would first separate the fragments and suppress the fragments himself. Unless he was very strong, it would be very hard to do. Unless one attacks from a distance like Yu Yang, you don't have to fear the self-destruct. Shu Fan smiled. Luo Feng nodded. When he killed the Undyings before, he used the star-eating plant to help him. Naturally it was much easier. Shu Fan, boy, I think it's time I left. Luo Feng said. Leave? The two generals were shocked. Right now, the two of them really wished for Luo Feng to stay in their team. However, they were very clear, the chances of him staying for long was very, very low. Ha, you two are my first friends here in Yanji continent. We will definitely meet again. Luo Feng smiled. I have my own plan, hence. We all have our own goals, we won't force you. Yang, live till retirement. Boy said. Live till retirement. Shu Fan said too. Same, live till retirement. Luo Feng smiled. Rumble. After which he became a beam of light and swiftly vanished into the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 782, 100 Years. Chapter 782, 100 Years. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng sat in his ship and flew above Fog Island. He had just forced the Qiu Shi Undying to self-destruct. It however made Luo Feng realize that he didn't have the power to cleanly kill just one pinnacle general Undying. He was much weaker than he thought. Train, I have to strengthen myself. I'll first train on Fog Island, and when I'm the strongest here, I'll head to the main continent. Luo Feng decided. Babata, that mountain range. So, Luo Feng kept his ship and sneaked alone into the mountain range. It had a huge cave within that seemed like it hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Some large team had probably used it a long time ago. From today on, this will be my base. Luo Feng raised his hand. Star-eating plant, fill up every hole and cave in this mountain except for mine. The gold star-eating plant immediately landed within the cave and followed his orders, swelling up to a huge size. One had to know that this plant had the ability to grow to the size of a sun. Hence, filling up this entire cave was simply too easy. Countless leaves spread open and the entire cave became a sea of leaves. Heavily layered protection. The scanning device had a diameter of 1 billion kilometers. It also had a super scanning area of 10,000 kilometers. Luo Feng's device was after all one of the top-end devices. It could maintain a huge area and specialized areas simultaneously. Naturally, its small area was more advanced. Other than that, there was also the star-eating plant's protection. At least while I train, I don't want to be ambushed. The scanning device is after all just a device. There will be errors. But, with the star-eating plant, it'll be much safer. Luo Feng immediately set up base. This would be where he would stay for long. His training program thus began. According to the survival experiences he found from the Virtual Universe Network, along with his own experiences, Luo Feng had his own rules in regards his training and survival in the Outer Region Wars. After every hunt and battle, he would return to reflect for 10 days to half a month if short, the longest stretching for 3 to 5 months. One had to know that the Undyings mostly moved in 2s or even 3s. Yet, Luo Feng hunted alone. Simply using the Beast God armament was very taxing. Hence, he was occasionally surrounded and had to unleash his blade work to battle. Luo Feng's strength using the Beast God armament was only around low official level. But, the main thing was the basics of a Sector Lord Pinnacle World energy was too weak. And his official level strength wasn't at an Undying body level yet. Accurately speaking, it was only slightly stronger than a Pinnacle General Undying. Using close combat, however, he had the strength of a high-level official. As he could use the soldier armor which amplified his strength to 1,000 times Sector Lord, his foundation was much more powerful. That plus his close to Emperor-level Beast God presence, his blade work, was naturally at a high-level official amount of power. The moment he used his blade work, the other race warriors would immediately begin to flee. Even if Luo Feng used his Undying Star-Eating plant, he would normally only be able to catch and kill one. Time passed, any surviving warrior in the Outer Region Wars had usually been around for thousands to tens of thousands of years. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed since Luo Feng came to Fog Island. 100 years. Luo Feng had gone hunting hundreds of times. When he first began, he simply relied on the star-eating plant when he couldn't succeed alone to kill his enemies. He had killed quite a few undyings then. However, gradually, his reputation spread and the strong warriors on Fog Island shared that information about him. They all knew of a human sector lord with an undying star-eating plant. Despicable human, actually relying on an undying star-eating plant. He actually has an undying plant. Bastard. Even my senior, an official level undying doesn't have an undying plant. The other 11 officials have never owned a plant before. That plant is simply too hard to deal with. With countless leaves, the moment they wrap about and swallow, there's no place to flee. It's worse than dealing with an official level undying. In the past, the undyings of Fog Island would move about in 2s or 3s. However, with the news of the star-eating sector lord spreading, with him even being recognized by the 12 officials of Fog Island, they all regarded him as the 13th most powerful being. Hence, the many undyings of Fog Island began to form alliances. They were moving in 2 teams, with 4 to 5 undyings in one team, or even 6 or 7 at a go. That way, even if they met Luo Feng, they had the strength to suppress him. The moment he unleashed the star-eating plant or blade work, they could all choose to sacrifice 5% of their undying bodies to self-destruct the plant and shake his world projection binding before fleeing. Hence, Luo Feng's point accumulation gradually decreased. He had sighed back then, the undyings, none of them are stupid. Without an undying plant before, they all moved about in 2s or 3s. But, now with my appearance here, they've immediately become 4 or 5, even 6 or 7 moving together, and when they realize things are going south, they self-destruct 5% of their undying energy to escape together, all maintaining close to light speed. I can't even catch up, it makes it extremely hard for me to kill an undying. Luckily, my aim right now is to train myself. The contribution points are secondary, the more undyings there are, the better it is to train myself. Every battle was a life or death training experience. The other races would easily lose their lives if they got careless, hence they would give their all, making Luo Feng gain more from each battle. Of course, over these 100 years, Luo Feng did meet some danger. There were 3 times so far that he had come across extremely dangerous situations. Of which 2 times, he was surrounded while chasing an undying. Actually, even though it was traps set by those undyings, Luo Feng naturally had discovered them long ago. However, in order to train himself, he still rushed straight in. Such mad killing, using all his strength to survive, made him have extra benefits. Even though the 2 times were dangerous, his earth body still survived. The 3rd time, however, was the most dangerous within these 100 years. That time, Luo Feng had locked onto a team that had 4 undyings. Luo Feng didn't even consider them a challenge and sneaked in, suddenly attacking and destroying the living ship. The battle began instantly. The large amounts of sector lords, domain lords, and universe levels fled in all directions. Luo Feng began a mad battle with the 4 undyings. At this time, one of the fleeing sector lords suddenly had a huge bug clan mother nest appear beside him. A blur of sector lord pinnacle bug soldiers accompanied the nest for a total of 300,000 sector lord pinnacle soldiers. Just one combined attack caused his earth body to have no way to escape. He even gave up on using the undying star-eating plant. He didn't want the plant to be killed by the blast. Back then, he did one thing. He grabbed the 2m tall 1m wide gold shield to block the attack. Rumble. The combined attack of 300,000 sector lord pinnacle bug soldiers hit the beast god armament shield. This was indeed a weapon used by knights. The attack naturally didn't even damage the shield, but it was instantly knocked far away. The powerful force of the attack, however, instantly shattered the soldier armored Luo Feng's body behind it. The shield had already diffused 99% of the attack. However, with his body 3 times stronger than a normal sector lord's, he was still instantly shattered by the force. Even his internal core, formed by world energy, not the main core, was instantly shattered. His earth body died. In the instant he died, The Masha body transformed to the earth body's appearance, the shattered body and soldier armor etc. were all kept in his world ring. The Masha body grabbed the world ring and wielded the shield. As he was knocked back, he used the force of the attack to flee. So, he later took the Yunamo planet ship and swiftly fled. While he fled, his scanning device helped him realize that the other race undyings and soldiers etc. were underlings of the Bug Clan Queen. She hid herself in one sector Lord Slave's internal world, normally staying hidden within. Even the Bug Clan Queen was shocked that the combined attack of 300,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Warriors, which had the power to heavily injure an Emperor-level Undying, didn't even kill one human. He actually didn't die. Hurry and flee. The Queen ordered. Flee. Luo Feng did so too. Even if he could win if he fought on against the Queen, the cost wouldn't be small. Other than that one time with the Bug Clan Queen, other times were okay. Actually, the Undyings would adapt according to the situations in the Outer Region Wars. If it was very dangerous, they would team up. If it was pretty safe, they could explore alone. In all, the level of danger Luo Feng encountered was pretty normal. One extremely dangerous incident in 100 years, it wouldn't be easy to survive tens of thousands of years. Within another area of the mountain range where Luo Feng had his base, 3 beast-head human body men and women sat in alloy chairs. It was obvious these were demon race puppets. Bu Xiaya is dead. It's that star-eating sector lord. How can our luck be this bad? Over these 60 years, we've met him 3 times. That's simply unlucky. During these 3 times, the first 2 times we managed to survive. The 3rd time, however, he got rid of Bu Xiaya. That star-eating sector lord's improvement is too fast. He was much more powerful than the first 2 times. He's improving too fast. If we meet him again, I'm afraid. The 3 demon undyings went silent. The atmosphere within the palace was very subdued. There were 13 terrifying beings on Fog Island. 12 official level undyings and 1 star-eating sector lord. They had a saying, they'd rather face an official than the star-eating sector lord. And yet they bumped into him 3 times in 60 years, it was just unlucky. In another portion of this mountain range, there lay Luo Feng's training grounds. The effects of my 1,200 years of study in Primal Chaos City are growing so much more from the fighting and killing. Luo Feng walked out of his palace and stretched, rubbing the star-eating leaf that extended over, smiling. Demon Undyings, your base is only 120 million kilometers away from here. It's always under my observation. I've been extremely benevolent to only attack you 3 times in 60 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 783, Testing His Blade. Chapter 783, Testing His Blade. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. If I make some progress with my blade work, it would be too simple to just go kill the 3 demon undyings. There'd be no challenge. Naturally, I wouldn't be able to fully test my blade work. Luo Feng's eyes were excited. Even though his rewards from his 1,200 years of study in Primal Chaos City were huge, however, law comprehension was simply just theory. Theory was very important. Usage was just as important. And the techniques that were used to attack and defend, like the 4 absolute manuals of Shi Luo Duo, were most suitable for himself. As Luo Feng trained in the Beast God Path too, these 4 manuals suited him well. Hence he had already reached a very high level of using the Beast God armament. However, his Earth Body and Gold-Horned Beast were strongest at close combat. His Earth Body, because of the soldier armor, was naturally strongest when using blade skills. But Shi Luo Duo's manuals had no such techniques. As for the Golden Horned Beast's close combat, none of its techniques were made with the concept of the Beast God Path too. Hence Luo Feng had to create his own. Back then, the illusionary 7 blades that I learnt had long reached the creator's level. however the 7 blades themselves have no limit theoretically. They are simply 7 techniques: Dutchman's pipe, pensive, burial, nightmare, regret, end of the world. These 7 techniques had 7 different pathways, however they could be further studied. From my many battles these 100 years, the experience I got from killing the other races, the practical experience has allowed me to constantly put the beast god presence into these 7 blades, making them stronger. Over the 100 years, I've finally made some progress with these 7 techniques. The new 7 absolute blade techniques are much more powerful, even though they still aren't as powerful as Shi Luo Duo's creations. Luo Feng's new blade techniques were very powerful. However, compared to Shi Luo Duo's absolute manuals, Luo Feng only dared to call them mild progress. Of course, this mild progress was only in comparison to Shi Luo Duo. Who was he? He was the greatest being in history of the entire Gold Horn race, a true absolute power of the universe. Star-eating plant. Luo Feng smiled and raised his hand. The undying plant swiftly shrank from all the caves of the fragment into a little plant that entered his shoulder. Let's head out to test my blade. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he flew out. He took a black disc ship and flew at sublight speed over Fog Island. Luo Feng, there's a team by that mountain range. There are 4 undyings. Too weak. He stood in the control room and gazed at the vast Fog Island. Fog engulfed the entire area. He could barely see the mountain ranges along with the statues that were scarred from the trillions of years of battle. After a while, Luo Feng, there is a team of 6 undyings 920 million km away. Just 6. It's still not enough. It's best to get an official level undying, batting with 1. Luo Feng shook his head. It's been 100 years since I came to Fog Island and yet I've never bumped into an official level undying. Babata's voice resounded in the control room. Fog Island is incredibly vast. There are only 12 known officials. How could it be so easy to bump into them? After a while, this team is not bad. There are 8 undyings. Barely enough to test my blade, however let's look for something stronger. Luo Feng replied, Babata, continue the search. After a while. Wow, 990 million kilometers away there are 12 undyings gathered together. 12 undyings, Luo Feng, isn't this too much? Babata was hesitant. You couldn't even withstand the fight against 8 of them back then, and you've never encountered so many before. Even though you've improved a lot, this time, let's look for 10 undyings. 12? Luo Feng looked at the details on his ARM quantum computer. Looking at the group of undyings, his eyes gleamed. These 12 undyings were split into 3 races. The Eternal Dragon race, the Kawu race and the Starlight race. The Eternal Dragon race was a flesh and blood life form. They were about 6-8 m tall, and were bloodthirsty and renowned. Its head was somewhat like an alligator, and it had 4 thick limbs and a scaled tail along with a black shell on its back. Kawu race, this was a rock life form, which was 15-20 m tall. From a glance, it looked like it was completely made of alloy, and it had all sorts of appearances. It could look like humans or demons, however it was mainly a rock life form. Starlight race, they were an energy life form. It was a peculiar life form that could take all forms. It wasn't affected by soul attacks. It was similar to the Masha clansman. Of course it didn't have its heavenly cloning ability. However, the moment it reached undying, the Starlight clan became very powerful, and its energy crystal within would meld with its undying body. Because of its natural talent, its regeneration ability was incredible, even more so than the Qiushi race. It would probably take destroying its body hundreds of times to kill a normal undying from the Starlight race. These 3 were all on the Bug clan side. Amongst these 12 undyings, 8 of them were from the Eternal Dragon race, 3 from the Kawu and 1 from the Starlight. My blade will be tested on them. Luo Feng's eyes burned with spirit. Yes. Babata replied loudly. Rumble. The disc ship flew swiftly towards the mountain range. About 1 hour later, the ship finally reached the mountain range. With Luo Feng's scanning device, it was obvious that the team didn't even detect him getting close to them. The 12 Undyings still stayed gathered together, discussing battles, allies, law comprehension and so on. Star-eating sector lord, humph. The 16m tall Kawu Undying raged. You are overestimating him, he only has such strength because of that undying plant lifeform. Without it, how many Undyings can he kill? Compared to the 12 officials, he's far from them. Long Sua. An eternal race Undying said solemnly beside, we all know his true strength is a lot lower than the officials. However, even an official level Undying would normally find it extremely hard to kill a normal Undying alone. That star-eating sector lord, however, can rely on his plant to trap his target. In terms of threat level, the star-eating sector lord is higher. But 100 years ago, when he hadn't even come to Fog Island, the Undyings all moved in pairs and threes. Now, however, they all move in 5s or 6s. Why is this? It's all because of that star-eating sector lord, will you not admit to that? Hoof. Long Sua snorted angrily, his luck is just good. If he meets a true official level Undying, against their Undying body and strong attacks, he will definitely die. Suddenly. Rumble. The side of the mountain immediately blew open with countless amounts of rubble flying about, almost like the entire sky was crashing down on them. Rubble flooded the palace, making the 12 Undyings enraged. They all released their powerful law domains, be it fire, lightning, etc., to knock away all the rocks, burning them or freezing them. Once the dust settled, a silhouette appeared. He was covered in a black armor from head to toe, and was wielding a 6-edged shield with a blade on his back. Pa! 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 He slowly walked forward, and his boots smashing the rubble below. As he got closer, his silhouette became visible. He stared coldly at the 12 powerful Undyings, and the 12 of them all saw his face clearly. Star-eating sector lord. Star-eating sector lord. The 12 Undyings all felt pressure, as his reputation was renowned, having spread all over Fog Island. Which Undying wouldn't know of the Star-eating sector lord? Star-eating sector lord. The most beautiful of the 12 with colorful star-like long hair and crystal-like skin, a lady 6m tall from the Starlight race, looked at Luo Feng. We don't want to be your enemies, but with the 12 of us combined, we are not afraid of you too, please leave. We wish you to leave. One eternal dragon Undying said hoarsely. Luo Feng stepped on the rubble. Looking at the messy palace, his gaze sweeping past the 12 of them as he smiled. What a joke, wooden soldiers from different camps fight the moment they meet. Yet, you are actually asking me to leave, huh? I'm here to kill you all. If you are afraid, just flee now. Bastard. Despicable human. Would 12 Undyings fear you? The 12 Undyings were all angered. Undyings were all prideful creatures, they may bow before the strong warriors, but that didn't mean they would take humiliation. Cut the crap. Luo Feng immediately grabbed his blade from his back. Hua! He drew it out of its scabbard. The blade and the 6-edged shield were both weapons he ordered in Primal Chaos City. As his strength grew, the level 5 weapons would break easily in a fight with Undyings. Hence, he ordered weapons made from materials used to make Emperor-level weapons, spending 6 million points. Other race warriors, die! Luo Feng shouted. Savage human. Star-eating sector lord, the 12 of us don't believe that we can't kill you. Kill! Kill! The 12 Undyings were raging. In an instant, 6 eternal dragon race members simultaneously unleashed their undying energy to use soul attacks. Wah! 6 soul attacks instantly passed the soldier armor. Its special material had already diffused over 99% of the attack, and the remainder hit his core within. The inner pearl had a little sleeping beast god that rapped about it. Rumble! The soul attacks hit directly on the beast god. Howl, the beast god opened its eyes and roared. These ripples completely diffusing the attacks. This was one of the 4 Shi Luo Duo Absolute Manuals, Soul Defense, Beast God Howl. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 784 / Chapter 784 / Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Back then, Luo Feng's Void Pagoda was used purely for defense, and it was considered passive defense. The Beast God Howl had formed a Beast God that defended the soul passively. It also allowed it to release an attack that could disperse all attacks. This was the active side. But its defensive abilities were shocking. It was obviously a lot more powerful than the Void Pagoda. The cave is collapsing. The Undyings are clashing. The large amount of Eternal Dragon Sector Lords, Domain Lords, and Universe levels all rushed out as fast as they could from the caves, becoming tens of thousands of lights. It looked almost like a meteor shower in space, after which they all stood in space and gazed millions of km away. Rumble. Rumble. Terrifying energy ripples could be felt even millions of km away. Who would dare to attack 12 Undyings at the same time? No idea. The ones capable of doing so in Fog Island would probably only be from the top 13 tyrants, and even those 13, any one of them against 12 Undyings could probably survive, but he'd be disadvantaged too. No one is that stupid. Who knows? We can just watch. They are really going at it there. If we get hit by the ripples, we definitely die. The tens of thousands of soldiers were like a blur of locusts, floating in space and chatting, but not daring to head over. A million km away. At Luo Feng's level, one dash of movement alone covered a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. Hence, for a planet like Earth, it wasn't suitable for an Undying level battle. The moment they unleashed some strength, the entire planet would be destroyed. Only the universe's secret regions or special places in space could be considered a good battleground. Howl, kill him, kill that arrogant and despicable human. The sturdy Kawu Undying wielded 2 large hammers. He emanated a powerful lightning aura around him with lightning surrounding the area. This was a Thunder Undying. Soul attacks are useless, we'll use our weapons to attack instead. An Eternal Dragon Undying emanated icy cold energy. The surrounding hundreds of km became like an ice god country. Suppress his world projection. Together. The 12 Undyings all released their law domains simultaneously. Their simultaneous release of the 12 law domains clashed against Luo Feng's world projection. The vast grassland, however, pushed back their domains. This completely stunned the 12 Undyings. They had long heard of his terrifying world projection, where normal Undying law domains would instantly collapse. With the 12 of them working together, however, they didn't expect to only be able to withstand the pressure without collapsing, but they were still unable to force him back. Rumble. A large lightning hammer was swung at Luo Feng, almost like an asteroid crashing down. Xiao. A colorful beam of light slashed at Luo Feng. Hua. A huge blade slashed through the space at Luo Feng. 12 Undyings surrounding and attacking him. Ha ha. Luo Feng's eyes were glowing with spirit. Even though he was the smallest in size, with his world projection pressuring the 12 Undyings, his basic movement has long exceeded the creator of the illusionary techniques. His shield was also filled with strength and his blade easily withstood the 6 combined attacks. Clang! Clang! The surrounding space instantly crumbled. Luo Feng's clash with the 12 Undyings left the particles floating around madly. They began to fight amidst the shattered fragments of space, and some of the fragments even had some land and ground within them. However, these were instantly shattered from the ripples of the battle. He did have to admit though that the 12 Undyings were working well together, unleashing their attacks in perfect combination against Luo Feng. Xie. Luo Feng defended against 8 Undyings' combined attacks. His blade slashed through the space, as a blurred beast god image appeared and dispersed again. The soldier armor, however, wasn't able to completely defuse the attack. Normally, any attack below the strength of 1000 sector lords would completely be diffused, however the moment it exceeded that, the soldier armor would diffuse most of it. The 8 Undying's combined attacks had far exceeded that limit. Even if a small part of the attack got through, it was enough to shake Luo Feng hard enough to cause him to spit out blood. Luo Feng, battling 12 Undyings is definitely above your limit, Babata said nervously. 12 Undyings sure is hard. 10 years ago, I had to flee against 8 Undyings, yet now I'm able to match 12 Undyings. Luo Feng spit out blood. His gaze, however, was growing more excited. However, it's still far from my limits. He's injured. Hurry and kill him. Don't give him the chance to recover. The 12 Undyings roared and all of them rushed at him. I've tried the first 6 moves, let's try the strongest one. Luo Feng became a blur. Shwa! 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 3 Luo Fengs appeared in space. They were exactly like the real body, moving nimbly about in an arc. This was the result of his many years of study in Primal Chaos City. According to the linear universe, the Primal Chaos City left in Beast God runs from Shi Luo Duo, along with the strike travel from his inherited memories. His movement technique had made some progress that his earth body could use. The moment he unleashed this movement, he instantly dodged the attacks of the 8 Undyings. Let's kill one. Luo Feng wielded his blood shadow blade and gazed at the huge human-shaped Kawu Undying. That sturdy Undying waved his 2 lightning hammers. Hua! A beautifully terrifying flash of a blade that stretched over a 1,000 kilometers flashed, along with it was a huge beast god projection. The edge of the blade was almost like a howling beast god slashing with its claws. The entire beast god projection was incredibly clear and visible, melding perfectly as one with the blade. His strongest move of the 7 new blade techniques was Burial. Even though all 7 moves had been infused with the beast god presence, Burial was still his strongest. After all, he had spent the most time and effort on it. Shie! The blade instantly slashed at the huge thunder hammer. It slashed right through the metal and lopped off the Kawu Undying's head. Following which, it went down the Undying's body down to his waist. His body was instantly slashed in 2, and during that instant, the blade began to swallow and vibrate. At the same time, countless blade energy shot out and tore through his insides, causing his body to be shredded from within, becoming countless rocks. Die! Luo Feng tossed out a little gold plant that swiftly grew. Countless gold leaves extended out. It was the undying star-eating plant that made all of the warriors on Fog Island shudder in fear. Stop him. Forget it. Despicable. The other Undyings didn't expect that even under their combined attacks, the star-eating sector lord was still able to use his terrifying movement to completely cause a powerful Kawu Undying to be shredded apart, taking out his undying star-eating plant to swallow his body fragments. No. Stop him. The other 11 Undyings all gave it their all, madly pouring energy into their law domains and using their all to attack the undying plant. With a rumble, the powerful attack caused several gold leaves to break off and the plant began to back off. The shredded rocks of the Kawu Undying instantly reformed. It was obvious, however, he had lost quite a bit of energy. The Kawu race was a rock life form. It used strength to win, and splitting its body was very hard. Similarly, it would lose a large amount of energy every time it broke apart. Bastard! The reformed Kawu Undying howled with rage. 12 of us combined and he still almost killed Long Suo. This is a disgrace to us, let's work together. Give your all, I'll stop him and you all kill him. The Starlight Race Undying communicated. A transparent thread shot out from between her eyes. It instantly grew longer. It rushed straight at Luo Feng. Starlight Life Thread. Luo Feng was shocked from the attack. He had inherited memories and thus understood much about the Starlight race. The Starlight men and women were all extremely beautiful. They were born with the ability to form a thread from their life core crystal, and the moment they used this, their core crystal would instantly crumble. Hence, this was their final move. The moment one became undying, their core crystal would dissipate and meld with the body. When this happened, they wouldn't die even after using this move. It would still heavily damage them, however, requiring thousands to tens of thousands of years to recover. Chi, the transparent thread, bent and tried to rap about Luo Feng. Take the chance to kill him. It's our last chance. Kill him, he definitely has a lot of treasures. The other 11 undyings raged in madness, even burning some of their undying bodies. Against the starlight life thread, Luo Feng's world projection was unable to force it back. Its speed was extremely fast, already reaching close to him. He shouted, "Star-eating plant! Rumble!" The star-eating plant swelled with countless gold leaves extending out. The starlight life thread was incredibly thin as it followed through the slits of the plant to attack Luo Feng. However, he used the countless gold leaves to try and stop the thread as the other 12 undyings, including the starlight undying, rushed to attack the undying plant. Rumble! 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 Large amounts of leaves were destroyed and the undying plant was forced to shrink. Blood River Energy. Luo Feng triggered his Blood River Energy and his connection with the universe ripples became even clearer. Strike Travel. Luo Feng became a blur as he flashed about, his blood shadow blade lit up again and his blade produced a beast god projection. Come on, let's do it. Luo Feng used the star-eating plant to block the starlight life thread and used his body with the Blood River Energy triggered to fight the 12 undyings. This intense battle was a great test for his new blade techniques. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text: Chapter 785, Deserve to Die Even More. Chapter 785, Deserve to Die Even More. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. When the battle first began, Luo Feng was still testing out the power of each of his new blade techniques. Hence, he never once unleashed his strongest strike travel movement. Thus it seemed like he was forced into a corner by the 12 undyings. However, that environment allowed him to maximize the usage of his blade work to fight back. Once he unleashed his strike travel, he easily destroyed the Kawu undying. Blood River Energy. Strike travel movement. Luo Feng didn't wish to drag the battle on any longer. Shwa! 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 His image warped as 3 incredibly realistic images appeared beside him. It caused the 12 undyings to get shocked as the difficulty of surrounding grew. They began to get knocked away from Luo Feng's attacks and being forced to attack individually. Shie! The blood shadow blade pierced forward and a huge cavity appeared in the space. Countless fragments flowed madly as he pierced straight at the beautiful starlight undying's forehead. Dutchman's pipe. Luo Feng's blade was like lightning. He flashed forward. One eternal dragon undying was instantly sliced in half. Dutchman's pipe. Pensive. Nightmare. Reflection. Burial. Hatred. World's End. He exchanged between the 7 techniques. Even though they were helping each other, combined with his exquisite movement and the help of the Blood River Energy, he managed to fight back against all 12 of the undyings, and was even able to slash one of them apart while they were still being covered by the rest of them. They were beginning to fall apart. It was very obvious, they were losing and were being suppressed. Not good, the starlight life thread is broken. The starlight undying communicated urgently. The life thread wasn't supposed to appear for too long in the first place. Star-eating plant. Luo Feng smiled widely. The undying plant madly expanded and spread over 100,000 kilometers, countless leaves twitched about like teeth and wrapped around the undyings. The 12 of them roared and madly attacked the undying plant, making it shrink back once again. However, as they were distracted with attacking the undying plant, the disadvantaged undyings naturally welcomed their first tragedy. Rumble! Rumble! Two eternal dragon undyings were instantly torn to shreds by Luo Feng. Their torn fragments were immediately swallowed by the star-eating plant. His blade flashed past brutally. As the two eternal dragons were torn apart, the scene immediately caused the other undyings to try and stop Luo Feng. They were very clear that if they focused on the plant, they would slowly lose more and more and finally fall. The moment some of them were heavily injured, they wouldn't even be able to hold back the star-eating plant anymore, and it would swallow all of them. Let's go! Quickly flee, disperse! The undyings knew that the battle would get worse for them as it dragged on. They barely saved one of the eternal dragon undyings before fleeing immediately. Chi chi chi! The undying plant was already swallowing one undying. Flee? Luo Feng glanced as the 11 undyings fled in 11 different directions. He had no choice but to pick one. Forget it, I'll chase you. Luo Feng waved at the star-eating plant and simultaneously unleashed his strike travel. Within 3 flashes, his speed reached sublight speed and rushed at the unlucky undying, the sturdy KWW undying, the first one that he actually slashed in half. Why me? The Kawu undying Long Suo was angry and worried. Stop there. Luo Feng expanded his world projection. What projection was this? An internal world projection. It was a projection of his internal world outside. Normal sector lords could expand their projection up to about 10,000 kilometers. Luo Feng's projection, at its greatest limit, was, however, able to reach 90 million kilometers. However, if he did so, it would be like broadcasting to everybody my internal world has a diameter of 90 million kilometers. Hence, he would never do so. After all, the Kawu undying he was facing was only a few 100,000 km away from him. Stop there. Luo Feng unleashed his world projection. It instantly engulfed the Kawu undying Long Suo. World projection? Long Suo was surprised. He felt the powerful force around him. He could still fly, but his speed had a definite decrease. The star-eating plant swiftly caught up from behind. Hua! The undying plant once again bloomed with countless gold leaves covering the entire area. Naturally, it engulfed Long Suo too. With countless teeth surrounding him, it made him madly flail his thunder hammers about. Rumble! The leaves withstood each attack. So, the gold leaves automatically opened a path and Luo Feng entered, appearing before the tall and sturdy Kawu undying. Human! Long Suo was shocked and angry, but he knew it was over. You cannot kill me, you cannot kill me. The Kawu undying let out sounds of worry and pain, causing the surrounding space to shake. I cannot kill you? Luo Feng smiled coldly. Ah, give me a reason. Are you a disciple or relative of some Kawu knight? Would I be punished if I killed you? Doesn't seem right. If you had some background, you couldn't possibly not have any treasure at all. I. Long Suo howled urgently. The official level undying, the one you call Boulder, is my senior. Ah, Boulder of the 12 officials, he is your senior? Luo Feng scoffed. Indeed, there was a renowned Kawu official undying named Boulder. Very good. Very, very good. Luo Feng nodded. Long Suo's eyes had some hope. Even though he was incredibly huge and this human before him was but a he was clear that this little dot had enough power to kill him easily. Then you deserve to die even more. Luo Feng flashed and his blood shadow blade slashed through space, leaving a huge tear in space. Howl! The beast god projection appeared. Its claws seemed to meld perfectly with the blade as it passed Long Suo, causing him to howl in despair. As the blade reached him, he wanted to self-destruct, but his body was instantly reduced to shreds before it could happen. His self-destruct naturally failed as countless gold leaves swiftly swallowed the countless rock fragments. There was an ancient palace in the burning deserts of Fog Island. No one knew when it was actually built. A majestic 12 m tall Kawu Undying was sitting in the throne. He was one of the 12 officials of Fog Island, Fenya, also known by the human Undyings as Boulder. On Fog Island, he was one of the strongest. He suddenly received a distress signal from his little brother Long Sua. Long Sua. This Kawu Undying stood up abruptly. However, immediately after he received a message, "It's the Star-Eating Sector Lord, avenge me." After which, there was no more signal no matter how he tried to contact him. Long Sua is dead. Fenya's eyes were enraged. Star-Eating Sector Lord, Star-Eating Sector Lord. Human, I want you dead, I want you dead. He howled, and it resounded throughout the entire palace. He was furious. Even though they weren't blood brothers, they both came from the same tribe and only one other Kawu clansman from the same generation had become undying with him, that was Long Sua. Hence the two of them naturally explored together and they both received orders from the upper race, reached the distant Bug Clan territory and entered the outer region wars. On Fog Island, Fenya was invincible, Long Sua followed closely behind him. Hence, Fenya let Long Sua join up with his other teams. Star-Eating Sector Lord. Fenya grit his teeth. Undying star-eating plant? It may strike fear in the generals, however 100-vine undying star-eating plant didn't even bother a true official level undying. You should die. You will die. He howled, suddenly his eyes gleamed. Spirit imprint? That's mine. I gave an item to Long Sua and now that he's dead, would that human actually take it with him? If he dared to, he's really looking to die. He immediately sensed for his spirit imprint. So, he rushed into the skies and tore through thousands of km of the desert, after which he swiftly took a ship to head towards where he felt the imprint was. After swallowing the undying star-eating plant shrank and entered Luo Feng's arm. Special item? Luo Feng carried the 2 world rings, the Kawu Undying special item was within one of them. Luo Feng, he said that his senior was the official Boulder, and Boulder is on Fog Island. It's most likely that Boulder left him a spirit imprint item so that he could come help at any time. This item would very likely be within this bunch of stuff. Babata said. Luo Feng flipped his hand and kept both world rings. Having it is good. Luo Feng smiled, this Kawu Undying senior is Boulder? I've spent 100 years here on Fog Island and have yet to meet an official level Undying. Now that I have the chance, I'll use it to draw an official to me, this is a good thing. I really want to see the difference between my Earth body and an official's. I also want to see whether my gold-horned beast can kill an official. I'll look for a random place. And wait for half a month, and at most 1 month. If Boulder doesn't show, I'll return. Luo Feng said. So, with a flash, he flew tens of millions of km, looking for a cave. He entered and began to reflect on the battle before. The battle had given him much inspiration and honed his new 7 blade techniques. After all, these 7 blade techniques would continue to improve as his comprehension grew. Strike travel is after all something the golden horned beast uses with its wings. Even though I've learnt it, the human body doesn't do it half as well as the golden horned beast. I have to continue to refine it. To suit the human body's usage. Luo Feng muttered to himself. Time passed and Luo Feng refined his techniques over and over within the cave. At this time, the official level Undying Fenya was drawing closer and closer using his ship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 786, Battle on the Lake. Chapter 786, Battle on the Lake. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Within the quiet cave, fog engulfed the area. Luo Feng sat cross-legged. His consciousness was already connected to the virtual universe and he was studying his blade techniques in his own training grounds. Wielding the blood shadow blade, he stood on a vast land and unleashed his blade work over and over, as countless Sector Lord pinnacle warriors rushed from the sides, madly trying to kill him. Dutchman's pipe. Pensive. Nightmare. Illusion. Burial. Hatred. World's end. The blade flashed, tearing through space. The many Sector Lord warriors were killed and the massacre was ongoing. This is not right. It doesn't feel right. Luo Feng waved his hand and roared. Stop! The countless Sector Lords rushing over all stopped. This was after all a simulation in the virtual universe. He walked to the stopped Sector Lords and frowned as he pondered. When I battled the 12 Undyings before, I always felt that my blade work was still lacking. Also, it has not reached my current level of law comprehension limit. With a thought, he brandished the Beast God armament shield. The first form of the armament, Beast God, descends. Luo Feng unleashed it and the 999 metal flakes instantly shot out of the shield, connecting with the virtual universe simulated laws. Countless gold threads interweaved between them, forming a huge Beast God projection. Its pressure was engulfing the area. This is a true perfect technique. Luo Feng looked up at the powerful Beast God projection. Even though it was just the first form, with just 999 metal flakes forming the technique, it was perfect and the Beast God projection had its own pressure. Perfection. When I use my blade work, it naturally melds with the Beast God projection, yet it doesn't have any of the pressure. Luo Feng shook his head. Maybe compared to my teacher Hu Yenbo, the techniques I created are already very powerful. However, compared to Shi Luo Duo, these are still too raw. How can I improve and break through? Luo Feng stood there silently. Under the gaze of countless Sector Lords, he looked up at the floating Beast God projection. Breakthrough. How do I do it? My golden horned beast is proficient in close combat. Can it only rely on that one crude sky-tearing claw? Is there no absolute technique like Shi Luo Duo's Beast God armament? Luo Feng gazed at the projection in the sky, trying to feel it thoroughly. Yet, it always seemed like a fog was clouding his view. Time passed. He pondered hard on how to refine his techniques and the beast's battle techniques. Actually, the golden horned beast's techniques were connected to his blade techniques. They were all considered close combat techniques. One relied on the beast's body itself and another on the blade, and the blade was considered an extension of one's body. Naturally, the two were linked. However, everything had to be created by himself. During the past 100 years, he did make some progress with his blade work. However, when battle truly ensued, he always felt his blade work still wasn't perfect enough. It wasn't capable of unleashing the strongest power of the Beast God presence. The moment it's perfected, my blade pressure will exceed the Beast God armament, because I'm creating something that fits myself. As for the Beast God armament, it only fits Shi Luo Duo. Luo Feng had occasionally gone hunting over the past 100 years. 99% of the time, he still spent time studying the Beast God path and blade work along with battle techniques. Now, Luo Feng was immersed in this state. In the blink of an eye, 12 days had passed. Rumble. A 600 tall pyramid ship tore through the skies and flew. Within that ship, Star-Eating Sector Lord. Star-Eating Sector Lord. The Kawu Undying Funya who was sitting in the alloy chair was burning with rage. Beside him were polygon-shaped hammers. It was clear that he used the same types of weapons as the fallen Longsua. He hasn't moved at all. The position of the item hasn't moved at all. He said solemnly. Does he know of Longsua's connection with me? Is he afraid of my revenge, hence he tossed it there when he found the item? If Luo Feng truly wanted to flee within the vast fog island, how could Funya even begin to search for him? What's more, if Luo Feng simply moved on to the main Yanji continent, Funya would have no way to look for him at all. No. No, he must be there, he must be. Funya was worried and anxious within. He truly wanted to kill that despicable human and avenge his brother. He was afraid that the human would have tossed the item there and left. Then the chances of revenge would be extremely slim. The distance shrank. He must be there. Funya gazed forward. Even with 100% simulation, he could only see the distant fog. Luo Feng, we've discovered a dangerous target. He's flying alone in an automaton ship and is heading towards us. After scanning his appearance, it seems like he's from the Kawu race. Undyings mostly move together on Fog Island. But, for him to move alone, plus the fact that you killed the Kawu Undying before, there's a 90% chance that this target is Boulder of the 12 officials. Babata reported to Luo Feng. Ah. Luo Feng, who sat cross-legged and shrouded in fog, opened his eyes. He's finally come? It'll take another hour for him to arrive. Babata said. I've waited so long for him to finally come. Since my arrival on Fog Island 100 years ago, I've yet to fight with an official level Undying. Luo Feng nodded. I have some questions to solve about my blade work and the golden horned beast's battle techniques. Maybe this will be a good chance to clarify everything. So, he instantly flew out of the cave and flew along the walls of the mountain, quickly reaching a quiet spot in the mountain range. There was a huge lake here. This lake on the peak had a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. It was simply unimaginable on Earth, however it was normal here on Fog Island. Water. Luo Feng sat by the lake, feeling the cold air around him. He extended his hand to pick up some water flowers. The bone-chilling cold instantly reached his entire body and he felt the chill, but of course this was something he could easily withstand. So cold. But it feels good. He sat there and smiled, playing with the water. After a while. Rumble. The pyramid swiftly tore through the skies and swiftly stopped in the air above the lake. Its high speed caused shockwaves that blew away the sand and rubble around, however the incredibly heavy and ice-cold lake simply rippled. Hua! A fiery red armored 12m tall Kawu Undying stepped out of the door, and the pyramid vanishing beside him. He stood in the air above the lake, a formless pressure expanding throughout as the air around his body burned in flames that spread and covered over 10,000 kilometers in area. Wah! Luo Feng sat there playing with the water, expanding his world projection too. It clashed hard with the fire law domain, as his body was unaffected. Grrrrrr. The icy cold water suddenly began to bubble. This lake that was over 100 times larger than all the seas of Earth combined began to boil. So boring. Luo Feng stood up. Rumble. He expanded his world projection and pushed back the fire law domain. The powerful projection completely suppressed the fire domain, and it was clear to see that the law domain was about to crumble. Humph. The official Undying Funya standing over the lake snorted angrily. The seemingly normal fire domain suddenly began to change from within, almost like a group of straggling soldiers suddenly gaining order and discipline, causing the entire domain to gain more stability. Rumble. 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 The world projection clashed over and over against the fire law domain. Even though Luo Feng was still more powerful, it was unable to completely suppress the enemy. Luo Feng looked shocked at the fire domain. This was the first time someone was able to withstand his world projection alone. According to what teacher said, one can put both space and time laws into their law domains. However, those Undyings would at least have to have the comprehension of the 9 universe tablets' fourth picture. Luo Feng frowned. Law domain, it's a gift of the universe laws itself. Natural law energies, when pressured, they are like straggling soldiers. However, the moment space laws are infused within, they become much stronger. Official level Undyings, they are indeed much stronger than the normal generals. You are the star-eating sector lord. A thick booming voice spoke with human language. Luo Feng looked up at him. You are Boulder? Ah, it's really you. Fenya's voice rumbled. My guess was right, you knew long ago I would be coming. Right. Luo Feng nodded. You've got guts. Fenya said seriously. You killed my tribe brother and guessed I would be coming, yet you dared to stay with the item I gave him. Should I thank you, or laugh at your stupidity? Humph, you've made me use effort to come and search for you, I'll make your death thrilling. Ah. Luo Feng flipped his hand and brandished his blood shadow blade as well as the six-edged shield. A shield and a blade. Rumble. 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 Both of their world projection and law domain clashed again. Even though Luo Feng's projection had the advantage, it didn't affect the battle too much. I've waited here for 12 days just for you. You sure are slow, I hope you don't disappoint me. A black armor appeared over Luo Feng's entire body. This battle would be the first time he got to truly fight against an official level Undying. He couldn't help but itch in anticipation. I won't disappoint you. Fenya gazed down at the tiny, both hands wielding green hammers. The surrounding areas were burning in glaring flames. Fog Island's 13 Tyrants. Star-Eating Sector Lord against Boulder, the two of them clashed. Strike travel. Luo Feng's eyes suddenly gleamed as he flashed, instantly leaving 3 winding orbits. It was almost like lightning as his speed reached a terrifying level. A glaring light simultaneously lit up with his blade. Go and die. Fenya roared too. The battle began instantly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 787, Peculiar Beast. Chapter 787, Peculiar Beast. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The burning hammer waved about and broke through the space itself. In front of the official level Undying Fenya, the space itself was too brittle. Hence, the huge hammer rushed straight at Luo Feng through the countless space fragments. A resplendent blade flashed. As it flashed, a huge tear in space occurred. I want to see just how strong an official level Undying is. Luo Feng wielded his blood shadow blade and clashed head-on with the hammer. Rumble. The space fragments warped as the powerful force of the shockwave rippled to tens of thousands of km, dispersing all the boiling water up. It seemed like a giant was moving the lake itself. Ha ha ha. Fenya laughed as he stepped through, every step closing in tens of thousands of km, as he swung another fiery hammer. Luo Feng, however, was knocked hundreds of thousands km away from the clash earlier. His body had gone numb from the shock, and his internal organs were damaged as he spit out blood, after which he flashed and stood far at the tip of the mountain. He was gazing down at Fenya, who was rushing at him. What a terrifying force! I could withstand 8 generals at the same time without being so fatigued. Luo Feng gazed down at the fiery giant rushing at him. The inherited memories were right, the Kawu body advantage is indeed huge. This Fenya's law comprehension is only around a basic official level, but his body is already at a high official level. As for that hammer, I cannot withstand it. Fenya took large strides to come over. Human. Fenya's voice pierced through the space. To be able to survive my attack at Sector Lord level, I respect you. But, it's a pity that I have to kill you. Time to die. Idiot. Luo Feng snorted coldly. Shwa. He unleashed his strike travel movement. He simply wanted to test his opponent's strength earlier. Now that he had a grasp of their strengths, he naturally wouldn't go clash head-on again. This Fenya was obviously weaker in technique, but his undying body was incredibly strong. 3 blurry silhouettes flashed and Luo Feng appeared suddenly behind Fenya. Dutchman's pipe. His blade flashed, it was beautiful and terrifying. Poof. Fenya used the hammer in his right hand and swung it around. The space around it crumbled, it was almost like a road roller going past a little path. Shwa! 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 The three silhouettes flashed and Luo Feng appeared at his other side. Another flash and he appeared in front of Funya. Another flash and he was behind him. Chi. Amidst his mad movement, the blood shadow blade broke through the defense of the hammer, slashing at Funya's side. Chi. The blade seemed to cut at the incredibly solid material, but only cutting about half a meter deep in, which was not even a fifth of his hip. There, the blade got stuck and was unable to go deeper. What a solid body! His strength alone is ridiculous, his body is also super solid. Luo Feng's expression changed. Normally, flesh and blood life forms that were able to unleash the same amount of power would naturally still be weaker in terms of how sturdy their body was compared to the rock life forms. And these flesh and blood life forms normally had scales, muscles and so on for defense. The moment it reached past that, the body was soft and weak. The rock life forms, however, were completely different. They were naturally adept at defense. Much less Funya. In terms of strength, he was at a high official level, however in terms of body sturdiness, he was at least 7 to 8 times stronger than that of a high official. Ha ha! Funya looked at Luo Feng and swung his hammer at Luo Feng's head. Shwa! Luo Feng swiftly retreated. Clang! While he retreated, he used his blade to defend against the heavy hammer. Luckily he was fast enough, allowing only 30% of the hammer force to go through. Even with just that, Luo Feng felt his blood boil within but didn't have to spit any blood out. Star-eating Sector Lord, you are incredibly fast. Funya took a stride over and continued to attack. Speed is an advantage too. Luo Feng snorted coldly. He flashed again. In an instant, the entire mountain range was going through a disaster. As the two of them passed by, countless amounts of rubble broke apart and the peak collapsed, the universe space crumbling over and over. Both of them had completely different styles. Funya was strong and sturdy, his body was a stone fortress, however his law comprehension was weaker and his nimbleness and flexibility were weaker than Luo Feng's. Luo Feng relied on the soldier armor to raise his strength to roughly an official's level. However, with his close to emperor level beast god presence and with his strike travel, he could suppress his enemies. In terms of speed and flexibility, Funya could never catch up to him. Shwa! 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 Luo Feng flashed over and over, appearing at different spots and unleashing his cold blade attacks against Funya. Fighting with a strong warrior sure is different. Under the barrage of heavy fiery hammers over and over, Luo Feng's movement and blade work were both pushed to their limits. As the enemy pressured him, he once again unleashed his strongest moves, slowly refining them further during the battle. As time passed, Luo Feng was initially forced to block some attacks and take some hits. However, as his movement got more and more refined and he grew more accustomed to how to deal with the attacks, he began to use his blade to affect the flow of the hammers themselves while he dodged. Funya was no longer able to attack him. Arg! Funya stood on the mountain range and roared loudly. It was obvious that he was frustrated. When Luo Feng slashed at him, he didn't even block. He immediately used his hammer to attack Luo Feng. Human, go and die. Funya howled enraged. He no longer cared about Luo Feng's blade and attacks. His eyes were fixed on Luo Feng alone as he swung his heavy hammer, his two huge arms were waving about. It almost felt like attacks were coming in from all directions. Luo Feng realized that the situation had worsened. When he attacked before, Funya would do his best to defend with his hammers. With attack and defense, the pressure on Luo Feng wasn't too huge. Now, however, Funya had lost it. He no longer cared about the attacks, and he focused solely on offense as he swung the two fiery hammers at Luo Feng. Attack! All-out attack! Luo Feng felt like the skies were crashing down on him with the two fiery hammers that were at least a few times bigger than him. Rumble! He accidentally got hit. He was instantly knocked tens of thousands of km away, smashing into the mountain, creating a hole in it. Luo Feng rushed out quickly. Rumble! Countless hammer images madly poured down as Luo Feng was knocked back again. Fresh blood spewed out. Knocked over and over. Over and over. Luo Feng was like a tragic suicide scene. For him to attack Fenya, he'd have to get close to him, and when he got close, he would naturally be attacked by the two fiery hammers. Fenya didn't even care about being attacked, he simply just swung his hammers madly. Unless Luo Feng chose to retreat, he would simply just become a target. Even with his fast movement, against the lightning-fast mad hammers, he'd avoid them 7 to 8 times but would eventually still get hit once in a while. Shie! 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 Damn! Luo Feng's body was numb. He lay on the mountain peak, spitting out fresh blood. I can't fight anymore. Fenya's body is too sturdy, it's like AF grade metal. Even if it isn't at F9 grade, it's still at least at F3 grade. My blade cannot slash through, and he doesn't even need to care about my attacks. He only needs to hit me. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. The fiery giant took large stride past the space and appeared before him. Human! Fenya roared. He was shocked as he saw Luo Feng simply lying there. Had he given up? Howl! A terrifying howl resounded from the mountain range. The formless pressure spread past the surrounding 100,000 km. Even the fiery stone giant changed his expression, quickly turning to the side. He saw an incredibly huge silhouette rise gradually from the mountain. It was over 100 kilometers in length, and its body was covered in silver scales, which were filled with beauty. Silver scales, with 4 silver strong limbs, along with a silver scale tail, and an incredibly glaring pair of huge scaled wings. This was a completely silver-colored peculiar beast, which had dark gold eyes and a peculiar silver crown on its head. The crown, its 4 limbs, scaled tail, and huge scaled wings. In terms of body, these together made the golden horned beast look bigger than it was. The powerful pressure spread throughout, even the official Fenya felt fear within. What's this? What life form is this? In terms of size, it should be a space beast. The demon race isn't that big. The flaming giant looked at the sudden appearance of the beast and was completely shocked. He saw the very calm human on the mountain peak beside him. This human has the strength to match an official Undying. He's definitely a genius of humanity. This mysterious beast, is this his tamed beast? His sole slave? Or, it's a guardian arranged from his teacher? It's very likely that his teacher is some huge being that arranged a guardian for him. Simply relying on his own power shouldn't be enough to tame such a terrifying being. The sudden appearance of the silver beast made Fenya completely ignore Luo Feng. Fenya felt pressure. To the point where he didn't even know what beast this was? Completely silver-scaled? Such terrifying pressure? It seemed unlike any of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts. Howl! The beast howled again, its dark gold eyes were staring at Fenya. It unleashed its killing intent. Luo Feng stood on the peak beside, gazing at Fenya and muttering to himself, I don't believe that if I unleash beast god transformation, deities of the world, blood river energy, combined with the general armor and mysterious Shawu wings, I don't believe that this rock giant can take a fully unleashed golden horned beast. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 788, Luo Feng's Problem. Chapter 788, Luo Feng's Problem. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Terrifying, this beast is much more powerful than the star-eating Sector Lord. The Kawu Undying Fenya was covered in flames as he stood in space. Wielding the 2 huge hammers and staring at the mountain like silver beast, his countless years of battle experience made him naturally fear this beast before him. Howl! The silver beast let out a howl, its huge silver wings beginning to flap. Hoo! As fast as teleportation, it instantly passed over 10,000 kilometers in distance and appeared before Finya, after which it slashed forward. The space was like tofu before it. So fast, faster than any opponent I've met before, even faster than the emperor I met before. Finya was in distress. He was clear that the speed was his weakness. Against this huge powerful claw, he could only grit his teeth and defend against it with his hammers. Rumble! The space around them crumbled. The two fire hammers clashed with the claw, and the over 10 kilometers thick limbs of the beast slashed through as easily as stepping on an ant. It slashed past the two hammers at the official Undying's body. The blade-like slashes of the claw went through everything. The two hammers were knocked far away and Finya was completely torn apart. His powerful body had no resistance against the beast's claws whatsoever. Howl! Immediately after slashing Finya, the silver beast changed from slashing to slamming, pressing down fast on his broken body. 1. Finya was smashed into little pieces. The powerful official level Undying was reduced to powder from a simple slash and slam from the silver beast. However, the powder instantly regained his human form. He looked on with fear at the beast. Emperor level strength. Fog Island actually has an emperor. This beast is actually an emperor. Finya was afraid now. While exchanging blows he could feel it. Emperors were incredibly rare and the chances of bumping into one was simply too low. Luo Feng stood on the distant mountain peak and frowned. His energy didn't decrease at all. He was already reduced to powder earlier, yet it had no effect on his strength. Undying body is indeed an undying body. Even though the golden horned beast isn't strong now, it's still around the level of an emperor level. The silver beast was the golden horned beast. It was the beast in its strongest form. The beast was supposed to have 5 black horns filled with complex gold engravings about it. However, after melding with the general armor, it could take on any form. Luo Feng purposely made the 5 horns into a crown-like look on its head, and his beast god transformation had some effect on the beast's body too, after the fusion of the Shawu wings. Hence, it was hard to tell that it was a golden horned beast. Unleashing beast god transformation. Its 4 limbs grew thicker, and its tail was longer, as it became more like the structure of the beast god. After the golden horned beast's transformation, Blood River Energy, Nameless Manual's first level, it made it 330 times stronger than a human sector lord. Using the amplification techniques like Beast God Transformation, Deities of the World and its ability strengthen. Deities of the World amplified it 7.5 times. Beast God Transformation's first level was simply 2 times. However, these two were simply body amplification, they would contradict each other. Just like how Deities of the World could reach 36 times and Beast God Transformation could reach 64, however, the two didn't fully add on to each other. Simply reaching 80 times was already not bad. Hence these two techniques added together currently only had an overall effect of about 10 times. Combined with strengthen. This natural ability had no conflict with anything, it completely added on to anything. Hence, the beast could reach 20 times the max strength just from these techniques. Its body itself was 330 times. With everything combined, 6,600 times the sector lord strength. Finally, with the general armor's 10,000 times sector lord strength. Its final strength was 16,600 times. It was already in the emperor level. It couldn't be helped, Luo Feng's current law comprehension was weaker, even with the fusion laws, it was just about emperor level. Its entire strength was that of a low emperor level. Of course with Finya that was 2 to 3 times weaker in body structure and comprehension that was much weaker, it was easy to defeat him. After he reformed from powder, his world ring and hammers flew to his hand and he looked with fear and rage, I have to flee, otherwise I'll be killed. This Fog Island actually has an emperor, this is seriously bullying. So, he turned and fled, keeping his weapons in his world ring. He was clear that with or without them, there was no difference against that beast, it would instead affect his speed. Flee? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed coldly at the peak. I let you reform earlier, let's see how you do so again. Star eating. Luo Feng tossed. So? A gold light flew swiftly at Feng. It was the golden star-eating plant. Simultaneously, the terrifying pressure from the golden horned beast rushed down from above. With a flap of the Sha Wu wings and the first level of strike travel, it easily reached above Feng, making him look on with despair. Emperor Undying, why have you come here? Feng howled with despair. Right. Feng hadn't even realized up till now that this beast was actually a sector lord. Luo Feng had discovered this when he first began to meld the Sha Wu wings. The wings were a true treasure. Even the primal Chaos City leader, that level of being recognized it as a treasure, enough to make knights go crazy for. Back then. After Luo Feng acquired them, he melded it for the first time with the golden horned beast. He felt that the wings were simply too heavy and tiring to use. As time passed, it was just like the Luo Fu Chi board, it gradually became one with the body of the beast, almost just like another part of its body. After fully melding, the beast's body naturally gave off an aura. This energy was from the Sha Wu wings and it released it from the body of the beast. Even though it only released a little of it, it was enough to shock any official level Undying. With the fusion of the wings, there was no way to sense the beast's true strength. True Yan Emperor had said that Yanju Emperor had a special treasure that even knights craved for. The moment it was activated, it would be extremely powerful. Luo Feng had exclaimed back then. However, I now have this Sha Wu wings, it's enough to make the knights go crazy for. Just the pressure I release from it is just like the pressure an Emperor Undying releases. Rumble. Another slash. The poor Kawu Undying fleeing hard was instantly reduced to powder. As they regained its form, the beast slashed once again. 3 continuous slashes. Feng kept reforming, and even after a total of 3 times, his strength was unaffected. This was an undying body. Rumble, the 4th time he became powder. The gold star-eating plant madly grew, its speed was naturally not like the golden horned beast. It only managed to catch up after the 4th time Feng was destroyed. Countless gold leaves began to swallow the powder. Chi, the powder dispersed from the leaves and vanished. The undying plant actually didn't manage to swallow any of the powder. Who? The countless powders reformed into Feng again. What's he using the undying plant for? Looks like this star-eating sector lord hasn't fought with an official before. Doesn't he know that to kill one, he has to either destroy the soul or forcefully annihilate me? Feng looked on curiously at the distant Luo Feng, turning to flee again. Rumble. Another slash and slam, he became powder again and reformed. This emperor beast is another thing, why does it keep attacking me like that? Feng was growing more suspicious, even though it's emperor level, it's barely an emperor. Does it think it can kill me without any consequences at all? Feng fled again. The beast slashed again. Luo Feng frowned on the distant peak. It's like what I read before, killing an undying with an undying body sure is hard. Luo Feng's status was very high, naturally he had read up on this information before. With his methods, he was naturally unable to destroy his soul, he could only forcefully annihilate him. And that was extremely tough. It relied on absolute strength to pressure the enemy and destroy his undying energy. As long as his undying energy was destroyed, the enemy would die. There were 2 ways to forcefully annihilating the enemy. The first was when the difference in strength was huge, like the primal Chaos City leader or knights, they could easily kill an official level undying without any consequences. When the difference was that huge, destroying an undying body was easy. The second was for when the difference wasn't that huge, a low-level emperor killing a high-level official. Even though one can keep destroying his body, the enemy can keep reforming it. One would have to pay some price to kill the enemy then, that was to burn some of his own undying energy, burning some of one's own soul. And this was an eternal loss. A low-level emperor burning some of his undying energy would have an instant increase in strength, enough to reach a pinnacle emperor. Naturally he would be able to kill an official, annihilating a high official. Even a low-level emperor would have to recover for 100 to 1,000 years to get this done. Of course, for a high-level emperor to kill a high-level official, even without burning undying energy, using normal attacks while burning some undying energy could achieve the same effect, and the recovery would only take a few years. If it was an emperor pinnacle, then one could easily kill Feng. This was forcefully annihilating. It relied on a definite gap in strength. If the gap wasn't huge, one would have to rely on burning undying energy. Barely an emperor and he wishes to kill me without any consequences? Feng felt the dilemma too. How can I kill him? Luo Feng frowned. Destroying his body over and over doesn't harm him at all. And forcefully annihilating relies on burning undying energy. The golden horned beast is a sector lord, it has no undying energy to burn. What do I do? Luo Feng was stuck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 789, Sha Wu Wings. Chapter 789, Sha Wu Wings. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. With the golden horned beast's strength, it's easy to win the fight against that Ka Wu Undying. Killing him, however, it's not at the level of burning undying energy. The beast doesn't have undying energy. Have I reached a dead end? Luo Feng pondered on the many options within his mind. Everything was discarded again as none could work. There's only one way. Maybe, just maybe. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. I'll rely on Sha Wu Wings. The beast had already unleashed its strongest sky-tearing claw. The next strongest move would be the Sha Wu Wings. This was a treasure given to him by the primal Chaos City leader himself. It was used to flee, and it did have some battle ability too, the leader had told Luo Feng back then. Of course, it was mainly for fleeing and flying. It only had minimal attacking abilities. Luo Feng had experimented with it before and felt that its strongest points were its speed and sharp feathers. Slashing with them while flying at high speeds was like cutting with a blade. Howl! The silver beast flapped its wings and once again rushed at the fire giant Feng. Can you not be so excessive? Why? Feng was worried and angry. This silver beast's instantaneous speed, how can it be so absurd? It's only barely an emperor, it shouldn't be that fast. If it was a bit slower, I'd be able to reach sublight speed and then escape. Fog Island's resistance was pretty huge. Reaching sublight speed was the limit. One had to go to the special universe travel spot to reach light speed. As long as one was an undying, with enough time, they could all reach close to light speed. The moment they reached that speed, even if an emperor level was chasing behind, he wouldn't be able to catch up to a normal undying. As everybody's speed was about the same, no one could actually catch anybody. Unless one had teleportation. Hence, the undying battles relied strongly on instantaneous speeds. If the distance was close without sufficient space in between, it would be easy for one to instantly catch up with another ahead. After all, it did take a while to reach close to light speed. Sha Wu Wing's 3 forms. I can only trigger the first form currently, and my flight is already at a demonic level. The movement speed is shocking. Luo Feng thought. Even Yanzhu with his treasure from his father, the moment he triggers it he can fight against a pinnacle emperor. Even though my Sha Wu Wings aren't mainly for attack but used for fleeing, the moment I dodge and flee, unless one has teleportation or time stop, even an emperor level undying wouldn't be able to catch me. Rumble. The beast flapped its wings and moved fast as lightning as it left a blur in the air. At this point it already reached beside Feng. Hua! The feathers were like blades. As it flew past, the feathers acted like blades and slashed at Feng, almost like slashing through tofu as his body split in half at the waist. Ah! Fenya let out a howl of pain as he was slashed in half. Even when he was reduced to powder before, he had never once let out a cry of pain. Pain, intense pain. The formless piercing energy acted like water. Melting the ice, his undying energy seemed incredibly weak against it as it was forcefully melted away. However, the effect on his body was very minimal, it only instantly destroyed 2% of his undying energy. This was destruction from the root. Ah! Fenya howled in pain. I've succeeded. Luo Feng stood on the distant peak and revealed a look of glee. With his sensing abilities, he could feel his enemy instantly lose 2% of his undying energy. This effect surprised Luo Feng. This is indeed a treasure even the primal Chaos City leader regards as valuable. Its main use is for fleeing, however it still has some attacking ability, and that little bit is this powerful. And this is but a small portion of its true strength. The Sha Wu wings were incredibly mysterious. With the trigger of one's body and energy strength, it could trigger mysterious abilities. Luo Feng called this the space energy, and this was the powerful core of the wings. This particular energy allowed the golden horned beast to fly at shocking demonic speeds. The second form of the wings allowed for it to completely throw the space into disarray. One had to reach the third level of bones to trigger it. The third form allowed one to control the space tides. Required fifth level of horn to trigger. This all required the space energy from the wings to trigger. This special energy was incredibly powerful, however Luo Feng could only unleash the first form currently. The space energy was from the core of the wings, but Luo Feng could only trigger a very small portion of it currently. Yet it could already destroy 2% of his undying body. Go and die. Kawu undying, go and die. Luo Feng was extremely happy. Rumble. The beast flapped its wings and he once again used them to slash past Fenya's body. Shwa! 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 Fenya had no ability to even dodge. Even though he reformed over and over, as he reformed, the beast would slash past him again and he would lose another 2% of his undying energy. Even with an undying body, it would only take 50 times for it to be over, if he was a normal undying. Losing 50% of his undying energy was akin to 50% of one's soul, and his consciousness would instantly crumble. With an undying body, even after losing 99% of his undying body, he still wouldn't die. However, the final 1% could at most hold his memories, he would become a cannon fodder amongst undyings. Relying on this 1% to regain all his past strength would require trillions of years. No. No. Fenya howled in pain. Spare me, respected Emperor, spare me. Fenya communicated mentally to the golden horned beast. Against the beast's terrifying speed, he knew that even if he burned his undying energy to flee, he would still be unable to escape. That mysterious silver beast was simply too fast. Shwa! 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 In an instant, he was attacked over 10 times. Fenya's undying body was left with only 50%, he lost half of his soul like that. Emperor, don't force me, don't force me. He howled. Force you? Other race, just die. The beast's speed was terrifying, its silver wings slashing over and over at Fenya's body, destroying countless years of energy accumulated within. The undying body was the core. No! No! Seeing that he was only left with 30% of his energy, he was panicking. Losing half of his strength was too huge a loss, he howled in rage and finally sunk into despair. As the silver beast once again attacked, he let out a howl within. Rumble! He instantly self-destructed his entire undying body. Self-destruct. Fenya's final decision. Even if he couldn't kill an emperor, he wanted to heavily damage him, this was his revenge. Rumble, the space about crumbled along with the mountain range, the beast had wrapped itself in the Sha Wu wings as it was extremely close to the explosion. The wings had the ability to disperse the attacks because of its special material. Before this, out of the trillions of races in the universe, only the primal Chaos City leader knew of the existence of the Sha Wu wings. Destroying it was hard even for universe masters. This explosion was but a tickle against the wings. It diffused over 99% of the attack, with the final remnants of the force landing on the general armor, as long as it didn't exceed the armor's strength, 10,000 times that of a sector lord, it would be completely diffused. Rumble, the universe space crumbled. The huge beast wrapped in the silver wings flew back tens of thousands of km, before spreading its wings in glory, its cold gold eyes looking forward. It took all the goods left behind by Funya. I have to leave quickly, that battle drew too much attention, there are already some teams rushing over. Luo Feng frowned and looked in the distance, the beast entered his internal world. So, with a flash, he used his strike travel. However, it was obvious that his usage, compared to the golden horned beast, was on a completely different level. One was mainly the difference in body, and secondly, the beast had the Sha Wu wings. The death of one of the 12 officials of Fog Island, Boulder, was known to very few. He didn't send out a distress signal before dying, as there were no other allies who were stronger than him on Fog Island. Who could he ask for help from? As for leaving a warning to others, who would he warn? With the silver beast reaching emperor-level strength, only the 12 officials could actually make a move on it. As for the other 11 officials, none of them were from the Ka Wu race. Since I'm dying, some of you will come join me. Funya didn't care about the others. If they were the same race, he may have warned them, but towards the other races, he wasn't that noble. Luo Feng returned to his base. The star-eating plant grew throughout the caves to protect his palace, and Luo Feng sat within happily. Ha, Sha Wu wings. Teacher gave me a true treasure. His mood was extremely good. He sat and drank his wine as he pondered. I finally got a sense of fighting a strong warrior. That Yan Zhu has a treasure that would make other emperors jealous. Yet now, I have one too, and it's even better than his. Even though its main usage is for fleeing, however, it still has some offensive and defensive abilities. He. A thought struck like lightning within his mind. He muttered softly, the golden horned beast's close combat and the blade work of the human body. After which his eyes gleamed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 790, Creating Techniques on Fog Island. Chapter 790, Creating Techniques on Fog Island. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Back when he studied in Primal Chaos City for 1200 years, Luo Feng had pondered about his blade work and the golden horned beast's close combat skills. The Virtual Universe Company had lots of techniques, however those techniques were infused with many other laws. Yet, Luo Feng couldn't find anything related to the Beast God Path techniques. After all, no one in humanity had ever reached Shi Luo Duo's level of accomplishment in the Beast God Path. Even the blade techniques of some of the knights were simply in the beginning stages, hence those imperfect techniques would naturally not be sold. Selling those imperfect techniques would be a disgrace to the knights. And as he couldn't find suitable techniques, with only Shi Luo Duo's techniques that were best suited for the Beast God Path, yet it was mainly just for spirit readers. After troubling over this for so many years, I'm still stuck with this even in the Outer Region Wars, even after spending 100 years trying to refine the 7 illusionary blades, and creating 7 new blade forms. However, his level of refining was too low. At least I gained quite a bit of experience from the process. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. And I finally found the right path from this battle. To improve, one had to first choose a path. Luo Feng was blind to this before. And without any experience from anyone else before. I'm so silly, he thought. Beast God, the beast god itself is an embodiment of the fusion of laws itself, and it's a fusion of the space and gold laws. With my training, the golden horned beast will gradually naturally infuse the beast god power and become more like it. Whether it's the claws, horn or tail etc., these are all weapons of the beast god. I've had too much balance before. I couldn't find the most suitable technique. I didn't know whether to study claw techniques or tail techniques or any others. Now that I think about it, it's so silly. The strongest thing about the beast is without doubt the Sha Wu wings. Luo Feng was very excited. But these wings have little use to the universe masters. Naturally, as I get stronger, I should create techniques suited for the Sha Wu wings. The Sha Wu wings are strong themselves. Combined with suitable techniques, and infused with the beast god path within, it'll naturally be the strongest method. Luo Feng smiled. The human will work on blade techniques etc. Why? Because his blade work was naturally stronger than his punches and kicks. If it was weaker, warriors would naturally use their fists. In reality, they all mostly used weapons, only few with special techniques used only their fists. Human body will work on blade work and spirit weapon techniques. The beast will create a scaled wing attack instead. With a certain path ahead, he just needed to spend the time and focus on his goals. Luo Feng began to madly study techniques such as strike travel and linear universe, which were both ways to use his wings. They could also be used in attack. One had to know that the beast originally had scaled wings, hence, there were many winged attack techniques in its inherited memories. Luo Feng studied them. And from the Virtual Universe Company's treasure trove, he had already exchanged for some wing attack techniques. While it may not be as deep as strike travel or linear universe, what he needed was references and experience in creating such techniques. Studying many different types would broaden his perspectives and ideas. Studying many different techniques and melding the beast god presence in, Luo Feng began to create his own battle techniques. Fog Island. Silver Beast, flee. Quickly flee. Its speed is too fast, it should be Emperor level. Little. The four other race warriors fled, however, with a flash from the scaled wings. It felt like a bright light in the sky had descended on them. It was terrifying. After which they were all torn apart. These pinnacle general undyings had no way to withstand the terrifying Sha Wu attack infused with its space energy. They instantly crumbled and fell. Everybody disperse and flee. It's the Silver Beast. If just one of us can escape. The poor other race undyings were once again decimated. As time passed, the news of the Silver Beast on Fog Island spread. During their discussions, the other race undyings determined that this Silver Beast was at least at pinnacle official power, or even at Emperor level. The moment one met it, that would be a tragedy. At least on Fog Island, there was no warrior strong enough to fight against it. No one knew of where it came from. They only knew it was from the human camp. However, each of the four camps all had large amounts of other races under them, and only very few had special races that were that powerful. This Silver Beast may have come from a desolate part of the universe. Bastard. Even if this beast isn't an emperor, he should have pinnacle official level strength. And its speed is terrifying. With such strength, why is he staying on Fog Island? It should head out to the main continent. The main continent has large amounts of officials, even few emperors. That should be its battleground. Right, it's excessive. I heard that 2 of the 12 officials have already fallen. Don't say such things. It's hard to say whether they fell from the Silver Beast or they fled to the main continent. Even if they left, they wouldn't let us know. Actually, the Silver Beast is still okay, killing only once every 2 years. The most terrifying thing is, anyone who meets it is certain to be killed. Hence, it scared off many of the warriors off Fog Island. Fog Island clearly has a lot less warriors nowadays. Bug Clan subservient race undyings were discussing on a ship. The reputation of the Silver Beast had become a nightmare for Fog Island. It exceeded the 13 tyrants of Fog Island from before. Back then, how could the 12 officials and one star-eating sector lord compare to the Silver Beast? When meeting the others, the chances of fleeing was still high. But, after meeting the Silver Beast, even if the 6 Undyings dispersed and fled, they would be lucky if even 3 of them managed to get away. In the blink of an eye, over 100 years had passed since he began studying wing techniques. Luo Feng finally managed to get a basic idea of a Sha Wu wing attack technique. Even though it was crude compared to Shi Luo Duo's absolute manuals, it far exceeded the new 7-blade techniques, and there were still many areas to refine it. Creating a technique sure isn't easy. Especially creating a top-class technique, like Soul Imprint and Illusionary 7 Blades. Luo Feng shook his head. His perspectives had grown, and his law comprehension far exceeding his teacher Hu Yanbo. Also, having seen many top-tier techniques and including his teacher the Primal Chaos City Leader's guidance, how could his improvement be slow? It's time to go see my teacher. Luo Feng sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network. According to the Primal Chaos City Leader's request, he would often go to Thunder Island, Primal Chaos Shrine to seek guidance. Virtual Universe Thunder Island. Within the highest area of Thunder Island, there stood a shrine engulfed in primal chaos energy. As the true disciple of the leader, Luo Feng would naturally be allowed here. So, Luo Feng suddenly appeared before the shrine. This shrine had no staff, and it was completely empty. All it had was the omnipresent primal chaos energy. He stepped in. Stopping within the shrine, he said respectfully, "Teacher. What's the matter?" A voice resounded from the energy. "I've made some progress in my techniques created for the Sha Wu wings. I'm here to seek guidance." Luo Feng said respectfully. "Unleash them." The voice spoke. "Yes." Luo Feng said respectfully. With a thought, he vanished and an over 100 kilometers long golden horned beast appeared. This was the virtual universe where everything was simulated, and according to what his teacher said, his shrine had some of the special effects of the training grounds. Whatever he thought of could appear. Luo Feng naturally transformed into the beast. Its wings were more suitable for the Sha Wu wings. The wings were naturally simulated in the virtual universe too. The highest authority in the virtual universe company was the Primal Chaos City Leader. Hence, when he became the golden horned beast etc., he didn't have to worry about any privacy issues. Hua! The beast waved its wings. This wave had the experience of strike travel. With just a slice during flight, every attack was deep and powerful. The space would be sliced apart like tofu, natural and light. The feathers slashed past the air and left behind a very faint trace. So, the beast landed in the shrine and transformed back to Luo Feng. "Teacher." Luo Feng said respectfully. Luo Feng was pretty confident within. He was simply using the most basic usage of the Sha Wu wings over 100 years ago, simply borrowing its speed and special features. Now, however, it was completely different. It may seem simple, but its power was much more than before. Luo Feng was naturally elated. The voice spoke from the energies. "Your wing attacks are already considered at entry level. It's obvious that they aren't perfected yet. If you do, they will be much more powerful. However, it's hard for you to find proper opponents to train them against. From today on, stay frequently in your training grounds. I'll arrange special opponents for you to match your weak points, allowing you to constantly battle them and train your techniques. In about 1,000 to 2,000 years, you'll have some progress in your first absolute manual." "Yes, teacher." Luo Feng was incredibly respectful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 791, 1000 Years, Progress. Chapter 791, 1000 Years, Progress. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Go on. The voice spoke. Luo Feng bowed respectfully and vanished. It has only been a few thousand years, but Luo Feng is already able to kill an official. Even though it's using the golden horned beast and the Sha Wu wings, it's already not bad. If this goes on, he will eventually catch up with his senior Kudi. The city leader sat cross-legged in his shrine, the energies revolved around him, making him look like a blurry silhouette. If I had given Kudi a treasure back then, maybe he would still be alive. The city leader sighed. Kudi was after all one that had passed even the Sector Lord Sky Mountain. In terms of law comprehension, he naturally reached the 20th level. He was already close to a knight, and was much stronger than Luo Feng. Of course, he had trained longer than Luo Feng too. Even though he was very powerful and had many trump cards, with many survival methods etc., a treasure like the Sha Wu wings was hard even for a knight to acquire, much less geniuses like Kudi and Luo Feng. And only a being like the primal chaos city leader, a true absolute warrior of the universe, could produce a treasure like that. Virtual Universe Primal Region, Luo Feng's training grounds. Originally, every primal region's training grounds were the same size. However, with the city leader making the arrangements, Luo Feng's place became as big as the expensive slaughterhouse, the virtual space within vast and endless. Within the vast space, Luo Feng stood there and transformed into the over 100 kilometers long silver beast, golden horned beast. Having the primal chaos city leader as your teacher sure is good. Even my personal training grounds has become as large as the slaughterhouse, it sure is luxurious. His virtual assistant Babata shouted happily. And he even arranges for special opponents to work on your techniques and weaknesses. Even your teacher Tru Yen doesn't have such vision and arrangements. Babata said excitedly. Luo Feng nodded. Right. Even though he created these techniques, he wasn't sure on what their weaknesses were. It was hard to create opponents who were good enough. However, the ones arranged by the city leader were different. The city leader was one of the most pinnacle beings of the universe. Looking at Luo Feng's techniques was like looking at little children playing. He could easily see through everything. Wang, a blurry silhouette suddenly appeared in form. He was a 10 m tall body made completely of rocks. It had flames burning between the rocks, and its eyes were burning with purple flames. This god had a powerful energy that emanated throughout, and he wielded a 30 kilometers long blood-colored pitchfork. Of course, in terms of size, he was like an infant compared to the golden horned beast. Howl, the beast howled too. The first battle began. In the following weeks, every opponent the golden horned beast faced was incredibly terrifying. Almost all of them were proficient against his weaknesses. According to the training plan set by the city leader, he had to defeat each one before another would appear. In the virtual universe, the basic structure of the beast is fixed. To get stronger, you can only rely on your law comprehension and powerful techniques. The opponents that I have set for you. Defeat one and another will appear. If you can defeat 500, it means the technique you created is already top class. If you can defeat 1000, it means it has reached a pinnacle level. This is similar to the level of Shi Luo Duo's absolute manuals. Of course, to be specific, you'd have to defeat 1,200 opponents to reach his level of techniques. Also, if you can defeat 2,000 opponents, it means your technique has reached the extreme level, the level of the techniques I create. Work hard, my student. This was what the city leader told him. These words made Luo Feng's ambition grow, and he was also able to feel just how terrifying his teacher was. Shi Luo Duo's absolute manuals were at the pinnacle level, and his teacher, however, was considered an extreme level. Difficult. Beating each opponent was extremely tough. Each battle would make him reflect and refine his techniques more. The shortest he took with one opponent was about 10 days to half a month. The long ones took about 10 years, and he still wouldn't even be able to defeat him. The hardest of the first 500 was the Hui Suo Space Beast. This was an undying beast with the natural ability to stop time. It made Luo Feng lose many times. After a few hundred battles with it, taking a total of 18 years, it was the longest he took against an opponent. After spending 200 years, the golden horned beast defeated 500 opponents. Regardless, Luo Feng wasn't satisfied at all. He continued to fight and study. It got harder and harder, and the time it took to defeat each opponent grew longer. However, he would constantly study the 3 ancient pictures from before, the battle scene of the beast god. This was much more profound than Shi Luo Duo's absolute manuals. It also gave him a much more discerning feeling as he looked at them. A total of 1,000 years. He finally defeated the next 500 opponents. Howl. On a desolate planet, there were countless green threads flashing in the surrounding 10,000 km, it wrapped the entire planet. The golden horned beast waved its wings and left behind a terrifying silver blur of light. Not long after, countless green threads were instantly destroyed. Rumble, the planet was torn apart too, as it was slashed like tofu by the silver wings of the beast. The 1000th opponent was the rare lifeform green thread bug, and this opponent had stalled Luo Feng for 102 years. But finally he was able to defeat it. This bug could produce trillions of green threads, but it was rooted to the planet. It could control life puppets. This particular one the beast fought had no life puppets and could only use its own body to fight. Battle after battle, the beast kept losing and being killed. After 100 years, it finally won once. Howl. The beast raised its head and howled. After which it became a human silhouette. Ha 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 ha, I actually created a pinnacle technique. Even though it's only the first form, it's too powerful. Luo Feng was very excited. The beast god armament had a total of 6 forms. The first was the beast god descends, but it was a form from Shi Luo Duo's absolute manual. This was very normal. According to Luo Feng's plan, before becoming a knight, he would probably only create 2 to 3 forms. Luo Feng, I have to worship you. Babata mocked him. He. Luo Feng smiled, as he was feeling happy within. How could he not? Shi Luo Duo was an absolute being, and the manuals he created were terrifying. Even though he had only created the first form, at least this first form was on the level of pinnacle manuals too. What's more, Luo Feng's law comprehension wasn't exactly very high. This first form was already good for him to use, like the beast god's second form, he had no way to use it at all. A technique that he can't use was useless. I've succeeded, it's time to visit teacher. Luo Feng thought. With a flash, he vanished. In the highest regions of Thunder Island, the shrine lay amidst the chaos energies. There were no staff or anybody around, and only endless chaos energies could be seen and felt. Luo Feng suddenly appeared and entered the shrine. Teacher. Luo Feng bowed with gratitude and respect. A blurry image walked out from the depths of the shrine, and he was dressed in a long gold robe, with green scales on his head. His face was similar to an earth human, and his expression was amiable. Only his eyes seemed profound like an endless ocean or vast space. It was completely different from the body in Primal Chaos City. His gaze, however, was the same. Teacher. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. When he came to the shrine before, he never actually got to see his body. You've actually created a pinnacle technique. Even though it's only the first form, it's enough for you to use, and it's what you created yourself. There are many pinnacle techniques in the universe, but the one you create is most suitable for yourself. Even if you study other extreme level techniques to the highest level, if they don't suit you, their power will never be as strong as your own. The city leader's eyes were satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Luo Feng listened obediently. Extreme level technique? Firstly, they were incredibly hard to study, and every one of their creators were universe masters. Even if they didn't suit him, studying them would still be better than normal top-class techniques. However, Luo Feng had created a pinnacle level technique, just one level below the extreme level. and because he created it himself. It was most suitable for him, and its power naturally huge. Do you want to continue on? Attempting the 1001st opponent and moving on? The city leader joked as he asked. I naturally want to continue. Luo Feng replied respectfully. A soldier that didn't wish to become general was not a good soldier. A warrior that didn't wish to become a universe master wasn't fit to be one. Luo Feng naturally wanted to attain as much power as he could, hoping for his own technique to reach the extreme level. Even though he knew that the path was tough and the success rate was incredibly low, he would still attempt it. Very good. The city leader nodded satisfied. Does your technique have a name yet? The first form is set, but I still don't have a name for the entire manual. Luo Feng thought. What name? The city leader asked curiously. The first form is called Milky Way Across the Sky. Luo Feng said respectfully. This technique was a way to use the scaled wings and use it as blades. Like flying and winged blades, the two could interchange easily. This name came naturally to him when he created it. Think of one for the entire set. The city leader smiled. Even though it's only the first form, it's still one of a pinnacle manual, it has to have a name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 792, Home, Moon. Chapter 792, Home, Moon. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Name. Luo Feng pondered. The Great Being Shi Luo Duo's manuals were at the pinnacle level too. Such manuals definitely had to be named with careful consideration. What shall I call it? This is a scaled wing attack technique that can be used as a blade technique. Wing blade? Void blade? Wing blade 6 forms? Wing blade 7 forms? The main thing is using the Sha Wu wings to fight, hence, Sha Wu manual? But this can also be used with a blade to battle, using the Blood Shadow blade. Maybe, Blood Shadow manual then? Luo Feng thought of many names, vetoing each one. He felt they were lacking. What does it lack? Luo Feng kept thinking. Looking at Luo Feng ponder, the Primal Chaos City leader watched silently. A pinnacle manual was the proof of an absolute warrior. Even if he were to fall, his manual would be passed on. Hence, every warrior would carefully consider the name. This was also a proof of longevity. Luo Feng's eyes suddenly gleamed. It lacks a certain strength. The strength of the spirit. The thoughts continued in his mind. When I think of my manual, I get a boundless sense of force and emotion. When I think of it, it fortifies my warrior's heart, and I understand my own resolve. What my resolve is. The many scenes appeared in his mind. I want to stop my parents from suffering, letting them lead a good life. Back during the base era, Luo Feng carried his shield and blade, exploring the wilderness and beginning his warrior's path. Dragon Egg. Armor. In Wilderness Sector 003, a monster leader was fighting with 2 war gods. Luo Feng rushed in and took away its egg and armor from its nest. A cornered rabbit will bite back. You really think I won't kill you? His flying blade lopped of the powerful head. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with madness as he fled madly. At that time, Luo Feng was like a demon. 100 billion? When offered the huge bounty, he was filled with fear about his teammates divulging the information. 28 billion? The first time his brother Luo Hua saw the number, he was stunned. Luo Hua, I told you before, I will let you stand confidently before that lady Xiaonan, and before her parents. I told you before. Luo Feng promised before his brother. The honor of becoming an investigator of the Dojo of Limits. The appearance of the golden horned beast and the apocalypse of Earth, the many warriors of Earth risking it all to fight the golden horned beast. Just leaving Earth into the universe, he was very careful and yet decisive, visiting the world within a world and fighting with his life. Every step of the way, he unleashed his talents, risking it all in missions, and all these came from his heart of resolve. To protect his loved ones. Protect his home. Home? Family? Luo Feng instantly came up with the name, Moon. Looking at the moon, he would reminisce and miss his family. Luo Feng had been studying many ancient Chinese texts, hence the first thing he thought of was moon. Countless poems from ancient times spoke of the moon while dreaming of their home, standing alone under the moon and remembering their family. Moon. One law alone is simple, but with many others, they form a policy. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I've only created the first form now, there will eventually be the second and third, together they will form a policy. My new manual shall be called Moon Policy. Luo Feng made the decision. Moon Policy represented his resolve, the policy also represented his ambition, and his spirit to never give up, but to get stronger. Don? The city leader looked at Luo Feng's excited gaze and smiled. Yes. Luo Feng replied respectfully. Tell me? The city leader asked. It shall be called Moon Policy. Luo Feng answered. Moon Policy. The city leader was curious. There wasn't any manual in the universe that used the word policy, most were XX manual, or soul imprint, or linear universe, strike travel, Nanshan 7 forms etc. He had never seen a manual called XX policy. What's more, the meaning behind moon, the city leader didn't fully understand. Even so, he didn't bother to ask more. Moon policy, let's hope this name will cause fear and envy amongst the trillions of races. The city leader smiled. I will work hard. Luo Feng said respectfully. The city leader nodded. Teacher, I want to ask, what are the levels of a technique? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. He only knew that the top 3 which were top class, pinnacle and extreme. The city leader said, easy distinction, low level, normal, top class, pinnacle and extreme. The techniques normal sector lords and some normal undyings usually create are normally low level. Like the inheritance you got from Huyen Bo, his soul imprint has some special features. It already surpassed the low level category, it should be considered normal. Like the new 7 blades you've been studying, even though it surpasses the original 7 illusionary blades, it's still within the normal category. Many official level undyings and some sector lord geniuses have normal level techniques too. Above that, is the top class. Usually sector lord absolute geniuses, and emperor level undyings will create such level of technique. Above that is pinnacle. Like your other teacher Truyen, who was able to survive even before a knight, he's as powerful as a normal knight. A being like that, or even like your senior Kodi, who was extremely powerful during sector lord level, they would normally create pinnacle level techniques. The knights all mostly create pinnacle techniques. Of course it's just like what I told you, the opponents you face, from the 1000th to 1999th, they are all using pinnacle techniques. Hence, even within the pinnacle techniques, there are still huge differences. Even though Shi Luo Duo was strong, he was still only from a normal race like the Gold Horn race. They don't have the background of humanity, hence the techniques he created cannot compare to ours. This is why, his techniques will only be about the level of the 1200th opponent you will face. As for the extreme level is too far away from you for now. The city leader smiled, when you can deal with the 2000th opponent, then we'll talk. Luo Feng was shocked within, immediately replying, yes teacher. Actually, you've already done not bad this time. The city leader said. With my full support in altering your opponents according to your improvement, while dealing with your weaknesses every time, under such circumstances, your efficiency in studying has risen hundreds to thousands of times. I still thought that with my help, I'd be able to help you create a top-level technique in 2,000 years, but you exceeded my expectations. Creating a pinnacle technique in 1,200 years, your comprehension is very high. At least in the Beast God path, it's extremely high. Luo Feng felt regretful within. The creation of a technique was very hard. To have someone specially arrange such opponents for him, even the knights would find hard to do. With such help, how could he not improve fast? 1,200 years, it was akin to his own self-study of hundreds of thousands of years. How could teacher even know that even though my comprehension of the Beast God path is high, it's not as high as you think? He pondered. I have the Beast God statue to help me. I'm able to study it personally and understand it, feeling its aura. One who stays near vermilion is stained red. Studying the statue daily made his improvement naturally fast. Go on. The city leader turned and walked into the energies. Continue to fight against the warriors in the outer region wars. The life or death training will help you perfect your techniques and help you improve faster. Yes. Luo Feng bowed respectfully and vanished. In the 7th battlefield, Fog Island was shrouded in mist as a living ship flew. 1,200 years, these 1,200 years, the silver beast has vanished. No one on Fog Island has seen it since. For demon undyings and their demon puppets sat separately, as the atmosphere was relaxed. It might have gone to the main continent. There are many strong warriors there, many officials and even some emperors. Those emperors have all sorts of techniques. Anyone able to become emperor must have huge fortunes, and they are able to buy large amounts of automaton weapons or terrifying items. They aren't easy to deal with. The silver beast may even be killed by some emperor there. With the disappearance of the beast, Fog Island now has many more officials than before. Now there are 18 tyrants, and they are all extremely arrogant. Especially the star-eating sector lord amongst them. When the silver beast dominated the Fog Island, he remained hidden. Now that it's gone, he sure is arrogant. However, to be accurate, he is extremely strong. I heard that even against an official undying, he's able to keep up. His strength improvement is huge. 800 million km away from this living ship, a black disk ship was swiftly leaving Fog Island. Within that ship, a black armored Luo Feng stood and looked at the undyings chatting 800 million km away. He said softly, "The silver beast vanished? It simply can't find any opponent here on Fog Island. The main continent is supposed to have a lot more powerful warriors, with many official levels about. One would easily bump into officials everywhere and occasionally the emperors. I have to be careful. Officials are already hard to deal with and emperors have even more wealth than I do, and there will be other race assassins about. They may come up at any time." Luo Feng thought, on the main continent, I definitely cannot reveal the connection between the star-eating sector lord and the silver beast. If the other races don't know my trump cards, my chances of survival would be much higher. Battle? Danger? Bring it! Luo Feng gazed into the distance at the incredibly vast main continent. That was the Yanji main continent, which was tens of thousands of times bigger than Fog Island, and many strong warriors were there. The black disk ship continued to head towards the main continent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 793, Yanji Main Continent. Chapter 793, Yanji Main Continent. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The main continent had a largest diameter of 1.8 light years. Its surrounding thousands of islands together didn't even add up to a tenth of the main continent. The main continent had a black disk ship flying at sublight speed above its desert. Luo Feng, 960 million kilometers away. There's a team with 3 undyings and an army of over 10,000. According to the army's conversation, there should be one official undying amongst the 3, and he's pretty strong. After a while, Luo Feng, 980 million kilometers away. There's a team stationed in the desert. There are 2 Undyings and 23 Sector Lords. According to what they are saying, they should have just finished a battle and lost quite a bit of their strength. Their team has just one official. After a while, the leader of the team is an official. The leader of the team is an official. Luo Feng sat in the sofa of the control room, casually sipping his wine, listening to the reports of Babata. Alright Babata, you don't have to tell me everything in detail. Luo Feng put down his glass. You don't even have to scan, I'll be able to guess that every team almost definitely has an official. Indeed the master of Babata, you are wise. Babata mocked. When Luo Feng reached domain lord level, according to the living AI's most basic system, it would automatically regard Luo Feng as its master. However, as it was already a living AI, with its own emotions, it still naturally resonated more with its old master Hu Yinbo. It normally called Luo Feng by name, hardly ever calling him master. The name was just his way of calling him. As a living AI, Babata naturally respected Luo Feng as its master. This was the special quality of a living AI. Like the automaton race, a pinnacle race of the universe, every one of them was a living AI. They had strict limitations about authority within their bodies, and they would never have an incident where the lower-ranking warriors would disrespect the higher rankings. It could be said that they were the most united race of the universe. Why's my ass? I've been in the Yenji main continent for 36 days, discovering over 800 teams. Whether it's other races or human teams, according to what I've seen, there's never been a team without an official. Luo Feng shook his head. It's obvious that every team here has an official. Strange. According to the information I gathered, among the Undyings, the generals should take up 2/3 RDS of the Undyings, the officials 1/3, and there should be very few emperors. With the percentage of officials that high, out of every team of 3 to 5 Undyings, there would most definitely be one within. A team without an official cannot survive on the main continent. Luo Feng smiled. It was just like when the star-eating Sector Lord appeared on Fog Island, it forced the Undyings into group in 5 or 6. One theory was the high percentage of officials meant that more teams would have officials, forcing the teams without one to form alliances with another that had at least one official. That way, their chances of survival were much higher. Otherwise, if they were attacked by a team with an official, they would be massacred. Official. They had undying bodies, and it was very rare that officials were killed, unless a particular enemy official was very proficient in soul attacks. Looks like there are very few emperors. After flying here for 36 days, I haven't even seen an emperor team. Luo Feng shook his head. That is very normal. It takes about 2 years to fly past the entire continent, and that is flying in a straight line. If we want to search the entire continent, considering that the emperors don't move at all, even searching for 10,000 years wouldn't be enough. You've only flown for 36 days, do you think it would be that easy to find an emperor? Even if you bump into one, his scanning device may be even more advanced than yours. It may completely block off yours, and we wouldn't even be able to discover him. Luo Feng shook his head. Babata. Luo Feng ordered. Activate all abilities of the second scanning device, and maintain number 1's normal state and close off all of its jamming abilities, only maintain its protection status. Luo Feng ordered. Understood. Babata immediately did so. The first device was the one he spent a huge fortune on in Primal Chaos City to exchange for. This was definitely something an emperor would use. The second one was the one he got when used the golden horned beast to kill the official level Undying Funya. This one would cost about a few 100,000 mixed elements too. It was not bad. Right now, he closed off all jamming systems of the first device. Then, as long as the enemy teams had devices better than his second device, they would be able to find Luo Feng. It was hard to find any device better than his first device, however, it was easy to find people with those better than his second. Luo Feng, you sure are crafty. Not crafty, just bored. I have to catch some fish, luring them to eat my bait. 310 million kilometers away, there was a completely black living ship flying. Within its control room. Despicable human, actually having an undying plant. If not for it, I'd long kill them. A scaled wolf head man roared. The humans are simply too wealthy, even an official human has an undying plant. Humans are wealthy. Another undying with large compound eyes and butterfly wings said beside him. If it was Luo Feng, he could instantly tell. This was the Wei race, a powerful race that wasn't subservient to the demons. Actually, there were many other powerful races in the outer region wars that weren't subservient to the four pinnacle races. Some of them sent their members after discussion with the pinnacle races just for experience and training. Even to the point that there were other pinnacle races besides the four. After all, demons, automaton, humans, and bugs, these were but four of the 6 pinnacle races of the universe. As their territories were close, they often clashed and fought. There were 2 other pinnacle races in the universe. As they were much further away, naturally they wouldn't get too involved in the big wars. Otherwise, just the cost of transportation alone would be shocking. However, there were some members of the 2 pinnacle races that were willing to come fight. Like the Kawu race, even though they belonged to the side of the bugs. In truth, they were subservient to one of the 2 distant pinnacle races. Humans are very adept at machinery and living things. Another Wei Undying said with envy. Combined with the one and only virtual universe network, combining the entire strength of humanity, using their resources most efficiently, it's made it hard for any other race to match them. Humph. Humans have poor body structures. Hence, they are much weaker than us demons. This is why they have to use other tactics to match us. The wolf head man said. It's a pity that the space beasts are too proud, not wanting to be part of us demons. Those proud space beasts should think too, they have high intelligence and talents, and they are huge beasts, they should naturally be part of us demons. This is especially true for the pinnacle 12 bloodlines, they are even higher than our royal bloodlines. It's a pity. The space beasts have powerful strength, but no territories, it sure is peculiar. A Wei lady spoke. Even without territories, they are situated throughout the universe. The wolf head man said. The space beasts are scattered throughout the universe, many sector lord pinnacle beasts never meeting another in their lifetimes. Unless they become undying and have eternal life, only then could they make contact with the Space Beast Corps. The Space Beast Alliance. That's one of the super alliances of the universe. If that alliance was willing to merge with the demons, our demons would definitely become the top pinnacle race. The wolf head man exclaimed. The demons and space beasts did have many disputes. Actually, as a whole, the space beasts were like a strengthened demon race. The demons couldn't be blamed in wanting them to merge. While these 3 undyings were discussing humans, demons, and space beasts. The wolf head man looked at his arm screen. The other 2 Wei undyings looked at him. Captain? The 2 of them asked curiously. We've discovered a ship, it's a human. The wolf head man said seriously. What's special about a human ship? The lady smiled, looks like the captain is triggered by humans. No, there's only one human on the ship, and it's a sector lord. The scaled wolf head man emphasized. Sector lord? How can that be? The 2 Wei undyings were shocked. The main continent was filled with powerful warriors, it was almost certain there would be an official within every team or someone with the abilities of an official. However, there was a human sector lord on the main continent now. A human sector lord actually dares to come to Yanji main continent? Is he looking to die? The other 2 undyings couldn't believe this. I've thought of a person. The wolf head man said suddenly. Do you remember the star-eating sector lord I spoke of on Fog Island?
Fog Island's star-eating sector lord? The two-way Undying's single eyes gleamed.
I heard that he has the strength of an official and an 100-vine star-eating plant. The Wolfman revealed a smile. This human sector lord could very likely be the star-eating sector lord. Maybe he found himself invincible on Fog Island and decided to come to the main continent. How stupid. The main continent isn't like Fog Island at all. Let's kill him. Are there any objections?
Of course not.
The two other Undyings laughed. Let's get close, the wolf-head man ordered. So, the living ship swiftly flew towards Luo Feng's ship.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text Chapter 794, Accumulating Contribution Points. Chapter 794, Accumulating Contribution Points. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation.
The living ship got closer.
Look, that human sector lord is still casually sipping wine.
The leading scaled wolf-head man pointed at the screen and mocked. If only he knew that he was being watched by the Demon Clan's pinnacle official warrior from the Gold Fear race, he'd probably be weak in his knees from the fear.
The Wei lady laughed.
Beside her the Wei man nodded and said coldly, "Ignorance is bliss, let's help him die faster." To have such power at sector lord level, he's definitely an absolute genius by the Demon Alliance standards. His rewards would be extremely high.
It is very high.
The wolf-head man nodded, hence we need to record footage of the battle and keep his body and items to prove our work.
Unlike the humans that had the virtual universe, the demon communication system was much more backwards.
They could only maintain consciousness communication in the 7th battlefield, and were unable to project images or footage, much less the synchronized broadcast of the virtual universe network.
Understood. The two Wei Undyings were excited.
Within the ship, Luo Feng sat in his control room and sipped his wine, revealing a peculiar smile, muttering to himself, "Ignorance is bliss, right, you guys are right.
You are very blissful right now, because you don't know what's about to hit you. Actually, the contribution points I'll get from you will be pretty high, official pinnacle.
Hee, I am much stronger than the boulder of Fog Island, the golden horned beast should have no problems getting rid of you."
5 minutes, 4 minutes. Countdown 30 seconds. 30, 29, 28.
Luo Feng's first scanner clearly recorded the distance between his ship and the living ship. So, an undying light ball that was being condensed instantly shot through tens of thousands of km, hitting the black disk ship Luo Feng was in. The E9 ship was instantly torn apart with large amounts of alloy remains shooting in all directions. The entire ship was exploded open along with the space itself, as countless space fragments shook. After a while, the fragments regained their form. Amidst the ripples, a black silhouette stood in space. He held a shield and had a blade on his back. "Little punk, you sure got some guts coming to Yanji main continent." A sharp voice resounded from the butterfly-winged Undying with compound eyes. The Wei lady spoke, "Only at a sector lord level, you must be an absolute genius of humanity. How can you be so stupid?"
"His stupidity gives us points,"
the Wei man said from the other side.
"Don't waste time, hurry and kill him,"
the wolf-head man said from the distance. The three Undyings surrounded Luo Feng from all sides.
"So noisy."
Luo Feng brandished his blade from the scabbard on his back, his gaze gleaming coldly at the three Undyings. Poor little. The Wei lady had just begun to speak.
Who?
The two Wei Undyings simultaneously became blurs, leaving a S-curve as they flew towards Luo Feng.
They shot out large amounts of white threads from both hands, seemingly like spiderweb.
Luo Feng, however, saw through it easily. The threads shot through the distance, slashing the space and creating a thin slit. The two Undyings released over 10 million threads that wrapped around Luo Feng from all about, wanting to trap him within.
The Wei Yi race sure is powerful, their methods aren't ordinary at all.
However, these two are obviously still too weak.
Luo Feng shook his head.
Hua, hua. Countless white threads wrapped about him. What an idiot, he doesn't even block it, the Wei Yi Undying male mocked. Even though the two of us are weaker, however, even if the captain was caught by us, he wouldn't be able to break free immediately. The lady's compound eyes sneered, after which, however, their smiles vanished. Because, just as the white threads began to form their cocoon around Luo Feng, they were shocked to realize that the black silhouette was already thousands of km away.
How can that be? How can his dodging speed be even faster than us?
The two Undyings were shocked. Luo Feng simply glanced at them. While creating his techniques, the 182nd opponent set by his teacher, the primal Chaos City leader, was a Wei Yi Undying. Back then the golden horned beast fought against that Undying. That opponent was Emperor level, and his power and skills were at a much higher level. The Wei Yi race were well known in speed and dodging, and they could naturally spit threads. The threads they made were incredibly flexible and sturdy. The moment they formed a cocoon, they would trap their opponents. Even if the enemy had his body completely shattered, he wouldn't be able to escape. This was like a cage that was almost impossible to escape from in a short time.
It was a pity.
Luo Feng had detailed information about them within his inherited memories, and with battle experience against an Emperor-level Wei Yi Undying, how could he be bothered with these two barely official punks?
Die!
Luo Feng flashed 3 times, leaving behind warps within the 10,000 kilometers area, almost like lightning that was warping.
Strike travel!
The Wei Yi man immediately hurriedly tried to dodge and use his threads to stop Luo Feng.
But, it couldn't be helped, Luo Feng was faster than him by a large margin.
Hua! The blood shadow blade instantly left behind a terrifying flash. This silver flash was invincible, slashing through space itself, leaving behind torn fragments of space and creating a silver Milky Way. The flash of the blade formed a Milky Way.
With that Milky Way, it couldn't be stopped.
Rumble! The shocked Wei Yi Undying was instantly torn to shreds.
Moon policy first form, Milky Way across the sky.
Hua! Hua! Another 2 flashes and 2 more Milky Ways appeared in the space, one tearing apart the Wei Yi lady and another rushing straight at the wolf head demon.
3 Milky Ways
attacking 3 Undyings.
Howl!
The body of the wolf head man instantly broke apart. A powerful howl erupted as a huge gold-scaled beast with a wolf head but with a horn on top appeared.
Its head scales had incomparably complex engravings.
One of the royal demon empires, the Gold Fear race. They were renowned for swallowing. They were somewhat similar to a weakened golden horned beast.
Captain, I lost 3% of my undying body.
I lost 2% of my undying body, but the 2 Wei Yi Undyings reformed their bodies in mid-air, as their eyes filled with rage and shock. They had just recently completed their undying bodies, hence they weren't fully stable yet. However, they were barely official level. To damage their undying bodies, one had to at least have barely Emperor strength or close to Emperor ability.
Indeed.
The current Luo Feng in his human body did have close to Emperor strength. His basic strength was 1,000 times that of a normal sector lord, which was at a low official level. In terms of skill, over 1,000 years of creating his techniques and studying the Beast God statue, with it in hand, it allowed him to reach the Beast God presence of passing the Heavenly Bridge's 18th level. This was already at the Emperor level. As for his usage of the blade, he had created the pinnacle technique Moon Policy.
The 3 had combined
skill and blade work with the increase in body strength. This allowed him to have close to Emperor level strength. After all, the true pinnacle emperors, like Bloodthirst Emperor, Fantasy Spirit etc., the techniques they created were only top class level. But Luo Feng's blade work was indeed very intrepid.
A human sector lord with close to Emperor level strength? If we kill him, how much points would we get?
He may be slightly stronger than me, but it can't be by that much.
The two Wei idiots just finished their undying bodies, and they have yet to stabilize it.
Even I have the ability to damage 1% of their bodies at a time. The Gold Fear Race Demon's eyes were burning, and this human is just a sector lord, he doesn't even have an undying body. The worst case scenario, I'll burn some of my undying energy and give it my all to kill him. Such a genius, his points should be akin to an emperor. Killing a sector lord genius had a much higher reward than killing a similar level undying sector lord with the strength of an emperor. Killing him would give him the points akin to actually killing an emperor.
The two of them actually got injured, and their undying bodies were damaged?
Luo Feng glanced at the two Wei undyings. So weak, my earth body only has close to emperor strength.
And not even a true emperor.
Howl. The distant gold-feared demon rushed over and opened its mouth.
A terrifying suction strength immediately acted on Luo Feng's body.
He probably wouldn't dare forcefully swallow a similar level pinnacle official, but a human sector lord, even if he was strong, he was still human without an undying body.
He immediately attempted to swallow him.
The sky and land grew dark as the powerful space energy acted on his body.
Poof!
Luo Feng instantly took out the undying star-eating plant that instantly swelled and covered 100,000 kilometers of space.
Let's see how you swallow this. Luo Feng's other body was the golden horned beast. Naturally, he was clear on the weakness of this ability. The swallowing area had a limit.
A 100,000 kilometers diameter plant was something the demon had no way of swallowing.
Howl.
The demon was forced to stop abruptly as it howled. Countless gold lights appeared in the surrounding space, and within this gold domain, the demon rushed at Luo Feng.
Be my training partner. Once I'm done, the golden horned beast will kill you and get the points.
Luo Feng wielded his blood shadow blade and instantly rushed at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text Chapter 795 Eliminate Early. Chapter 795 Eliminate Early. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation.
In the air above the vast desert, a huge terrifying gold-feared demon was battling against a black-armored man. The battle was intense as the both of them were fighting at close combat.
Poo-chi.
The slash that left behind slits in the space only managed to slice through the scales and skin of the gold-feared demon. Even though gold blood spewed out, with his undying energy flowing within his body, such injuries meant nothing to him.
Howl, the demon clawed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng flashed about, instantly dodging his attacks while attacking again. His blade flashed across the skies. Despicable human.
The demon howled after fighting for a while. He's too cunning, his dodging and hiding abilities are simply too good, I cannot even hurt him. He had initially thought he'd engage in close combat with the advantage of his undying body, thinking it would be incredibly easy to kill him.
However, he realized that the human was simply too fast.
Even after so many exchanges, he only managed to clash blades once in a while, without even harming him once.
Anxious, rage. Killing this human will be very hard, unless I burn my undying body. The beast recognized the fact. I have to report to the Alliance. It thought. A human sector lord with strength close to an emperor, he's definitely an absolute genius.
Even with just the report, if confirmed, I will get quite some points. The beast immediately began his report via his device in his world ring.
I'm on Yenji main continent, my coordinates are. I've discovered a human sector lord proficient in blade work.
I believe that he's the star-eating sector lord from Fog Island. His true strength is a little stronger than a pinnacle official, and closer to emperor. My two Wei underlings had just gotten their undying bodies, and his attack actually damaged their undying bodies. The Gold Fear Beast reported.
A pity. The communication systems of the demon race was simply too weak. It was unable to even send images, and was only capable of mental communication. Even the confirmation of the contribution points will be taken care of only after the report reached the base. The human virtual universe network's synchronized broadcast, on the other hand, could easily confirm the battle situation, sending points immediately. My blade is actually able to pressure this gold fear demon. Combined with my movement skill, it's perfect. Luo Feng was excited as he battled. The feeling of battling in the outer region wars sure is different from the virtual universe. In the virtual universe, one would subconsciously recognize. It was all simulated. All of them were fake. This was a natural instinct. Even if it did have the ability to train his techniques, it was unable to produce the feeling of fear and caution within Luo Feng. The outer region wars, however, were different. The enemy may produce surprise tactics at any time. He didn't dare get careless at any time. Like this gold fear beast, the moment he burned his undying body, he would instantly have emperor-level strength. Of course, that was akin to burning his soul, and unless it was truly necessary, he wouldn't do so. Training complete. Time to let the golden horned beast appear. Luo Feng immediately used his first scanning device to jam the enemy's devices. Simultaneously from afar, a huge silver silhouette appeared. Its high-speed movement made it seem like a blur. It rushed straight at the two-way undyings. They are actually in a stalemate. Accurately speaking, the captain is losing. The two-way undyings watching the fight from the distance were both stunned. No problem, the captain has an undying body. Even though he's losing, there's no danger, and the moment he burns 2 to 5% of his undying body, he'll settle the human quickly. Even though almost all of the points will go to him, as long as we get a little, that's still something. The two-way undyings were chatting when they suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. What? They turned fiercely, and their compound eyes saw an incredibly glaring silver light tearing past space. It slashed past space like it was tofu. They didn't even have time to react as the silver light sliced past them. This wasn't some silver light, it was the silver beast's Sha Wu wings. Wings like a blade, sturdy and piercing, slashing past everything. One. The two low officials had already lost some of the undying bodies when the human Luo Feng slashed them. As the Sha Wu wings sliced them apart, the space energy from the wings instantly caused their bodies to degrade and get reduced to nothing. The beast flapped its wings and headed straight for Luo Feng and the gold fear demon. The gold fear demon had discovered the silver beast the moment it attacked the two-way undyings. However, when it discovered they were instantly destroyed, the demon was completely shocked. What? Emperor undying. Definitely an emperor. Since it's so relaxed, it's definitely not a low emperor, at least a high-level emperor. The demon was filled with fear. No wonder the scanning device couldn't detect it. Its scanning device must be much more advanced than mine. Damn, what beast is this? Flee. The gold fear demon couldn't care about the human genius anymore, immediately fleeing. Flee. Luo Feng pretended to be shocked too as he turned and fled. One human and one demon were both fleeing. Hope that emperor undying chases that human. The demon thought within. Go chase that human. Why are you chasing me? He's caught up. Who? The Sha Wu wings flapped and the golden horned beast instantly caught up with the demon. Voila! The wings acted like blades. Moon policy was firstly created as a winged attack, and was especially used with the Sha Wu wings. Even though it was altered to be used as a blade technique, it was obviously much more wanton and carefree as a winged attack. The silver light slashed past his space. The gold fear demon was sliced in half. Fresh blood along with its organs could be clearly seen. The blood and organs seemed to be held by a formless power, as the two bodies quickly rejoined. I lost 6% of my undying body.
The demon was extremely shocked. This is a pinnacle emperor, pinnacle emperor. It was a pinnacle official. To easily harm a pinnacle official's body, one had to have a pinnacle emperor's strength.
Spare me, spare me. The demon immediately communicated. Pu Chi. Pu Chi.
The golden horned beast flashed over and over, slashing the demon countless times.
Its speed was simply too fast.
The moment his body reformed, he was sliced apart again, instantly losing 50% of his undying body.
Spare me, senior, don't force me.
The demon was worried.
Hua!
The beast attacked again and it made the demon fall into despair.
Go and die. The demon howled and used the remaining energy within to self-destruct.
The countless years of accumulation of his undying body, it held terrifying amounts of energy. It instantly exploded and the force of the explosion instantly reached the level of a pinnacle emperor's level of attack.
Rumble!
Hundreds of thousands of km of the space above the desert was instantly torn apart, countless space fragments were shredded. The golden horned beast had immediately flashed away the moment it discovered the undying demon was about to self-destruct, simultaneously hiding behind the Sha Wu wings. The wings grew in size and completely covered the beast as it was knocked back a few hundred km before stopping. The Sha Wu wings had diffused over 90% of the force. Even though the remaining force exceeded the 10,000 sector lord limit of its general armor, the armor still diffused 90% of the remaining force. That little force remaining was only about over 6,000 sector lord strength. It was but a tickle to the golden horned beast. Luo Feng, who was pretending to flee, stopped too. It quickly let the beast collect the items left behind and put him back in his internal world.
Powerful. My beast god presence is already at the 18th level, and with my pinnacle technique. Luo Feng thought.
However, my body's structure side is only still at the basic emperor level. With the three together, it gives me a high emperor strength. The Sha Wu wings are simply too powerful. The space energy it produces sure is terrifying, but
it's able to harm even a pinnacle official's body. Luo Feng was extremely happy.
He took the items from the three officials and produced another ship, swiftly leaving. Within the management department of the demons in the Outer Region Wars.
Confirmed report.
A human sector lord with close to emperor level strength has been discovered on Yanji main continent. He should be an absolute genius of humanity, ranking among the top 100 of human sector lord geniuses.
Looking at the result produced by the AI. Two completely black-colored puppets sat there.
Having close to emperor strength, he should be a core genius of one of the 5 Leviathans, like the primal region sector lords of the Virtual Universe Company. Even though there are 100 of them, only 1 to 3 RD of them are probably able to reach close to emperor level strength. A completely black-bodied man with a lion head said seriously.
Indeed.
There were indeed over 100 human geniuses that had close to emperor level. Those sector lords that have trained for up to millions of years, their law comprehension would at least reach up to the 18th level. Combined with their trump cards and techniques, they could produce close to emperor level strength.
However,
close to emperor level, just that alone was very difficult to kill a low-level official. I didn't expect the star-eating sector lord of Fog Island to have such strength. He had only killed normal undyings back then, battling with the weak officials of Fog Island. Now he actually has close to emperor level strength. Another black-bodied puppet with 99 miniature heads spoke. The human geniuses are all well hidden, it's hard to find one. For such a genius, to be that powerful at sector lord level, the moment he becomes undying, he's set to become an emperor. And he could very likely be a high emperor, or even pinnacle emperor. When he gets an undying body, killing him would cost tens of millions of times more. Even though his strength is not weak now, he still doesn't have an undying body, and killing him is still easy. Such a threat should be eliminated as early as possible. The lion head demon said.
The
puppet with 99 heads nodded. I'll immediately report this and let the upper management give the order. But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 796, Vanishing Without a Trace. Chapter 796, Vanishing Without a Trace. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. In the desolate regions of Yanji main continent, there was an ancient palace that lay amidst endless ice mountains. No one knew when it was built, however it had become Purple Sky Emperor of the demon race's territory. The captain's mood hasn't been too good recently. I just heard her scolding the vice captain earlier. We've been on the Yanji main continent for close to 10,000 years, and yet I've never seen her so troubled. Right, however I heard that she's this troubled because of a human genius. Really? I'm not sure, I just heard that. Two demon undyings in their puppet bodies were discussing secretly. They were both members of the renowned Purple Sky Team of Yanji main continent. Purple Sky Team. It was one of the teams that was well known, and its captain Purple Sky Emperor was an emperor undying of the demon race, who had the ability to teleport. The vice captain was also a low-level emperor, and almost all of the other members were pinnacle official. The weakest was at high-level official level. Such a team, naturally it was renowned within the main continent. Even though it was powerful, it couldn't be called invincible. Within the depths of the palace, a lady with an incredibly beautiful fox head wore a black robe. Her puppet body wasn't too different from her real body. Her expression and gaze were also incredibly alluring. Bastard! Plus that bastard, he actually dares to provoke me. The wolf-head lady was incredibly angry. Luckily the upper echelon are wise, can they blame me? It's been a year since I got the mission and none of the members in the entire Demon Alliance in Yanji continent have even seen the human sector lord. If they can't even find him, how will I kill him? How will I do it? Plus, he dares to call me useless. Can they blame me? This idiot, he's definitely enticed by the contribution points. By killing a human sector lord whose points given were akin to an emperor, it's hard to blame him. It's a pity that you won't get it, idiot. Purple Sky Emperor cursed. Within, she was sullen. Even though she was an emperor with teleportation, normally official and emperor levels all had undying bodies. With her ability, she could at most kill a pinnacle official. As for emperor warriors, there wasn't a single emperor on the entire Yanji continent that could have a 100% guarantee of killing one. A low-level emperor was incredibly hard to kill. A high-level emperor was naturally even harder. Hence, to kill a human sector lord and still get points akin to an emperor, this was naturally incredibly lucrative. Her close to 10,000 years of points probably didn't even add up to a tenth of this mission. Hence when she got the mission, she was extremely excited. One had to know that even though they were on Yanji main continent, the demon race had only 2 emperors. However, there were a total of 329 emperors in the Demon Alliance. The demon race had a lot of subservient races after all. Along with some others that weren't subservient, but those who come along form a distant location to be part of the demon race to take part in the outer region wars added up to the 329 emperors on the main continent under the Demon Alliance. This mission was one that everybody eyed. However, the internal department of the demons naturally passed off such missions to their own. Since Purple Sky Emperor had teleportation, hence she got the job. Back then, it had made many others jealous, but it was useless as this was an order from the top. Purple Sky was very happy, she couldn't wait to go kill the human sector lord. All of the members in the Demon Alliance on Yanji continent were given the order to immediately report if they discovered the human sector lord with strength akin to an official. The moment they determined the location, Purple Sky Emperor would immediately teleport over. 1 or 2 light years of distance was very easy to teleport to. It could be said that the entirety of Yanji main continent was within her teleportation range. she could instantly reach any location within the continent. The moment she got a report, she would immediately teleport over to kill the human sector lord and acquire the huge amount of points. What a simple job. Useless. The information department sure is lousy. It's been a year and no reports have come over, no one has even discovered the human sector lord. She raged within. Being able to see the prize and yet not get it was hard to swallow. The upper echelon gave her the opportunity to get so many points and yet there hadn't been a single report. Human sector lord. I don't believe that you'll stay hidden forever. Our demon alliance takes up a quarter of the main continent. Hence, I don't believe no one will bump into you. As long as you reveal yourself, you'll be dead. Dead. Purple Sky grit her teeth. She was waiting in anticipation while not knowing when it would happen was hard to bear. At this time, Luo Feng didn't even know he had become an important target for the demon race. Die. A glaring silver flash slashed past the air above the ocean. The space was instantly torn apart as a Milky Way covered the skies. The short half-a-meter-tall other race Undying was instantly slashed in two. He was still relaxed before, but after reforming, he was filled with fear and shock as he discovered he lost 18% of his undying body. How can this be? How can this be? The official Undying was extremely shocked. Hua! Hua! A few more silver slashes, the Undying couldn't even escape, only managing to self-destruct at the last moment. The battle had ended. Who? Amidst the ripples, Luo Feng floated in space, a black pair of wings flapping behind him. Undying bodies are sure hard to kill, but the first time I came to Yanji main continent, the Earth body had hurt the way Undyings. That was truly lucky. Those two Undying bodies were probably still very weak and new. Now, however, I am coming across the stronger basic officials, and I'm unable to hurt them relying on my blade alone. Luo Feng shook his head. Using my blade is ineffective against them. I have to rely on the Sha Wu wings. The Sha Wu wings sure are powerful, even though the Earth body is much weaker and can only trigger a pitiful amount of its space energy. I am still able to kill a low-level official already. Time to leave. Luo Feng collected the goods and sat in his ship, leaving far from the battlefield. Within the ship, Luo Feng sat in the control room. Same old rules applied. He closed off his first device's jamming abilities and using his second device normally. The Sha Wu wings sure are useful. With it, the Earth body that could only kill an Undying general before can now kill a low-level official. And the golden horned beast can kill a pinnacle official. And the wings also make the enemies unable to sense my power level accurately. He laughed happily. When he first came to the main continent, clashing with the Gold Fear Demon and Wei Undyings, Luo Feng realized a problem. There were too many powerful warriors on the main continent, totally unlike Fog Island. There, a low official can become a tyrant, with only 10 or so of them. In this main continent, however, I heard there are over 1,000 emperors, but these were facts. Even though the humans only had 3 emperors on the main continent. However, there were many other subservient races under humanity and its alliances. Together, they had a few hundred emperors. After all, this included tens of thousands of races. With 1 emperor for every 10 races on the main continent, this made the number of emperors very high. In total, the main continent had over 1,000 emperors. Naturally, compared to the large amounts of generals and officials, the emperor numbers were incredibly pitiful. There are many powerful warriors on Yanji continent. I could still mess around on Fog Island, however on the main continent, battling over and over with official pinnacles with the chance of meeting a low emperor. This could result in the other races targeting me. Teacher had warned me of this before. What can I do? Luo Feng had pondered back then. He quickly came up with an idea. The Sha Wu wings. The wings were a true treasure, and when used on the golden horned beast, it completely hid the beast's energy levels. The natural pressure it released made the enemy think it was a powerful warrior.
One theory was the wings on the Earth body could naturally hide his energy. I'm so smart. Combining the Earth body with the wings and controlling the pressure released, acting as a pinnacle official.
The golden horned beast with the wings can release more strength.
He. That way, a pinnacle official human becomes extremely normal here. Luo Feng was very happy.
After which, he acted according to his plan.
Exploring the main continent, the beast and his human body would never appear simultaneously.
Some battles were for his earth body to train, and the beast would never reveal itself unless an unexpected danger presented itself. These battles were for him to work on his blade work and study moon policy. During some other battles, the human body wouldn't even show himself, and used the golden horned beast from the beginning combined with the Sha Wu wings. These battles were mainly for accumulating contribution points. After all, the efficiency of the beast in collecting points was much higher. These were the two types of battles. One was for training and the other was for points.
Luo Feng was having a blast on the main continent.
It had been a year since his battle with the Wei Yi Undyings. There had been 6 battles and he had encountered 10 other Undyings, during which he used his earth body to battle 3 of them and 3 for the golden horned beast. He killed a total of 5 officials and 3 generals.
The efficiency was very high. A low official is not even worth me training my blade work.
I have to find powerful warriors, like a high official, to give me a good challenge.
Luo Feng was very excited.
Battling the many other races along with their many techniques and methods gave him an excitement from the hunt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text Chapter 797, Walking Alongside the River. Chapter 797, Walking Alongside the River. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation.
Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had been on the Yanji main continent for 3 years now. He had had a very fulfilling 3 years, battling and training as he improved. Most of his time was spent studying the battles, laws and beast god presence, while studying his techniques and so on. He had a total of 15 battles over these 3 years, killing 22 official Undyings and 19 generals, of which 18 officials and 13 generals were killed by the golden horned beast, while the human body only killed 4 officials and 9 generals. He had relied on the Sha Wu wings to kill the officials.
This made Luo Feng feel that
he was still very weak. Even though his comprehension speed was fast, having only trained for a few thousand years, the other primal region sector lords couldn't hold a candle to his efficiency. However, those that had trained for up to 1,000,000 years were close to his level of comprehension. They were all official level standard.
And the top 23 were close to emperor level standard. The top few all had comprehension levels reaching the 18th level of the Heavenly Bridge.
However, they were all still extremely far from Kudi's level. As the law comprehension got harder and harder the more one trained, True Yen was stuck on the 20th level, spending trillions of years and yet still being unable to pass the 21st level. The levels towards the end were much harder. Breaking through from the 18th to the 19th was almost akin to the difficulty of the 1st to 18th levels added together.
The difficulty compounded as it grew.
Hence, even though the 18th to the 20th may seem short, almost every generation of primal region sector lords all reached the 18th. However, to reach the 20th, it probably took 10 million eras for one. These 3 years, Luo Feng had made a name for himself. The golden horned beast had killed pinnacle officials. Even though only 2 out of the 18 were pinnacle officials, the name of the beast had spread wide. After all, many of the 18 were high officials. This was something only a high-level emperor could do. The strong were numerous on the main continent, with countless races, yet there were only over 1,000 emperors.
Every one of them had their own reputation.
The golden horned beast always appeared as the Silver Beast, and since its winged attacks were terrifying, naturally it got the nickname Silver-Winged Emperor.
As for the Earth body,
he was considered a very normal standard on the main continent. Naturally it didn't attract any attention. The fourth-year Luo Feng was on the main continent, within the automaton virtual base.
Ci Wei Ka. In the streets, a tall automaton youth suddenly shouted, "Senior!"
His body was mainly silver, and there was some gold at its waist and shoulder areas. From a glance, it looked like a handsome alloy automaton youth was lowering its head in respect.
Ci Wei Ka, how are your gains in the outer region wars?
The tall youth smiled and asked. I've already completed 51.2% of the Master's mission. I'm currently in the 7th Battlefield's Yanji main continent. There are many other powerful warriors here. My efficiency will keep rising. Killing over 1,000 more almost official levels will probably help me accomplish the goal.
The handsome youth smiled.
The automaton race had very unique differences from the other races because every one of them were born as living AIs. They were born recognizing their master. Within the race, a knight would naturally make some undyings recognize it as their master, but the powerful leader of the automaton race, who was comparable to the primal Chaos City leader, would naturally make some knights recognize it as their master. These processes were carried out much earlier. Unless their strengths were to someday exceed their masters, only then would the master remove the binding, if not they were bound by their roles forever. The entire automaton race had this pyramid hierarchy. One universe master controlled large amount of knights, the knights controlled even more undyings. They had emotions, they could feel rage, jealousy, excited, happiness and so on. However, the master binding was something within their core. The moment their masters were picked, they would definitely abide by them, without a single thought of betrayal. While they may feel jealous of some other comrades, they would remain completely loyal to their master. The pyramid hierarchy ruled all. This was the automaton race, a definite level of strictness, without even a single thought of betrayal. This was a terrifying race.
Completed 51.2%? Ci Wei Ka, you sure are exceptional. It's no wonder the master pampers you.
The tall youth laughed oddly.
My debt to the master, I will naturally give it my all in return.
The handsome youth remained humble, maintaining his respect. Very good, keep up the good work, hurry and become an emperor.
The tall youth ordered. Yes, senior, I will definitely work hard and learn from you.
The handsome youth lowered his head. The tall automaton youth replied, leaving the youth Ci Wei Ka alone after. Inside, however, he was indignant. Isn't he just a weak-ship living AI that accompanied the master back then, having life or death experiences with the master? Now he's only an official pinnacle, yet the master pampers him more than me.
If the master hadn't helped you out that much, how could you kill so many officials? You make it sound so easy. Finishing your mission after killing another 1,000 or so more. Let's hope you fall in the battlefield.
The handsome youth glanced at his senior leaving, his eyes gleaming coldly. These followers the master collected, especially the emperors, they are all stronger than me, and give me guidance.
But, what a bunch of idiots.
When I was going through life or death situations with the master, where were you all?
You are jealous of the relationship I have with the master?
If it weren't for the race rules, forcing me to show respect to the higher level comrades, I wouldn't even be bothered with you all.
Ci Wei Ka was unsatisfied within.
He looked down on these emperors. The master treated him like a brother, why would he bother with the emperors?
I can meet the master and report straight to him.
These punks, they probably have to wait just to meet the master. Ci Wei Ka rubbed his nose and looked up, heading towards where his master was. The virtual world created by the automaton race could spread within a star region. Hence every one of the hundreds of regions the race had, they each had one virtual world. Even though they were scattered in different regions, everyone was able to communicate with the main base. With that as the main coordinator, naturally, this was all very complicated, and the normal automaton warriors didn't have the right to enter. Ciwei Ka, through the special virtual world set up in the outer region wars by the automaton race, he could use his consciousness to enter the main base. Only then could it communicated with his master. The automaton virtual main base was called Indigo World. A pyramid ship flew in the air above Yanji main continent. Ha! The automaton youth dressed in his jade green armor opened his eyes and smiled. The master treats me well. I only have to complete 80% of the mission for him to give me a treasure. If the other jealous seniors knew about this, they would probably erupt in rage. However, so what? Idiots. Even though in terms of strength alone, I cannot match them. However, in true battle, our automaton race is after all known for its usage of treasures and methods. With the many treasures and trump cards the master gave me, I can even deal with emperors. If forced into a corner, I can even harm a pinnacle emperor. Ciwei Ka was that confident. Because he had killed many officials these past years, he naturally formed a sense of confidence from his experience. Ah! This human sector lord, scanning device, project. Ciwei Ka ordered. Immediately, he could see the 3D image projected, and in it was a black armored human sector lord seated there cross-legged. Human sector lord? Yanji main continent actually has a human sector lord? He rubbed his alloy nose, frowning. His scanning device is pretty advanced, even only the pinnacle officials of our race will have such a device. If it's the other races, normally only emperors would have such. A weak human sector lord actually has such an advanced device. Luckily, my device was given to me from my master. It's much more advanced than even the emperors of our automaton race. Ciwei Ka slapped his alloy chair, standing up. This punk is still training, he hasn't detected me, his background must be huge. He may have special human treasures on him, and he may very likely be an absolute genius of humanity. Even if that is not the case, his background alone must be huge. However, the bigger the better, that means his wealth would be even more shocking. The more of a genius he is, the higher the contribution points will be. His eyes gleamed. Other race warriors didn't care about their backgrounds at all. Get close. I want to kill this human sector lord. Ciwei Ka ordered. The low-cost pyramid ship immediately headed to where Luo Feng was training. There was a saying, walking alongside the river for long periods of time, how could one's shoes not get wet? Luo Feng had relied on his scanning device to fight whoever he wanted these past 3 years, jamming whoever he didn't want to fight. However, when the enemy's device was more advanced than his, that power naturally belonged to the enemy. At this time, Luo Feng didn't even know about the danger, and part of his consciousness was in the virtual universe. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain, 9-star bay, within his residence, a private movie hall. Luo Feng and Su Xian were enjoying a movie. There were just the two of them. This is much better than the movies of Earth, Su Xian said softly. Luo Feng held his wife's hand and smiled. The geniuses of the universe creating movies, whether it's the storyline or the virtual effects etc., they are all much more exciting. Naturally, it gives a more thrilling experience. The couple chatted softly while watching. This was their way of maintaining their relationship. Luo Feng's expression suddenly changed. What's the matter? Su Xian was shocked. Sorry, my wife. Luo Feng smiled apologetically and vanished, returning to reality. He had encountered a dangerous situation. Su Xian suddenly stood up, nervous. She knew Luo Feng was in the outer region wars. Naturally, she was incredibly worried. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 798, Trouble. Chapter 798, Trouble.
Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Yanji main continent, within an ancient underground palace. The walls of this palace had ancient sacrificial pictures, and they had faint law ripples. Over trillions of years, they had yet to be fully destroyed. Luo Feng was shocked when he first saw them. Who knew what life forms lived here countless years ago? He sat cross-legged in the palace. Suddenly. Rumble. 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 9 light pillars simultaneously pierced through the thick stone layer, hitting the palace directly. The brute force of the lasers instantly broke apart the palace. Even the space around was ripped apart as large amount of rubble flew about. Luo Feng only awoke when the 9 pillars were hit. Not good. Black armor extended over his body, protecting his entire body as he swiftly lifted the beast god shield. A powerful glaring beam of light rippled onto Luo Feng as it shot through the palace. The power of the lasers were already reduced by half after piercing through the stone layer. Its first hit was on Luo Feng's beast god shield, allowing him to dodge in time. Darkness ensued, the underground palace crumbled. Luo Feng flew backwards too. Where is it from? Luo Feng immediately adjusted and flew through the torn space. Hua la la. He pierced through the deep caves and surfacing out of the cave. He looked up and was shocked. In all directions. There were a total of 9 pyramid ships. It was clear from their positions that the 9 laser beams were shot from these 9 ships. Automaton ships? Luo Feng frowned. Automaton ships, Babata, can the scanning device detect these 9 ships? Luo Feng, the scanners are unable to determine the target. They are probably totally jammed. The enemy has a more advanced scanner than ours. Babata communicated mentally back, someone with a device more advanced than ours. Luo Feng, you need to be very careful, his strength could very likely be emperor level. Luo Feng was very calm. Luo Feng could tell from the surface energy barriers of the 9 pyramid ships that every one of them was much more expensive than his Yunimo planet ship. Where is he from? Luo Feng was shocked. Just these 9 ships are all better than my Yunimo planet ship? From the feel of it, the energy barriers are very strong. Maybe only if I let the golden horned beast out will I be able to harm the 9 ships. Strong warrior. A true strong warrior of the automaton race. This wasn't the same automaton warrior that went after the same treasure as Hu Yin Bo. That undying back then was only at general level. He wasn't that powerful, and his ship was only a pinnacle E grade. How could it compare to this warrior that could so easily brandish 9 extremely expensive pyramid ships? Bastard, I can't find a trace of him. Luo Feng was worried. This was the first time. He had the taste of having an opponent with a better scanning device than himself. He had always toyed with the other opponents before, fighting and fleeing as he felt like. Now that power was completely in the hands of the enemy. So, Luo Feng paused for a short 0.01 seconds in mid-air before swiftly fleeing. Little punk, trying to flee, Ha, toying with a human sector lord that dared to come to the main continent sure is fun. Millions of km away from Luo Feng, Xiai Wei Ka watched the scene in his control room with interest. When Luo Feng tried to flee, he instantly ordered, attack. The 9 dormant ships suddenly rumbled and their bottom parts tore open, revealing a few 100-meter wide cabin doors. Hua hua hua. Almost like locusts flying out, black automaton puppets shot out like lightning. The 9 ships simultaneously shot out large amounts of black puppets. Theoretically, these 9 ships were all 1/800 m tall, and with the engine within the ship, it was unable to fit too many puppets. However, at this moment, they flew out continuously. Almost in a blink of an eye, over 1 million black puppets had flown out of each ship. 9 million. Looking at the 9 directions, a blur of countless black puppets covered the skies. Luo Feng was stunned. These puppets were all 10 m tall, and completely black. They carried axes, blades etc. on their backs, all sorts of weapons. Just where is this guy from? This is too absurd. 9 million F9 grade puppets, and every one of them is completely made of F9 grade metal black swan essence. Even if the costs are economized, every one of them is still made of so much metal, a single one alone should be worth 10 mixed elements. 9 million would be 90 million mixed elements. Spending such a huge fortune to buy a sea of puppets, this is too extravagant. Just where is this guy from? There was a saying that a sharp blade worked better. Similarly, 90 million mixed elements worth of wealth would do better being spent on precious treasures or weapons. But for 90 million puppets? Truly controlling each with precision, normally 1 million was the limit, and any more would definitely be a waste. Wah! The 9 ships that shot out 1 million F9 puppets each. The closest one to Luo Feng had its puppets simultaneously gather energy within their chests. Rumble! A million light beams shot at Luo Feng, they formed a huge 100 in diameter pillar of light. So, Luo Feng wielded the beast god shield and swiftly dodged. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 9 ships took turns to gather energy and attack in turns. As the distance got closer, from the third attack on, Luo Feng was unable to dodge no matter how fast he was. He could only rely on the beast god shield and his soldier armor to defend, blocking the terrifying attacks. Luo Feng immediately unleashed his movement techniques, flying straight towards a group of the puppets. The puppets, however, dispersed simultaneously. The other 8 armies pressed in close. No matter how he escaped, the 9 groups all maintained a suitable distance. Whichever way he fled, the army there would disperse and the others would close in. As such, Luo Feng was trapped. Bastard! This too vulgar. Luo Feng was worried. The distance between him and the armies allowed them to hit him over and over. He actually consecutively blocked 20 of my energy attacks? Every one of them is akin to full blast from a pinnacle official. Cai Wei Ka, who was controlling the puppets from a distance, was stunned. This human sector lord sure isn't ordinary. The shield he uses to deflect my attacks is completely undamaged, it even disperses a large amount of the force, hee. Begin the 3 army combined attacks. Cai Wei Ka ordered casually. When the 9 armies began surrounding Luo Feng, they attacked in turns one by one. Luo Feng was unable to escape and was trapped. After withstanding 20 attacks, the 9 armies began to combine 3 armies together and attack. The force of the attack was too huge, actually this was probably the limit of the 9 armies. After all, they were all in different positions, they could only at most gather 3 armies to attack at once. However, Luo Feng once again withstood the attacks. Trigger the energy. Flame simulation, trap formation. Cai Wei Ka ordered again. Even a true pinnacle official would be trapped, much less this punk. To waste so much of my energy, you should be proud. The originally countless dumb automaton puppets instantly lit up with a glaring red light. The powerful energies of the 90 million puppets made Luo Feng's expression change. What powerful energy. These aren't cheap metal lumps, and their energy cores are very advanced. Just one of them alone would be worth a few hundred mixed elements. Altogether, this will be, at least a few billion mixed elements. Luo Feng was stunned. Passing the domain Lord Primal Region Sky Mountain before and getting 3 billion points in reward, he had thought was already very impressive. However, the scene before him. 90 million F9 grade puppets, and every one of them was highly advanced, and they were not simply metal lumps. Just like back when he was in Taiwo and Poison's team, being attacked by the automaton warrior before, the enemy simply used puppets that had simple cores that relied on the thunder hell for energy. Compared to these 90 million, they were pitiful. Spending billions of mixed elements so easily? Luo Feng was stunned. He understood too, since he's poured so much wealth into it,
these 9 armies definitely have more than simple combined attacks.
Wang. 900 puppets burned with flames on their surface. Hua. They gathered as one, all of them brandished the weapons from their back, be it axes, blades, etc. Suddenly one army of the 9 had its puppets all rush straight at Luo Feng with their weapons. The flame energy passed through their blades and swiftly formed a huge red beam of light, rushing at Luo Feng. A million red lights gathered as one, shooting from all directions. It formed a net-like structure, stretching around Luo Feng. Terrifying. Luo Feng shuddered within, clearly feeling the countless red light net surrounding him. He couldn't match its strength. If he fought back, he would be trapped and wouldn't be able to escape. This was what he felt. Rumble. Luo Feng vanished. Howl, a huge silver-winged beast appeared in mid-air, a terrifying pressure emanating throughout. This scene caused the distant Ci Wei Ka to change his expression. Silver Wing Emperor? This human sector lord is actually a puppet controlled by the Silver Wing Emperor? Or is this emperor his guardian? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 799, 9 Absolute God Country. Chapter 799, 9 Absolute God Country. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Over the 3 years, since the golden horned beast created a name for itself as the Silver-Winged Emperor, it became quite a renown being on the main continent. The automaton youth Ci Wei Ka frowned. A human who is able to withstand the attacks of my armies, he's definitely an absolute genius, and is not one to become another's sole puppet. There's a higher possibility of this silver-winged emperor being his bodyguard. This human's background must be huge. Indeed. His teacher had given him the beast god armament and the Sha Wu wings. Even the cheaper beast god armament was a weapon the knights used. It was still extremely pricey. Much less the Sha Wu wings, a trillion races in the universe. The only other person who knew of the wonders of this item other than the user Luo Feng was the primal Chaos City leader himself. Such a treasure, if its power was divulged, it was enough to make even knights go crazy for. Even the entire wealth of a knight wouldn't be able to afford it. Of course Ci Wei Ka didn't know Luo Feng had such a treasure, he only guessed that with his background, he had many treasures. Such an absolute genius was worth a lot of contribution points. Contribution points and the treasures he has. Ci Wei Ka gritted his teeth. I'll give it my all. Even if the cost is huge, it'll be worth it. Luo Feng was being cornered too. Against the 9 million F9 grade puppets attacking in formation, it was something the Earth body couldn't hold up against for long. And his other trump card, the bug army, was suppressed too. Even though its attack was extremely powerful, these puppets were F9 grade and their strongest point was their defense. One attack from the bug army, may cause chaos amongst 1 million of the puppets and even problems within 10,000 of their cores. However, there would be little loss of their F9 armors. In comparison, the moment the bug army was attacked by the other 8 armies, the bug army was only Sector Lord Pinnacle. Their defense was not even comparable to a normal Undying. Naturally, they couldn't compare to the defenses of the F9 metal. The losses would be tragic and heavy. The Bug Clan's strength is their powerful attack. A million Sector Lord Kings can even heavily damage a Pinnacle Emperor. Against a normal automaton army, its powerful attack can damage their internal cores. However, these F9 grade puppets are advanced both outside and inside. They are all extremely expensive to make. Every one of them costs more than a Sector Lord Pinnacle King. They are extremely sturdy. I'm unable to disrupt their core from the outside. It would be a tragedy. Luo Feng was very clear on this. Different methods had their pros and cons. Against the 9 armies surrounding him, Luo Feng only had one way out, and that was to let the golden horned beast appear. He had no other choice. I've been in the outer region wars for over 1,000 years, yet I've never been in such a situation before. Automaton scum, cry in despair. Luo Feng raged and rushed into the sky. The golden-horned beast appeared in the air above the vast land. With a flap of its wings, it suddenly flashed and dodged the countless red threads. With the help of the Sha Wu wings, plus its own physical abilities, its speed with strike travel was absurd. Howl! It let out an enraged howl. It flapped its wings and rushed straight towards one of the million-strong F9 puppet army. The army immediately began to flee while the other 8 pushed forward instead, maintaining optimum position to surround and attack the beast. Shie! 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 Leaving behind 3 warps in mid-air, the beast had reached sub-light speed, simultaneously accelerating more, reaching close to light speed. The million F9 puppets' acceleration was much slower. They couldn't even compare to Luo Feng's Earthbody's speed. They were only relying on the distance and support from the other armies, reaching sublight speed before the Earthbody could catch up. The golden-horned beast, however, was completely different. Strike travel was originally a movement technique for wings. The Sha Wu wings were adept at fleeing and dodging. Even a pinnacle emperor, without teleportation, wouldn't be able to keep up with the beast. Hua! The million F9 puppets were just accelerating. Before reaching sublight speed, the extremely fast golden-horned beast had already caught up. With a flash of its wings, spreading over a 100 kilometers area, it instantly covered the skies. Howl! The beast howled. Its wings acted like blades. It instantly clashed against the fleeing puppets. Just how huge were its wings? A few hundred km in area. Every one of the puppets was only 10 m tall. Even with a million gathered with some distance between them, it would at most spread over 1,000 kilometers. Rumble, the beast rushed past the army. Countless F9 puppets waved their weapons, clashing against the beast's body. However, the weapons were simply knocked away, almost like playthings being thrown about. The most peculiar thing was, with the attack of the Sha Wu wings, large amounts of the puppets actually lost the ability to move, swiftly falling from the sky. How can this be? These are exceptional grade F-class puppets. Their energy cores are extremely sturdy. How can it lose its mobility after just one clash? One clash can actually make over 10,000 puppets stop moving? Ci Wei Kao watched in disbelief at the scene. The golden-horned beast let out an ear-piercing howl and flapped its wings. Luo Feng, who had initially thought it was not bad that one clash allowed him to damage over 100 puppets, was surprised to discover that as long as the Sha Wu wings flashed past the puppets, their F9 bodies may still be undamaged, but their cores would all be destroyed. The reason was that the Sha Wu wing's special space energy, that energy sent out threads of energy into the puppets. Those threads, as long as they touched the F9 puppets, it was over. Regret. Regret with pain for attacking me. The beast let out an excited howl, continuing to flap the Sha Wu wings, rushing over and over against the million-strong army. A large amount of them fell from the sky, all losing their mobility. While rushing past them, the beast had continuously collected the puppets that had lost their mobility into its world ring. Even though they couldn't move, with repair, they could still be fixed. A plaything worth a few hundred mixed elements each, even a damaged one would be worth tens of mixed elements. In the blink of an eye, the beast had collected hundreds of thousands of F9 puppets. The other puppets all fled madly in all directions. Even the other 8 million began to swiftly flee, flying towards the 9 pyramid ships. Howl. The beast flapped its wings and left 3 more warps in mid-air, rushing to another army. This time, however, he only got few tens of thousands of puppets. The rest had managed to flee. The prerequisite to collecting them in his world ring was that they couldn't resist. The moment there was resistance, the collection wouldn't be successful. This was also why the beast could only collect those with damaged cores. Of course, there were methods to forcefully collect them, like its natural ability swallow. Forcefully swallowing them all. That was very dangerous. Those with ability to resist, once that resistance grew too powerful, it made damage and ultimately collapsed the beast's internal world. Yeah.
In the distant space, the automaton youth Ciwei Ka grit his teeth and smiled coldly in his control room. To take away so many of my puppets, Silver Wing Emperor, indeed an emperor undying and is very powerful.
However, my property isn't so easy to devour, I will make you spit everything out. 9 Absolute God Country. Activate. He gritted his teeth and ordered. His master was an absolute automaton warrior that had explored the universe for countless years with him as a ship AI. The master treated him like a true brother and specially built a terrifying automaton weapon for him. Normally such weapons had incredibly high prerequisites to controlling them. Even the Sha Wu Wing's first form required Luo Feng to master the first level of the Nanshan 7 forms before he could use it. To make it possible for Ciwei Ka to use and manipulate the formidable power. His master had spent a lot of money and energy to personally make this 9 Absolute God Country. In mid-air. Just where is the enemy hiding? The beast's golden eyes gazed about. The countless F9 automaton puppets had all rushed back into the 9 pyramids. In mid-air, only the 9 pyramid ships floated. The beast couldn't find the true body of the automaton undying. Who? It flapped its wings, rushing at one of the 9 pyramids. This is the first time I've been so pressured in the outer region wars, and am unable to even find the enemy. However, I won't let you go easy. The beast flew towards the pyramid. Wah! 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 The 9 pyramids simultaneously shot out glaring purple lights. Who? A blur of purple lights shot out from the bottoms, almost like a special weapon. However, before the beast could see everything clearly, the purple light spread and countless beams shot in all directions, covering everything in light. As they interweaved, parts of them trapped the golden horned beast. Howl, howl, the beast flapped its wings and struggled madly, slashing large amounts of the lights. However, even more appeared. The instant it was trapped, the pyramids had all connected. Rumble. The land and skies changed, everything before them vanished, leaving behind a purple space. The beast had totally been caught in the 9 Absolute God Country. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 800, Pressured. Chapter 800, Pressured. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. When the golden horned beast had fallen into the 9 Absolute God Country. Virtual Universe, Back Dragon Mountain, 9 Star Bay. Su Xian was praying for Luo Feng. He has been in the outer region wars for over 1,000 years, and yet I've never seen him leave so hurriedly before. God, please protect Luo Feng. Every time Luo Feng experienced danger, his family would be most worried for him. This was also why he hardly ever told them when he was in danger. At the same time, the dark universe, a completely black blade-like ship was swiftly flying. Your Majesty, we are still a day away from the travel point. Your Majesty, this is our first time to the outer region wars and we are heading straight to Yanji main continent? There are many powerful warriors there. Your Majesty just became an emperor, you are still a low emperor, there are even pinnacle emperors there. With a cold snort, the 2 underlings shut up. This was a tall black armored youth. His appearance was like a stone statue, and he was completely hairless. The most eye-catching thing about his look was his eyes. They were like red gems, they gave off a mysterious glow. His entire being emanated a powerful demonic black energy. It was hard for me to get the chance. While my relationship with the demon race is good, using their identity to enter the craziest battlefield in the primal universe, now that I'm here, how can I back down? The black armored youth said coldly. Yes. Yes. The 2 official undyings replied respectfully. Humph, relax, I'm after all a low-level emperor. Even if the other races have special techniques, they may be able to defeat me,
but it's impossible for them to kill me. The youth shook his head confidently.
This is my opportunity to enter the upper echelon of the race, I cannot slack off.
The two underlings listened obediently.
Yanji main continent. The black-armored youth gazed at the vast dark universe, muttering.
When Suaxian was praying for Luo Feng, the mysterious black-armored youth was heading towards Yanji main continent.
Luo Feng was trapped in a dangerous predicament. A vast purple space gave off terrifying energy.
The 9 pyramids before had shot out large amounts of special weapons that floated in different positions. These special weapons, some were half-meter tall puppets while another was a 100 m long huge blade, another was a 0.1 m tall special-shaped puppet. All sorts of shapes and forms. Scattered in the corners of the purple space, swiftly gathering, the huge energy within the space underwent a huge shocking change. 1,000,000 special weapons instantly formed 81 fully armored giants.
81 giants, standing in the corners of the purple space, surrounding the golden horned beast.
The shortest giant was 8 m while the tallest was 80 m.
This is...
The beast floated in space.
Its dark gold eyes were calmly analyzing the situation.
He felt shocked within, the countless weapons that gathered earlier, they seemed to be made of G-grade metals.
These 81 giants, they use G-grade metals. Even if they aren't pinnacle G-grade, they would still be worth over 10 billion mixed elements. G-grade metal was very expensive.
Like the blood shadow blade and 6-edged shield he specially ordered, they were both made of G-grade metals.
Emperor-level warriors normally use G-grade metals. After all, F-grade metals couldn't withstand an emperor's battle.
To actually fight properly at that level, one had to use top-level G-grade metals.
Naturally, Luo Feng only bought a blade and shield.
With his discounts, he only spent about 6 million points. Just a blade and shield was more expensive than the Yun-Mo planet ship. G-grade was obviously much more expensive than F9 grade metals. Emperor Undyings normally only used G-grade for little items, as they couldn't afford to make a ship out of it. That would be something only the knights and above could afford. These 81 giants before him, even if they were low-grade G-metals, they'd still be worth over 10 billion mixed elements. This was comparable to an emperor's wealth.
Just where is this enemy from? Luo Feng was shocked. Smiling coldly within, no matter what, when I kill him, all these will become mine. This is worth much more than accumulating points.
Silver Wing Emperor. A booming voice resounded from the tallest purple giant, it spoke common automaton language. The golden horned beast turned to face the purple giant. Compared to the over 100 kilometers long beast, that 80 m tall giant was but a little person.
Speak.
The beast spoke automaton language.
You've collected 530,000 of my puppets. If you return them to me, I'm willing to release you. The purple giant looked up at the huge beast.
You should know that my scanning device's capabilities far exceeds yours.
You won't be able to detect me, but I can easily find you. The beast was silent, its dark gold eyes gazing coldly at the giant. My 81 giants, they are my final trump card, the 9 absolute god countries' 81 gods.
The giant continued. Why call them gods? Because within this god country, every one of them has low-level emperor strength, and this is individually. If I unleash my techniques within here, even if you were an emperor with an undying body, you'd still be heavily injured. You'd lose part of your undying body and it would take millions to tens of millions of years to recover.
If we fight it out, it's not worth it. As long as you return the puppets, I will release you from the 9 absolute god country and let you leave safely.
The purple giant said.
The beast stared at the 81 giants. Gods? Low emperor level strength.
Whether we have a truce or fight it out, it's up to you, Silver Wing Emperor.
The giant said.
In the distant control room, the automaton youth Ci Wei Ka revealed a demonic smile. Stupid punk, when you return the puppets to me, I'll teach you a good lesson. While destroying your body, I'll break your world ring and chase that human sector lord out. Getting his treasures is my goal. However, the 530,000 puppets are top-class puppets. I spent 800 million indigo gems. It would take over 10 million indigo gems to repair them as well. After all, they are slightly damaged, their core body should still be okay. These top-level puppets in the hands of a beast, it's an absolute waste. Indigo gems were the highest currency of the automaton race, compared to the human currency. 2 indigo gems were about the price of 1 mixed element. Naturally, as the enemy was from another race, each currency couldn't work with each other. Some warriors may barter in private, 2 indigo gems for 1 mixed element. This was just a rough estimate of the amount. When they truly bartered, naturally many other factors were involved. The beast observed. This 9 absolute god country was not a true god country. It was only in name, and its core was still the 9 floating pyramids. Howl, the beast roared, and the 81 automaton gods moved to surround it. Big trouble. Every one of them had low emperor-level strength. With 81 of them pressuring him, it was akin to a pinnacle emperor. What's more, would they not have special abilities hidden? The controller had even said there were special techniques he could use. Fight or truce. The largest god looked at the golden-horned beast. Automaton Undying, do you think I'll be as stupid as you? The beast let out a roar. Your answer has disappointed me. So, enjoy the 9 absolute god country. You are the first one to make me use this, you should feel honored. The purple giant spoke. As it finished speaking, the 81 gods immediately gave off terrifying energies, each becoming beams of light and shooting at the beast from all directions. The beast looked up and howled. Hua, dot. Flapping the Shawu wings, it left 3 warps in space and instantly dodged the 12 gods attacking it, rushing straight to the corner of the god country. Automaton idiot, do you really think I will clash head-on with them? Would I be that stupid to fight against G-grade metal gods? My advantage is my speed. Even a pinnacle emperor, without teleportation, will never match the golden-horned beast. While chatting with the automaton Undying earlier, Luo Feng had devised a plan. Dodge. Dodge. And keep dodging. The 81 gods were obviously clumsy and stupid, and were unable to surround the nimble beast. Let's first tear apart this god country. The beast unleashed its wings and flew to the side of the god country, immediately unleashing Moon Policy's first form. Its wings acted like blades and slashed through anything in its path. The space itself was torn apart and a silver flash slashed at the sides of the purple space. God country, trap. The distant Wei Ka muttered softly, mocking, this is a powerful weapon the master created. You can dream on about destroying that easily. Within the god country. As the beast slashed at the sides, large amounts of purple threads shot out suddenly within the space. Countless threads wrapped about, at close distance, even the beast couldn't avoid them. Howl, the beast howled and struggled. The Shawu wings flapped and slashed large amounts of the threads. It just began to flee when more threads appeared. God country, tear. Wei Ka muttered, controlling the 81 gods. Within the 9 absolute god country. The 81 gods waved their arms like blades. Even though it seemed like a simple slash, with 81 slashes ripping through the space itself and rushing at the beast. While in flight, the 81 slashes began to melt together, forming one huge blurry blade. Also, endless amounts of purple energy poured into the slash from the space itself, causing it to get clearer. Finally, it formed a 300 m long true blade slash. As it flew, very thin tears appeared in the space itself. What is this? The golden-horned beast was feeling rage and helpless against the countless purple threads. However, after seeing that 300 m normal-looking blade fly at it, its eyes revealed a look of seriousness. It quickly closed its wings and wrapped itself within. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 801, Luo Feng's Revenge.
Chapter 801, Luo Feng's Revenge. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation.
A seemingly normal huge blade slashed through space, and in the blink of an eye, it hit the silver wings. The golden horned beast which was wrapped within was like a silver egg. The wings had completely protected the beast well, not leaving a single slit.
Rumble. The beast was knocked back far away.
The large amounts of purple threads holding on to the beast had to be let go too, some of them broken from the powerful force.
The beast became a beam of light as it flew backwards. After flying back hundreds of thousands of km, only then did it open its wings. Its mouth had a hint of trickling golden blood, and its dark eyes gleaming with madness.
The wings had diffused over 90% of the force, with the general armor diffusing another 90% of the leftover force. Through these two weakening the attack greatly, the remaining force was but 1,000th of the original. Even so, it still hurt the beast.
Howl.
The beast flapped its wings. It warped in mid-air and swiftly rushed at the closest god. It was obvious that they were strongest when attacking together. As long as it could catch onto one beast, it would be much safer. Chi-chi, countless purple threads once again rushed around the beast, beginning to trap it.
These purple threads again.
Bastard!
Luo Feng raged within.
The beast struggled madly, causing large amounts of the threads to break. However, more were produced, causing the beast to once again fall into the same trap, unable to break free.
Howl.
It struggled and raged. To actually be able to withstand my absolute 9-god country attack and not be torn apart, I respect your strength. The tallest god of the 81 gods suddenly brandished a blade bigger than itself, roaring, then received my second attack.
1.
The other 80 of them all extended one finger and shot out a thin purple light. Though they were thin, they were extremely condensed. These 80 purple lights all shot into the blade. The tallest god simultaneously threw out the huge blade, which was infused with the space and fire laws. It made the huge blade tear a big hole in space itself. It instantly flew straight at the beast at a terrifying speed. The beast naturally closed itself in its wings again, and was forcefully knocked back again.
His body is still okay?
Then take my third attack.
I don't believe you can take it.
The tallest god roared. Each attack was stronger than the previous. This third attack was almost like a solid hammer, clashing into the protected beast's wings. Shee! The beast was so shaken that blood flew out of its eyes, nose and ears. It even spit out gold blood. As it was knocked back, countless purple threads came to bind it again, causing it to get extremely enraged. The youth Ci Wei Ka controlling this battle from afar slapped his ally chair, breaking it apart. 3 consecutive attacks didn't destroy its body. This god country is something my master personally created, and its 3 attacks are all considered to be at pinnacle emperor level. Even though one would have an undying body, his body would still be destroyed before reforming.
Why isn't his body breaking apart? As long as I can destroy his body, its world ring will appear.
I'll use the god country to instantly grab the world ring and cause instability in the ring to make it collapse. Once the human sector lord appears, I'll be able to capture my target.
However,
why am I unable to destroy its body? This is the 9 absolute god country. It was something the master built for me out of the relationship we've had over the countless years. He spent a huge amount on it to improve my strength and weaponry.
A normal emperor's wealth cannot even afford it. Even though it cannot kill a pinnacle emperor, destroying his body should be easy. However,
he couldn't believe the scene before him.
9 absolute god country, he naturally wouldn't suspect.
A pinnacle emperor was very powerful.
Even after destroying his body, he could easily reform without any damage. Hence killing him was very hard.
Ci Wei Ka didn't even think of killing the silver-winged emperor. He didn't have the confidence to do so either. He simply wanted to destroy his body once, using the chance to get the Sector Lord and automaton methods to cause the world to crumble.
I don't believe this. He gritted his teeth. Not being able to kill you is one thing, but I cannot even destroy your body? The Master's 9 absolute God country cannot be that weak.
Break! Cai Wei Ka raged. His God country once again began a more terrifying attack.
4th attack. 5th attack. 6th attack.
The 81 gods that were all low emperors used the purple spaces helped to unleash terrifying attacks over and over.
God country, grinding wheel.
Cai Wei Ka gritted his teeth and unleashed the 9th attack of the God country, the strongest one he had. The 81 gods' eyes all lit up, like gathering within their weapons as they all flew out of their hands and gathered in mid-air. Among the 81 lit-up weapons, the big ones were like 100 blades while the small ones not even half a meter in length. They formed a peculiar grinding wheel weapon, with sharp edges on the side.
Go-ge-ge.
The wheel spun and countless purple light threads melded into it. It acted like a purple space core.
Hoo-la!
It rushed straight at the beast.
The two bottom and upper layers of the wheel interweaved. Go-ge-ge. Even space was ripped apart into countless shreds.
When the wheel hit the golden horned beast, it began to madly grind at it. The Sha Wu wings were clashing hard against the mad grinding. Although the golden horned beast's body was reduced to powder, the outer layer of wings, however, was undamaged.
Howl! The beast let out a howl of pain. Automaton idiot, stupid punk, what other methods do you have? The beast let out an enraged howl. Can you only rely on these purple threads to bind me?
The grinding wheel swiftly flew back, returning the 81 weapons to the gods. The 81 gods looked at the distant golden horned beast, not know what to do.
The 9 absolute god country was actually unable to destroy its body?
The distant Cai Wei Ka was angry and worried. This 9th attack was the strongest attack the god country could do, unless Cai Wei Ka was willing to pay a bigger price to unleash its final attack. That move would damage even a pinnacle emperor, destroying part of his undying body. He then would require tens of millions of years to recover.
Using that move once costs 1 billion indigo gems. Is it worth it? Cai Wei Ka hesitated. 1 billion indigo gems.
This was huge sum for even an emperor. One couldn't bear to use this much on just one battle. Many emperors would rather sacrifice 5% of their undying bodies and not lose such a sum.
Is it worth it?
While Cai Wei Ka was hesitating, the golden horned beast that had taken 9 attacks finally exploded.
81 gods?
Humph, after the 9 consecutive attacks, his energy should be depleted. They would take a while for the energy to replenish to attack again. The beast glanced at the distant 81 gods. While unleashing their 9th attack, their energies had already reached extremely low levels. At this time, countless amounts of energy was pouring into them from the space about. The beast's eyes gleamed with madness.
My chance has come. Alina. Master.
Command 1 million tiger armored kings to do a combined attack, the strongest attack, and break through this purple space.
This is a space formed by those 9 pyramids, just choose one and attack it. Luo Feng ordered his bug queen Alina within his internal world.
Yes, master. Alina said respectfully.
Rumble.
Large amounts of countless bugs appeared around the golden horned beast. Every tiger armored king was about 26 m tall, and they were covered in a thick armor. Their dark red malevolent bodies gave off terrifying energy. A blur of 1 million armored tiger kings appeared, and all of them were exactly alike. In the core of the bug army was a 1 kilometer in diameter bug clan mother nest.
1.
The million tiger armored kings extended their claws. A glaring light gathering at the tip of their claws, the million soldiers seemed to be linked by their souls. In truth, they were all being controlled by one queen. Simultaneously controlling 1 million bugs, even though it couldn't do a law-infused attack, it could still do a precision attack. Bug Clan, it's the Bug Clan. A million Sector Lord Bugs, and Tiger Armored Kings. Quick, break! The distant Ci Wei Ka was immediately at a loss. One combined attack by a million kings, that was extremely terrifying. A combined attack by 1 million normal Sector Lord Bugs could heavily injure a Pinnacle Emperor. Naturally it had to hit first, the Emperors weren't stupid, they could all dodge and flee. Hence, normally the million-strong army was good as a threat, and was useful in an army battle, however against an Emperor. It was too hard to hit. However, no one could deny its power. And the million kings compared to the million normal Sector Lords, the power was much more powerful by at least tens of times. Even a Pinnacle Emperor would probably lose 50 to 100% of his undying body. Meaning, there was a possibility of a Pinnacle Emperor falling. This was the power of 1 million Bug Kings. Of course, the requirement was, it had to hit. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9. Text, Chapter 802, Trying to Steal a Chicken Only to End Up Losing the Rice Used to Lure It. Chapter 802, Trying to Steal a Chicken Only to End Up Losing the Rice Used to Lure It. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Try and bind the bug soldiers? That won't work. The million Bug Kings can instantly send off power that over 100 times that of an emperor. I can at most only bind up to 10,000 of them, however this has little effect on the million-strong army. This move is useless. Binding that mother nest, killing the queen. The 81 gods have mostly used up their energy, and they are still replenishing it. The despicable Silver Wing Emperor is actually using both wings to wrap about the nest. Ci Wei Ka stood in his control room, eyes filled with worry as he instantly pondered on many options. He realized there was only one way. Releasing over 8 million automaton puppets to fight it out with the Sector Lord Bug Kings, that may be effective. However, just the time it took to release the puppets was enough for the army to attack a few times. Even though this solution was good, it wasn't fast enough. Give up. I can only give up, and watch the Silver Wing Emperor escape. He made the decision grudgingly. Silver Wing Emperor, you got lucky this time. And that despicable human, you got lucky too. It may seem like a long time. In truth, the moment the million Tiger Armored Bug Kings appeared, they had already begun to unleash their attack. Attack! The target is. This purple space wasn't a true purple space. It was simply a space domain formed from large amounts of energy. The golden horned beast could easily feel the 9 energy spots within the purple space, they were simply the 9 pyramids. Rumble. 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 A million beams of light shot out. They instantly pierced through the purple space. Every beam of light was the full strength of a Bug King. A million of them combined was enough to make even a true emperor change his expression. Against such pure brute force, one could only dodge. Even the golden horned beast with his Shawu wings and general armor would have its body destroyed if it tried to defend against it. A million light beams gathering in one spot. Extreme precision. Not a single beam was with any error, and all of them accurately gathered together. If it were a million human Sector Lords, even training tens of millions of times wouldn't result in a single successful shot. This was the advantage of the Bug Clan. Gathered in one spot. A very small dot. Silence. The entire purple space was silent, accurately speaking it was the loss of sound. Even the land and skies vanished, leaving only the little light dot formed from the million lasers gathered together. It may seem like a lot of time had passed, but in truth, it was only an instant before the little light dot erupted. Rumble, the land and skies rumbled as the silent world was thrown into chaos. A large hole tore open within 10 million km, as countless space fragments rushed around madly. The huge collapse of the space caused even the distant Squad-Re35-Vol19 to feel the ripples.
Quickly! Alina, all of you get back in.
The beast immediately collected all the bugs into its internal world immediately after unleashing their attacks. After that, the huge explosion rippled over. The beast closed its wings. The explosion that took place 100,000 kilometers away rippled over. The weakened power after the Sha Wu wings and the general armor was still enough to make the beast spit out blood.
Terrifying.
Even with the Sha Wu wings and general armor, I'm still heavily hit by the explosion from 100,000 kilometers away. If one is hit directly by this, even a pinnacle emperor with an undying body would find it hard to survive. Even though Luo Feng had long known the power of this, seeing it personally and feeling the ripples left him in shock.
That pyramid!
The beast turned to it quickly. In the distance, the pyramid had been ripped open.
So,
the beast flapped its wings. It rushed straight at the pyramid.
Millions of km away, Squad-Re35-Vol19 was unhurt due to the distance.
Ah, the foundation of my 9 absolute god country.
Through his scanner, he easily saw the pyramid that was hit.
It was hit face on at close distance, hence it was ripped open. The pyramid that was able to withstand a pinnacle emperor's attack, under the combined attack of 1,000,000 bug kings. Even though it managed to dodge at the last moment, that little distance had little effect. The combined attack with an explosion of an area of over 1,000 kilometers was extremely powerful.
The pyramid was torn open.
Master, the foundation ship is heavily damaged, however the core cabin is still fine. The AI of that ripped open pyramid ship reported. Even though the ship was badly damaged, its AI was still undamaged. The important apparatus within the ship used to make the god country was fine too. This was something Squad-Re35-Vol's master had built, hence it was heavily protected. It was completely undamaged. That's good. Squad-Re35-Vol let out a sigh of relief.
Master, the ship is no longer able to fly, its movement system is completely gone.
The AI reported. I will let a god go pick you up. He revealed a relaxed expression, after which it grew sullen as he roared, Silver Wing Emperor.
The scanner showed.
The Silver Wing Emperor flapped its wings, using its terrifying speed to instantly rush at the broken pyramid. The beast reached the ship, as its eyes filled with excitement. This was an important piece to form the 9 absolute god country. Even though the other 8 pyramids were still in perfect condition, it would be very hard to get them, this one however.
Collect!
The beast tried collecting it into its world ring.
With a scan with his world energy, he discovered that the AI within the ship was still okay. It was controlling the defense mechanism of the ship to fight back.
Alina used 10,000 Shadow Spear Kings to destroy the ship's controlling system.
Yes.
10,000 skinny shadow-like bug soldiers moved demonically, rushing into the broken ship. Even though they seemed skinny and weak, they were still kings. It was simple to control just 10,000 of them. The mother nest didn't even need to show itself. Hence, it only sent out 10,000 weak bits of consciousness into every bug.
Rumble.
The pyramid rumbled within, with much of its abilities already disabled from before. It couldn't resist.
Silver Wing Emperor. Silver Wing Emperor.
A raging howl rang in the beast's ears. It glanced into the distance. The 81 gods were rushing over angrily, and all of them were incredibly mad.
It was obvious that they wanted to take this pyramid away from it. Master, it's been done. Good job.
The golden-horned beast swiftly collected the broken ship along with the 10,000 Shadow Spear Bug Kings into its world ring.
Bastard!
The automaton warrior Squad-Re35-Vol smashed the control board before him as he saw everything clearly through his scanner.
The ship's control system has been damaged 73%.
A voice resounded within the room.
Shut up. Squad-Re35-Vol cursed.
After which he stared at the screen on his arm and grit his teeth. My foundation ship, my foundation ship. Despicable Silver Wing Emperor, despicable Silver Wing Emperor.
The 9 foundation ships were his most important treasures.
Firstly, the 9 million F9 puppets were within the ships, and every one of the ship had one G-grade metal puppet that used a world ring to carry the 1 million puppet army. With that hit earlier, the ship was ripped open.
At that time, this G-grade metal puppet instantly had its core destroyed. The puppet army ring was secondary. The most important thing was, every ship's core cabin had an apparatus used for the 9 absolute god country. Only when the 9 of them were combined, would it be able to completely form the god country? The moment one of them was gone, it would be impossible to form it. And this apparatus was incredibly expensive. It was his most important asset. The golden horned beast felt free as it kept the pyramid. After being disadvantaged for so long, it was its chance to fight back. Silver Wing Emperor. Silver Wing Emperor. The 81 gods separated and floated about looking at the beast. Howl. The beast let out a howl. Without that purple space, you cannot even replenish your energy, and you cannot unleash your combined attacks. You don't even have the purple threads to bind me. Without any methods left, you are of no threat to me. It flapped its wings. The beast immediately knocked away 3 gods. With the Sha Wu wings, the 3 gods were knocked far away. G-grade metal was indeed very strong. I cannot deal with you now, the tallest god said. However, Silver Wing Emperor, how about we make a deal? Deal? The beast asked. As long as you return the broken ship to me, I'm willing to give you 1 billion mixed elements worth of treasure. The tallest god spoke. The broken ship's worth far exceeds 1 billion mixed elements. The beast replied. No. The tallest god with a huge blade on its back shook its head. It's very important to me, but to a human, you'd only get 1 part of the 9 that is used to make the 9 absolute god country. It's useless like that. Even if you sold it, you wouldn't be able to sell it at 1 billion. Only I would be willing to sell it at such a high price. The 9 million automaton army is only worth 1 billion mixed elements. The beast said, the 81 gods are probably only worth about 10 billion mixed elements. And the most valuable thing about the 9 absolute god country, you really think I'm that stupid? So, with a flap of its wings, it flew far away. We can discuss this. The tallest god urgently called out. I won't sell a treasure to the enemy. What's more, I have my pathways to deal with treasures. Like my human alliance friends, there are many powerful warriors there. A valuable automaton apparatus will definitely attract many warriors. The beast flapped its wings and left far away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 803, Star Tower. Chapter 803, Star Tower. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. In the vast skies, a silver beam of light flashed past. The golden horned beast was flying close to light speed. It's a pity that the 9 pyramids were all so far apart. Since I got the broken one, the others won't be able to catch me even at their max speed. Luo Feng felt the pinch for the automaton warrior that just lost a huge treasure. The 9 pyramids were worth a shocking amount. He had gotten 3 billion points when he passed the primal region domain Lord Sky Mountain. He estimated that this pyramid ship would be worth quite a bit too. Such a reward sure is a blessing. Luo Feng exclaimed. Actually, if it weren't for the Sector Lord Bug Kings that tore apart this ship, even if the golden horned beast could catch up to the ship, it wouldn't have been able to break through. While flying, Luo Feng reflected on the battle from before. From start to end, he never made any mistakes, however it was extremely tough. Firstly, his scanner wasn't as advanced as his opponent.
Hence, it allowed his opponent to have the advantage. Against the surrounding 9 million automatons, he had no other way but to let the golden horned beast to appear. And while the beast was intrepid, it was easy to get the hundreds of thousands of puppets to force the opponent to use his trump card, the 9 absolute God Country. The moment the God Country was unleashed, especially with the countless purple threads binding him, it made the beast lose its greatest advantage of speed, allowing it to be attacked by the 81 gods over and over. Luckily, the Sha Wu wings had incredible defense. It finally had the chance when the 81 gods were replenishing their energy, to instantly unleash the Million Sector Lord army. Seems wise. Luckily, I held out until the final moment before finally using the bug army. If I used it from the start, whether it's the 9 million F9 puppets or the 81 gods, I'd lose out. The combined attack of the bug army is incredibly powerful, but their defense is too weak. Overall, the reason I was disadvantaged is mainly because of my scanner. Without it, I'm not able to detect his movements, and got dragged along by his games. If my scanner was more advanced than his, I wouldn't have been ambushed. I would have detected him long ago, not even letting him detect me. Luo Feng exclaimed. The tragedy was, even up till now, I still don't know where the real body is. Luo Feng and Cai Wei Ka both had their trump cards. Cai Wei Ka was weak himself, he relied on his apparatus and techniques etc. Luo Feng was stronger. He lost out on having a lousier scanner, allowing his enemy to control the flow of the battle. If he had a better scanner, he would have been able to get close secretly and let his Million Sector Lord bug army destroy the main enemy ship, killing that automaton warrior. Luo Feng would have earned a lot from it, and it would have been in a relaxed manner. Scanner. Scanner. Luo Feng reflected on the importance of a good scanner. This battle had forced him to the edge simply because of that one fact. The golden horned beast glanced backward slightly. It had an instinct that the automaton warrior was still following him. He probably hasn't given up. He's most probably following me at a distance. Seems right, he lost so much, especially the important piece of his God Country device. How could he just let me go? He's definitely following me and thinking of a way to get it back. What do I do? Luo Feng pondered, hating the fact that he didn't have a better scanner. Do I just let him follow me? He obviously has quite some background. He'll definitely find a way to get the broken ship back. If I keep letting him follow, it's like having a ticking time bomb next to me. Even though I would not have cared that much initially, I have to spend some money. Luo Feng made the decision. His guess was right. 300 million km away, a ship was following. Within the control room, Cai Wei Ka sat in his chair, and his expression was ashen. Looking at the silver beast on his screen, he gritted his teeth. Silver Wing Emperor, I cannot miss a single one of my 9 ships. I need all 9 to use the 9 absolute God Country. You think you can get away with it? You must be dreaming. I initially didn't want to spend a huge amount to kill you. Killing an emperor costs too much. However, you took away a ship from the 9 pyramids my master had built. You are forcing me. Cai Wei Ka's eyes were filled with madness. Die. Just wait for your death. He had sent a thread of his consciousness into the virtual universe. This was the virtual world the automaton race had set up in the Outer Region Wars. Virtual world. D. He stood before the screen. After a while, a silhouette appeared. This was a 2m tall and 1m wide fat life form. Although it was covered in scales, however, countless scales on its body had eyes on them. A blur of eyes, it was terrifying. On its head it had a huge gold eye. The formless powerful energy emanated from the screen. If Luo Feng saw him, he would have been able to tell instantly that this was a powerful race of the universe. The 1000 Eye race, they were extremely few in numbers but were extremely powerful. They were considered one of the more powerful races in the universe. However, their warriors, have to join one of the 4 camps to gain the right to enter the outer region wars.
Battle was the best way to train a warrior.
A true warrior wouldn't be afraid of battle, constantly giving himself pressure to get stronger.
Mama Boo. Ciwei Ka was very respectful. Ah, my dear Ciwei Ka.
The 1000-eye race smiled. The blur of eyes on its body seemed friendly, but it was disgusting.
You should know that I'm currently on Star Tower. It's an extremely dangerous place, hence I cannot be distracted. Still, you've chosen to contact me despite this. Speak, what's the matter?
It's like this. Ciwei Ka swiftly explained, slightly altering some details, but the core matter was still the same. What I want to do is to kill the Silver Wing Emperor and take back my weapon.
Ah? Silver Wing Emperor of the human camp?
Mama Boo said curiously.
He actually took an important piece of your weapons.
However, Ciwei Ka, that is still an emperor. You should know just how tough it is to kill an emperor. We may heavily injure him, but to kill.
I've planned it out already.
Ciwei Ka said, the Silver Wing Emperor's defense is extremely powerful, and it's extremely fast too.
Its attack, however, isn't as terrifying as its defense.
It's obvious its comprehension level isn't too high, and it relies on some treasures for defense. And its battle techniques rely on close combat. Hence its soul side should be weaker.
Mama Boo, you are an absolute warrior proficient in soul attacks.
As long as you attack, we should have a 90% guarantee.
Ciwei Ka said. The 1000-eye warrior on the screen didn't agree.
Ciwei Ka said, I won't waste your time, you are after all on Star Tower now. I'm willing to use 3 billion indigo gems to get you to help me, and when we kill the Silver Wing Emperor, you will naturally get the contribution points. Also the items it leaves behind after, you will get a lot of it.
Ah? Mama Boo's many eyes all over gleamed.
3 billion indigo gems. That was generous enough. It usually took emperors trillions of years to accumulate that much. One invitation with that amount, this was extremely rare. This Ciwei Ka sure is wealthy, his master pampers him too much. Only at a pinnacle official level and his wealth is more than many emperors.
Mama Boo couldn't help but exclaim.
Just like how Yan Zhu Emperor was renowned for being Shi Huanite's only son, this Ciwei Ka was the same within the automaton race. One had to know that the automatons were living AIs, they didn't have the idea of parent and child. Hence, Ciwei Ka was considered his master's most important relative. I'm in Star Tower, how will I head over?
Mama Boo asked, using a ship?
That would take half a year.
No.
Ciwei Ka shook his head. Using a ship would take too long. Mama Boo, teleport via your god country, I will give you safe coordinates. Just come straight to Yanji main continent. God country teleportation, this will reveal my god country's coordinates. With your ability Mama Boo, who will you fear on Yanji main continent? What's more, only I will know your god country's coordinates, and as allies, I cannot betray you. Mama Boo, you'll have extra time after completing the mission to change the coordinates of your god country.
Ciwei Ka spoke.
Mama Boo finally agreed. The rewards from this deal, if successful, was simply too eye-catching. After a while, within Ciwei Ka's living quarters in the virtual world. Let me introduce you, this is from our automaton camp, Black Jade Emperor from the Pangwan race.
Ciwei Ka pointed beside him.
It was a skinny short man with a silver mask, his hands were like a wild beast's claws, almost like 2 blades.
Black Jade Emperor is a pinnacle emperor with teleportation.
Black Jade, this is Death Soul Emperor from the 1000-eye race. He's extremely renowned within the 7th battlefield. Ciwei Ka pointed at Mama Boo of the 1000-eye race. Black Jade Emperor and Death Soul Emperor. Both were pinnacle emperors. But in terms of reputation, Death Soul was more renowned, mainly because there were many Emperor Undyings that fell before him.
Death Soul Emperor. The short black jade looked at Mamabu. Aren't you in Star Tower?
Mamabu smiled, all his eyes looked friendly. I'll rush over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text Chapter 804 Unstable Situation. Chapter 804 Unstable Situation. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Rush over from Star Tower? Black Jade smiled.
Wei Ka must have paid a pretty hefty price to get you over.
However, after this battle, let's head over to Star Tower together. My rewards from Yanji main continent are getting smaller and smaller. It'll be better to head over to Star Tower, there may be some goods there. You are coming too? Mamanu nodded, that's good. The locations in the outer region wars were separated according to their danger levels. Yanji main continent was considered the most dangerous place for the human 26th camp. However, compared to the entire 7th battlefield, even though Yanji main continent was still considered very dangerous, there was another above it. That most dangerous spot was Star Tower. Star Tower was one level above it. Large amounts of emperors gathered there, and officials were considered weak there. Then let's work out how we will deal with the Silver Wing Emperor. Black Jade said. Also, we should discuss our settlement of his goods and so on. This will solve any problem we may encounter later. Mamabu said. Right. Wei Ka smiled and nodded. Wei Ka discussed with the two emperors that he invited on how to deal with the Silver Wing Emperor, and also about the distribution of his goods. According to the main plan and our two contingency plans, the Silver Emperor will definitely be sealed even if he doesn't die. Wei Ka was obviously very excited. His expression suddenly changed, revealing shock and rage. Wei Ka? Both emperors looked at him, feeling something amiss. I regret to say this. Wei Ka stood up. His eyes trying hard to suppress his rage as he shook his head. We cannot deal with him now. What's going on? Both emperors were getting angry. Was he deceiving them? The plan was set, the distribution of goods was done, and everybody was ready to make their move. Yet now they couldn't start? Please look at this. Wei Ka held back his rage and pointed in mid-air. A screen appeared. On it displayed all the areas Wei Ka was scanning. On that screen, a huge silver-winged beast was flying through. Suddenly a beautiful half-transparent silhouette appeared and spread its undying energy about the beast. Shwa! They vanished in mid-air. Teleportation? Both emperors frowned. Right, teleportation. Wei Ka gritted his teeth. This despicable Silver Wing Emperor is too crafty. I followed him secretly and he actually got help from his allies. This teleportation is far out of my scanner's detection radius. I don't know where he's gone. Black Jade and Death Soul Emperor exchanged glances, helpless. However, you two. Wei Ka spoke. This matter is not over. I will send out a bounty to get help from all our allies. With countless allies looking out, as long as we find him, I will immediately know. Then I will inform you too. Both emperors nodded. This is the only thing we can do for now. Death Soul nodded, then I'll take my leave. He left the virtual world. Contact me when you find him. Black Jade left too. Both emperors were obviously unhappy. If Wei Ka's background wasn't that huge, then the two of them wouldn't have been so polite. Bastard! Wei Ka slapped the table angrily, gritting his teeth. He actually escaped. As long as you are on the main continent, I definitely won't give you a chance. With countless allies looking for you, the moment we discover your whereabouts, you will be done for. Wei Ka immediately informed a large amount of his allies, sending out a bounty for his whereabouts. Within the edges of the main continent,
two silhouettes appeared in mid-air above an icy cold lake. The large one was as big as a mountain, covered in silver scales. It was a huge silver-winged beast. The small silhouette, however, was a 10 m tall lady with misty wings. She was enchanting with a half-transparent body, covered in a robe armor. She had crystal-like hair and eyes as deep as the ocean. Star Fantasy Emperor. The golden-horned beast gazed at the little. Thank you for your help. By helping you this once, I easily get 10 million mixed elements. If you need similar help in the future, do call me. This is much easier than killing a pinnacle official. The transparent wings flapped, and her eyes were like water. If there's nothing else, Silver Wing Emperor, I'll be leaving. The beast nodded. Hua! She vanished. What a good way to earn money. The beast instantly vanished too. A black-armored Luo Feng appeared within the lake. He couldn't help but mutter. 10 million mixed elements at once. My teacher Hu Yenbo only had that much. Spending money to get rid of the threat. After teleporting 1 light year away. That Ci Wei Ka definitely cannot find me. Luo Feng thought. When he deduced that the automaton warrior would never give up, following him from the distance, he immediately made the decision to spend money to get help. Even though he could get his third senior Bloodthirst Emperor to help, he wasn't in the outer region battlefield, and a long-distance God Country teleportation would be monitored by Ci Wei Ka. It would easily reveal his God Country location to others. Hence, Luo Feng would rather spend the money and get someone who could use teleportation from the human camp. Getting his ally to teleport him away. Very simple. Simply teleporting without having to battle, hence the cost didn't have to be too high. 10 million mixed elements was a normal amount. If it was too low, the warriors able to teleport wouldn't bother with it. This price was normal. If he needed the allies to come fight it out, the price would be much higher. Who? Luo Feng flipped his hand. A small sesame seed-sized pair of silver wings appeared and merged with his body. He grew a pair of wings. Their color changed slightly. This was a true treasure. Changing its color was very simple. After melding with the Shawu wings, Luo Feng gave off a powerful energy. His Sector Lord energy was completely covered by that pair of the wings. He immediately became a black-winged god. Let's go. Luo Feng causally picked a C9 grade ship from his countless ships and sat in it, swiftly leaving. The ship flew over the main continent. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Babata's voice rang in his mind. There's an important notice you should see. This is the summary of what the scanner picked up. It's a group of other race undyings chatting 920 million kilometers away. Luo Feng sat within his control room and looked at the screen on his arm. It immediately played a broadcast of 3 undyings chatting. 50 million indigo gems. What a huge amount. 50 million indigo gems just to reveal the coordinates of the Silver Wing Emperor. The moment it's confirmed, we'll get 50 million indigo gems. This bounty, just where is it from? The reward for the information sure is high. Isn't this person too wealthy? Who knows, however, the one sending this bounty out definitely wouldn't dare deceive us. This is a public broadcast after all, and countless allies will know of it. If he dared to deceive us, not paying after, it would offend the entire alliance. Poor Silver Wing Emperor. This Silver Wing Emperor will find it hard to travel about Yanji main continent. Looking at the details of the scanner, Luo Feng frowned. Luo Feng, that enemy won't give up. Babata communicated. That's expected. I did steal an important ship of his. It is an important part of the 9 Absolute God County. Luo Feng mocked. However, since it's a public broadcast of the bounty for the Automaton Alliance on Yanji main continent, looks like this punk has prepared backup and has confidence in dealing with me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone public with this. Looks like I cannot reveal the golden horned beast for a while. Caution is important. Babata emphasized.
Luo Feng nodded. He was very clear that the enemy was prepared to take him on, he was just waiting for the chance. Damn. My scanner is too lousy compared to his, otherwise I wouldn't have been in this position. The moment my scanner is more advanced than his, I can take the advantage. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. I cannot delay anymore. I'll head over to the 26th camp now and find a way to get a high price for my items. With enough wealth, I can buy a better scanner. So, the ship swiftly flew away from the main continent. This trip back to the 26th camp would take a year and a half to reach. Along the way, at a travel spot on Yanji main continent closest to Luo Feng. 1. The space rippled and a black blade ship appeared. Travel complete. Your Majesty, we will take another 6 days to reach the outer regions of the main continent. There are large amounts of fragments there, even the fragments of Yanji continent are huge, it would take a long time to fly. It will take about 1 or 2 months of flying to get to the main continent. The black rock statue-like youth gave off a dark energy, he gazed at the vast space through the ship. Yanji continent is my first step. The black-armored youth said softly. Just as this youth's ship went through universe travel, Luo Feng's expression changed in his ship. There! Luo Feng turned fiercely, staring hard at the travel point. His gaze seemingly passing through the barriers of space itself, gazing at the distant point. There! Treasure! Luo Feng felt every cell in his body shiver with excitement, almost like countless starving beggars seeing food. This uproar from every cell in his body, they all locked in on that direction. Luo Feng seemed to feel something ahead in that travel point. A treasure that made every cell in his body jump, it was there. This feeling, is similar to the soldier in general armor. Luo Feng's heartbeat rose. But even both armors never made me shiver like this before. This feeling is extremely strong despite the distance. It definitely far exceeds the importance of the two armors. Luo Feng cleared his throat. Just what is it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 805, Choice. Chapter 805, Choice. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. In the air above Yanji main continent, a C9 silver-colored blue disc-shaped ship was flying. The distance is shrinking. We are getting closer. Luo Feng's expression was serious. Every cell in his body was jumping, locked on a certain spot far away. He could clearly feel that as time passed, the dot moved closer to the main continent. It's moving. Just what is it? It can actually call out to me so strongly from so far away? Luo Feng frowned and pondered. There's a high chance it's linked to the nameless manual. Only the related treasures, like the soldier in general armor, can call out to me like that. The calling he felt, he had always thought it was very mysterious. As normally even treasures wouldn't call out to people. Like the Sha Wu wings or beast god armament etc., there were countless powerful warriors and treasures in Primal Chaos City, however he had never felt such a feeling before. And Luo Feng had checked through the virtual universe network before, he had never seen any information about a treasure calling out to people at all, hence he deduced. This treasure must have a high requirement for its user, like one had to be trained in the nameless manual to use it, hence the powerful calling. I checked. Within the virtual universe treasure trove, there's no such mysterious god armor that allows one to have the strength of 1,000 sector lords or even 10,000 sector lords. Such a special armor, at least with my authority, I haven't been able to find one. The soldier and general armor have been in the Wulong starfield for countless years, yet no one has ever discovered their power. Luo Feng nodded. In summary, there were very few treasures linked to the nameless manual, at least humanity's understanding of it was very little. It's moving. Just what is it? A treasure? Or a life form? Luo Feng was filled with curiosity. Days passed. Luo Feng sat in his ship and continued towards the space outside the main continent. The area was simply too huge. Even flying at sublight speed for 3 months, the ship had yet to fly out of the main continent area. We are close. It's getting closer to us. We will probably meet in half a month. Luo Feng suppressed his excitement.
It's been flying these 3 months, maintaining sublight speed.
Then, it's very likely that it's within a ship. The distance got smaller.
When it was within 10 billion km away, Luo Feng purposely stopped his ship.
Stop. Luo Feng's eyes flashed, gazing into the distant space, almost like he spotted the ship. 10 billion km away. 9 billion, 8 billion, the distance shrank. In a blink of an eye, 5 hours passed. No.
Luo Feng shook his head and frowned. It didn't head towards us, and is continuing to fly towards the main continent. I can only feel it, and that ship probably cannot sense us, otherwise it would have headed towards us long ago. The owner of the ship isn't like me, he cannot feel the soldier in general armor.
Very good. Luo Feng smiled. The ability to feel the treasure, the enemy didn't have it. This was good news. Get close. Luo Feng ordered, head towards it. Yes. Babata replied.
Luo Feng pointed in the direction and the ship headed towards the mysterious treasure. The distance shrank. 3 billion km, 2 billion km. The blade-like ship was flying above the air of the main continent. A black-armored youth stood within the ship's control room, gazing at the scenery outside, laughing. It is indeed a battlefield. This main continent has so many strong warriors. After 2 months of flying above the continent, I've already clashed 10 times with other strong warriors.
They really have some peculiar techniques. It's thrilling.
There's no way I would have met so many other race warriors staying within our own territory. Only by coming to the outer region wars where there are plenty of strong warriors would I feel how vast the universe is. There were hardly any repetitions of the races I fought. Almost every team was a new race altogether. This is after all the outer region wars, the battlefield for the 4 pinnacle races. An underling spoke respectfully.
When will my race become a pinnacle race?
The black-armored youth sighed. Even though my race is strong, and there is only a level difference between a strong race and a pinnacle race, however the strength difference is unimaginable. Whether it's the number of basic undyings, or the number of absolute warriors, they cannot be compared at all. Only by forming alliances with other powerful races will our race be able to become a pinnacle race.
Your Majesty. An underling spoke, the universe has 6 pinnacle races after all. It's extremely hard to become one. What's more, with our huge alliances, we naturally don't have to fear the pinnacle races too, we can at least stand equal with them.
The youth nodded.
Within the universe,
there were 6 pinnacle races. They were the strongest amongst the trillions of others. However, they weren't invincible. While other races may not match up to the pinnacle races alone, with their alliances, their strength would far exceed the 6 pinnacle races by tens of thousands of times. The numbers of the other races were after all huge, hence there were many alliances within the universe. While they may be weak alone, forming alliances allowed them to stand on par with the pinnacle races. There were different levels of alliances too. The power struggle within the universe was brutal. The proud lonely space beasts were also forced to form their space beast alliance, allowing them to stay in power. They were at most willing to do this. As for the demon race wanting them to be absorbed into their race, the space beasts disliked the demons in the first place. Why would they even bother? The 2 ships got closer. 1 billion km, this was within Luo Feng's scanning area. He should be about 990 million kilometers away. Luo Feng clearly felt the coordinates of the treasure. Babata, have you discovered anything? 990 million kilometers? However, Luo Feng, the scanner hasn't picked up any ship within that distance.
I've only discovered two ships. One is 510 million kilometers away and the other is 780 million kilometers away. Babata said, but we haven't discovered your target.
Luo Feng frowned.
Get closer, follow the direction.
Luo Feng ordered.
The distance got smaller. 800 million km, 6. Nothing.
The distance is within 420 million kilometers, no ship has still been detected.
Babata said, and we haven't detected any other ship flying at sublight speed.
Luo Feng's expression changed.
He clearly felt the treasure moving at sublight speed, yet the scanners picked up nothing. The biggest possibility was, the enemy has a scanner more advanced than his. When we encountered the automaton warrior before, his scanner was more advanced than mine. Could it be that this life form is the same?
Luo Feng cursed.
Stop.
Luo Feng ordered.
The ship stopped.
In the distance, the blade ship continued forward. Even though they weren't exactly flying towards each other, the distance continued to shrink.
380 million km, 360 million km, 300 million km.
Luo Feng could feel the dot moving all the time, clearly feeling it change directions. It actually began to head towards them. It was clear that they had locked onto his ship.
We've been discovered.
Luo Feng opened his eyes suddenly.
The enemy has discovered us.
Luo Feng looked down at this arm screen. There was still nothing on his scanners, even anything flying at sublight speed. My scanner hasn't picked up anything. The enemy is already 300 million kilometers away and has locked onto our position. It's changed its direction and is flying towards us.
It's obvious he has a more advanced scanner.
Within the blade ship, there's a black-winged human in the distance. There's only him in the ship. He should be some winged human from humanity. The underling said respectfully, Your Majesty's scanner was a gift from the night. It's definitely top-notch within Yanji main continent. This human has no clue.
The
black-armored youth nodded.
The two of them got closer.
200 million km, 100 million km,
the blade ship headed towards Luo Feng's ship. The direction was spot on without any error.
What do we do? Luo Feng felt every cell in his body jump, his blood boiling.
Excitement.
Uproar. It was almost like he was about to obtain an impressive treasure. He had to fight hard to suppress it.
Do I go all out and fight for it? Or immediately flee?
If I go for it, the Bug Clan army has to be within 100,000 kilometers. If the distance is too far, it would be too easy to dodge. If I let the golden horned beast out, that would reveal its location. Who knows which camp this enemy is from? I can definitely confirm it's not from the human camp. If it's the automaton camp, the moment they see the beast, they would immediately inform the enemy and he would probably teleport over.
Luo Feng was calculating all decisions.
Arg!
What do I do?
To have such an advanced scanner, he's definitely not a normal official, or he has some huge background.
Or he must be extremely powerful.
My Earth body can only deal with a low-level official. To have such a scanner, he definitely has more strength than that.
Luo Feng was worried.
He wanted to fight it out for the treasure. But his strength wasn't sufficient. The only hope was the golden horned beast. However, there was the risk of revealing its location, and if revealed, the automaton warrior from before would definitely appear with more power than before.
90 million km, 80 million.
Luo Feng clearly felt the distance shrink. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text, Chapter 806, Harbor. Chapter 806, Harbor. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation.
The ships kept getting closer.
Luo Feng, don't risk the danger. Don't lose your mind because of the treasure.
Babata said urgently.
This is the Outer Region Wars.
Even though you may get treasures through the dangers, whether it's this enemy before you or the automaton enemy from the past, your scanner is no match for theirs, you are disadvantaged. If you take the risk, you may very likely lose your life. Luo Feng clearly felt the distance get closer. 56.39 million km, 50. As it got closer, the calling got stronger too. If his willpower wasn't strong enough, his body would have simply jumped out on its own and rushed towards the treasure. Leave. Luo Feng gritted his teeth and ordered. We leave immediately, head towards the travel point. Yes. Babata said excitedly. So. The ship that was stopped in the air fiercely accelerated, quickly reaching sublight speed and flying above the main continent. This scene made the black-armored youth chasing him frown. Your Majesty, the target is moving and has reached sublight speed, he's heading in the complete opposite direction. Even if we chase at the same speed, we can only get close slowly through angles, it would probably take a long time to catch him. The prerequisite is that he doesn't know we are chasing him. An underling said. The black-armored youth shook his head, this human is lucky, let's give up. There are many other powerful warriors on the main continent. Yes. The blade ship swiftly decreased its speed and headed in its original direction. Hence, the two ships got further away from each other. Luo Feng sat in his control room and wielded his blood shadow blade, rubbing it and saying softly, the weaker one shouldn't mess with the stronger one's more haste and less speed, my scanner is weaker than the enemy's, and I'm unable to use my strongest card. I'm also oblivious to the enemy, an enemy with such a scanner must be one with some background. If I fight now, I probably can't win. It would be a tragedy. He shook his head. Bear with it. Since he's come to the main continent, and from where he's headed, it's obviously towards the deep regions of the main continent. He's here to explore the continent. It would take over 3 months from here to the closest travel point, and my return to the camp would take less than 4 months before I return here. Unless he's dumb enough to come here and return immediately. Otherwise, even with my trip back and forth from the camp, I should still be able to find him. Luo Feng confirmed. Anyone that came to the main continent, as long as they didn't fall, would at least stay for hundreds if not tens of thousands of years. And that enemy had obviously just come to the main continent. From where it was headed, it was obvious that it was towards deeper regions of the continent. The continent was vast, the moment one flew it, it would take a few years to circle around it. Even from far, I can still feel the treasure. When I return, I should be able to clearly feel his position. Back to the camp. Even though he was unwilling, he could only bear with it, everything would have to wait till he returned from the camp. Flying straight to the travel point from the main continent and later traveling straight to the 26th camp. It took over 3 months for this return. The camp. The disc-shaped ship was like a bead of sand, the camp itself was like a huge planet. Luo Feng gazed at the camp. The malevolent war machine was larger than a sun with a diameter of over 1 million kilometers. It was a pinnacle AAA god base, and its colorful energy barrier surrounded it. Its malevolent ancient-looking cannon had complex engravings around its barrel, it made Luo Feng shudder within. It was a perfect piece of art. Soldier Luo Feng, your ship will now be controlled by the camp, do not resist. If you resist, you will be attacked and the consequences will be deadly. As the ship got close, it was forcefully taken over by the camp. The ship was brought to a pathway into the base, following the pathways for a while before it entered a huge hall. Luo Feng had returned to the camp. Welcome back, soldier. A silver-uniformed human worker smiled and welcomed Luo Feng from the cabin door. Did you choose to retire or come back to rest? Rest. Luo Feng waved his hand and kept the ship in his world ring. Follow me. The worker smiled. Luo Feng followed. The worker said, as a free soldier, you have no need to follow the arrangements of the army, you can choose when you want to return to battle or rest. You can also choose to bring an army or not. However, it is rare to see a lone wolf in the outer region wars.
I don't like it crowded. Luo Feng glanced at him.
The worker smiled. The two of them became beams of light and quickly reached tens of thousands of km away.
The left end is the entertainment region, restaurants, and gathering, as all sorts of entertainment can be found there.
Ahead is where the free soldiers live. Their living arrangements are much better.
He said.
You should have been arranged a place, just retrieve the number given to you and head over.
As for entertainment, you can head to the left. If you want to head back out, you can follow this path.
Luo Feng nodded.
Then I won't be bothering you.
The worker was very respectful as he left.
Luo Feng glanced ahead. Not bad. Luo Feng complimented.
Tens of thousands of km ahead, there was a mountain range with rivers and trees, along with some snowy and sandy areas. This was the top-class living quarters of the camp, and it was almost just like a holiday on a planet. To a base with a diameter exceeding millions of km, such a space was easy to make.
Luo Feng's quarters was an island in the middle of a lake.
Soldier Luo Feng, this island is your private quarters. While you stay here, no one else is allowed to enter the island. The beautiful island became his private territory.
Luo Feng walked on the gentle sand and he was satisfied.
Hey! He suddenly heard a loud shout.
Luo Feng turned to look.
In a distant island, there was an undying human, dressed in loose long robes, covered in green fur and walking barefoot on the sand. Even though he was far, both had vision capable of seeing each grain of sand on their islands. The green furry man smiled and said, I'm called Ku Tua, welcome neighbor.
I'm called Yang. Luo Feng smiled.
Yang, are you a pinnacle official or emperor?
The distant Ku Tua smiled.
Luo Feng was curious, why are you asking this? This private spaces are for the free soldiers. However, they all have different living quarters. Some have normal spots while others have more luxurious places such as villas. To have an island by yourself or a mountain peak, these are the top-class quarters. Normally only those with high contribution points have the right to live here.
They are normally emperors, however from the energy you give off, you seem to be pinnacle official. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh.
Right. His contribution points were mostly brought in by the golden-horned beast. Hence, he did earn quite a bit. Being given this place, he belonged in the place of an emperor. The human body with the Sha Wu wings gave off the energy of a pinnacle official.
Almost an emperor.
Luo Feng said, however I haven't gotten my ranking.
Looks like you've had some growth in the outer region wars.
I, Ku Tua, am known as the Explosion Emperor. The distant green fur man smiled.
Nice to meet you, I have some matters to attend to. Once I'm done, let's go grab a drink together.
Luo Feng smiled.
All right.
The man smiled back. The strong were as such, they would normally befriend others of the same level, and the arrangement by the army naturally gave the strong extra encounters too.
Luo Feng entered his own living quarters.
This was a very special place.
The island took up an area of 1.2 cubic kilometer.
The island itself had some 1 or 2 leveled ancient constructs, and surrounding these were ancient statues. One could also locate a few azure rivers.
It's a good holiday spot.
Luo Feng kept the armor and changed to his underpants and jumped into the warm river. Lying within felt very comfortable.
Time to study the goods.
Within the world ring,
Masha Luo Feng wore a black robe and stood before the huge broken pyramid. That automaton warrior sure was wealthy.
However, this ship should be considered his top treasure, otherwise he wouldn't even bother to chase me. Black-clothed Luo Feng followed the slit in the pyramid and entered the ship, after which he carefully examined each cabin.
Babata!
He shouted. With a wave, robots appeared within the walkway. Arrange for a careful examination of the ship," he ordered.
"Leave it to me," a robot replied. The many robots immediately dispersed about.
Black-clothed Luo Feng stood before a short G-grade automaton puppet. This was the only G-grade puppet in the entire ship. However, after the attack from the Million Bug Army, even though its body wasn't fully destroyed, its core within was completely shattered. This was after all an attack that would kill even the golden horned beast, much less an automaton puppet. This G-grade puppet, just its metal body alone is worth quite a bit,
he muttered.
With a sweep of his world energy, he checked all the items on it, quickly discovering the world ring. This should be where the large automaton puppet army is kept. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text, Chapter 807, Sum of Goods. Chapter 807, Sum of Goods. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation.
This world ring was controlled by a G-grade automaton puppet.
Hence, it didn't have any spirit imprint, and it was considered a free ring. Black-clothed Luo Feng immediately used his world energy to scan within.
Ha ha! He smiled. Indeed, there are 1 million automaton puppets, and all of them are F9 grade, and are in perfect condition.
He had already acquired 530,000 puppets before.
However, they had their cores damaged by the golden horned beast's attack. The ones in this ring, however, were in perfect condition.
Luo Feng, Luo Feng. A 1.5 m tall youth Babata ran over. Babata. Luo Feng glanced over. Babata was a living AI, hence it could easily control an automaton puppet body.
Back then, the master of the Yun Mo planet Hu Yenbo had given him a similar body. However, the usage of a metal body was very normal. It didn't help his abilities much. The evolution of a living AI was very hard, unless one acquired an evolution heart and absorbed it, melding the AI with their body. Only then would the two be fully fused. Almost like a soul to its body. The living AI would then have a precious living body, and would be able to grow and evolve. After fully melding with their body, they would feel the universe laws much clearer, at least akin to a normal human warrior. And those without the ability to evolve, like Babata, may train their comprehension. But even after 1 trillion years, they could never ever become undying. Only with the evolution heart will one truly have the ability to become a powerful automaton warrior. As training progresses, the automaton's body will keep strengthening, and the flexibility and sturdiness will improve, almost like a flesh and blood body. Hence the evolution heart was very important.
It couldn't be helped.
The evolution heart was something only the automaton race had. This was their most important treasure, hence their control on the evolution heart itself was very strict, forbidding anyone from ever selling it. This rule is embedded deep within their core. They may be able to produce many evolution hearts to nurture warriors, however they would never sell a single one, even at a huge price. This made it extremely hard for humans, demons, and so on to get their hands on the evolution hearts.
The difficulty was simply too high.
This was something only the automaton race had.
Hence,
every evolution heart was priced above 10 billion mixed elements. This was akin to an emperor's entire wealth. This means, unless one truly wanted to make their living AI their life or death partner, or one was an absolute warrior with huge wealth, they wouldn't be able to afford the evolution heart.
Babata currently didn't even think about it. It had never had one before. He was satisfied with a metal body.
Luo Feng, don't ever forcefully try and hack the perfect F9 puppets,
Babata shouted.
The black-clothed Luo Feng looked down at the youth Babata.
The perfect condition puppets all have defensive abilities.
If they are forcefully hacked, they will self-destruct,
Babata said. The automaton warrior is extremely far from us right now.
He's unable to control these puppets, however if they are attacked and they self-destruct, they'd become worthless.
The There's no way to control them? Luo Feng asked.
Of course there is, but my hacking ability is not sufficient.
Babata smiled, hence there's no need to forcefully attack them. Just scan their insides and sell them.
The virtual universe company would naturally have the ability to easily hack them, we just have to pay a small sum.
Luo Feng nodded. This hacking, it was better left to the professionals. How is it, is the scan complete? Luo Feng looked at Babata. Babata nodded. Completed, there are 4 types of items in this broken ship. The first item is the ship itself.
This F9 ship is equipped with an extremely powerful defense energy barrier. It's slightly more powerful than the Yun-Mo planet ship. It's a pity that the attack before had destroyed it, it's been ripped apart.
It's mostly only worth its weight in F9 metal now, its entire price would still be about 5 million mixed elements. The second item is the G-grade puppet.
This puppet may not be huge but it's still G-grade, and its quality is still much better than your blade and shield.
It should be worth about 20 million mixed elements.
The third is the cores you'll get from the 530,000 damaged puppets along with the 1 million good condition puppets.
The price of that would be worth about 800 million mixed elements. The fourth item is the most valuable.
It's the most valuable apparatus within the control room. The apparatus are all made of G-grade and F-grade metals.
Their energy system is incredibly complex, I don't even dare scan it. However, just the metal from the apparatus alone would be worth over 500 million, of which the technology and other abilities are even more complex. They are probably worth much more. As for how high, I have no way to confirm. Just these 4 items.
The entire price must be extremely high, at least more than the goods you've accumulated over these 1,000 years.
The total sum of your 1,000 years here would only be worth about 100 million mixed elements. This is far from this ship's value. Luo Feng nodded and laughed. It was time for the harvest. It was definitely worth it to fight against those with background.
He had only acquired a single ship, yet his rewards were that huge.
The wealth of that automaton warrior did give him a shock. How do I sell this though? Luo Feng pondered. I'll advise you to first get an estimate from the virtual universe company. Babata said.
Luo
Feng nodded.
He first scanned through all the items and made records of them before simulating them in the virtual universe. Within the virtual universe primal region, Luo Feng's villa.
Your Majesty Luo Feng, it's an honor to meet you. To receive an invite from you really makes me, Nuasi Wuxi, honored.
A green-robed fat undying with 2 fish eyes bowed low to display his respect to Luo Feng.
Luo Feng was the primal Chaos City leader's disciple, naturally his position was extremely high. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled. Look. Luo Feng pointed to the land beside.
On it was a broken pyramid ship. This was completely simulated.
This is? The Undying asked curiously. This is my spoils of war.
I'd like to ask, as the purchasing head of the company, what price can you give me?
Luo Feng asked.
The virtual universe company naturally had a purchasing department. They normally let their AIs handle the deals, the higher value deals however were run by the internal members. Nuasi Wu was one of the main managers of this department, he normally dealt with emperors. The ship is damaged, it should be worth a few million mixed elements, he said casually. Having frequently dealt with emperors, he didn't care about such low numbers. The true goods are inside.
Luo Feng smiled, follow me. Ah?
Nuasi Wu was shocked, he was curious about this disciple of the primal Chaos City leader.
He entered the broken pyramid along with Luo Feng.
This is an automaton ship, and one from a warrior with quite some background. Nuawusi looked at the decor within, smiling as he passed judgment. When he first saw the G-grade puppet, he nodded and complimented, G-grade puppet, its metal alone is worth 20 million mixed elements. These are the 1.52 million puppets I collected, of which 530,000 are damaged while 1 million of them are still fine.
These are the damaged ones and the perfect ones.
This is the most valuable apparatus I acquired. It's able to set up a powerful space that can even trap an emperor. After the viewing, Luo Wuxi was shocked, because even an emperor usually only had a wealth of only about 10 billion mixed elements. They would hardly have a deal worth tens of billions. The automaton puppets are only slightly damaged, only their energy cores have been shattered. Since their important parts are still fine, they only require light repairs.
The 1.53 million puppets are exceptional goods even amongst the F9 items. They'd be worth a few hundred mix elements each.
The cost of building them within humanity is much higher. On average they'd require about 1,000 mixed element each, hence I can give you a price of 1.5 billion mixed elements.
Of course.
The most valuable items is the apparatus. This batch uses extremely good materials, and the most important thing is their usage. This is considered top class even within the automaton race. A knight-level warrior probably spent quite a bit of energy to create them. To get an automaton knight to build something like that, it's worth a lot, but it's a pity this is only a part of it.
As for the apparatus, I can give you a price of 3 billion mixed elements. Luo Siwu finally gave Luo Feng the estimates.
Including all the other little items, I can raise them slightly higher.
I'll give you a total price of 4.6 billion mixed elements. He smiled. I'm normally not this generous with normal emperors. 4.6 billion mixed elements? Luo Feng was surprised.
Thanks, I'll think about it.
Luo Feng said.
Ha, no rush.
If you wish to sell them, you can find me anytime.
Luo Siwu smiled. Your Majesty's rewards are huge, especially the apparatus. However, if you could get the complete set made by that night, it would be worth a lot more.
Luo Feng nodded.
Luo Siwu laughed. Ha, even the Virtual Universe Company is willing to fork out 4.6 billion.
Luo Feng smiled. This sure is worth a lot. That automaton warrior must really have some background.
Not bad.
Babata smiled. Fighting a powerful enemy brings bigger rewards.
Fortune and disaster go hand in hand after all.
This is fortune, how can this be a disaster? Luo Feng smiled. Right now I'm wondering how to get a higher price and through what means should I go through.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text, Chapter 808, Deal. Chapter 808, Deal. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation.
What was the best way to get the highest price for his goods?
I'll have to rely on the network.
He searched for information on how to sell stuff, reading each article carefully.
Han Alliance? Luo Feng looked at the screen and frowned. According to this, the rarest and most valuable items in humanity are normally dealt with in the Han Alliance?
These treasures are only circulated within the large number of powerful warriors in this alliance, and only they can give a true high price.
However, I've not been invited into the alliance. After thinking for a while,
he immediately contacted his teacher Truyen.
Do. A gold-armored ape appeared in the screen. It was Truyen.
His eyes were like lightning as they looked at Luo Feng.
He laughed and said, "My dear disciple, why have you contacted me?"
Teacher. Luo Feng said respectfully, I have a favor to ask of you.
Speak. Truyen smiled. It's like this.
Luo Feng swiftly said. I acquired some valuable items in the Outer Region Wars, however I don't wish to simply sell them to the Virtual Universe Company's buying department. I want to get your help, to help me sell them to the Han Alliance.
Truyen frowned, sending to the Han Alliance to sell? Luo Feng nodded. The Han Alliance isn't ordinary at all. Tru Yen warned. They are a huge alliance formed mainly by humans with other powerful warriors from other races. One has to at least be emperor level to become a member. Even for the staff position, many warriors are fighting to send their sector lords and undyings. There. Countless powerful warriors are gathered within. Deals are a normal thing. I, Tru Yen, do indeed know many warriors within. It's not that I can't help you, I only have one request, and that is that it has to be valuable. Otherwise, I'd simply lose my reputation. Tru Yen said. What is considered a treasure? Luo Feng asked. Worth at least 1 billion mixed elements and up, he replied. If it's not even worth that much, don't make me lose my face. Teacher, this is the detailed information about my goods, I'll send it to you. Luo Feng sent a mail. These goods, the buying department of the company offered me 4.6 billion mixed elements. 4.6 billion? Tru Yen was shocked, staring hard at his disciple. The company will definitely give you the lowest price possible, yet that alone is worth 4.6 billion? My disciple, just who did you steal from, earning the wealth of an emperor like that? Luo Feng smiled. Tru Yen began to look through the information. An automaton knight created this special weapon? This is worth a lot. Tru Yen nodded. My disciple, leave it to me, I will sell it at a high price. I was wise to have you as my student, your treasure earning ability is 3 times that of your third senior. Luo Feng smiled. The fastest this would take is half a day, slowest 3 to 5 days, just wait for my call. Tru Yen disconnected and went to carry out the favor. Actually, dealing in such big deals did give one a sense of achievement. Tru Yen had spent countless years in Primal Chaos City, he hardly ever had such dealings. He was happy to actually work with such a deal with the Han Alliance, going through his connections to get a high price. Luo Feng currently had 2 teachers, Tru Yen and the Primal Chaos City leader. Luo Feng had spent a long time with Tru Yen. Since Tru Yen's character was straightforward, Luo Feng always felt relaxed and friendly with him. With the city leader, however, he felt extreme pressure, he had to always maintain full respect. Hence, for certain matters, Luo Feng would rather look for Tru Yen rather than bother the city leader. Unless it was a huge matter, he didn't dare disturb the leader. Slowest would be 3 to 5 days? Luo Feng sat before his desk and gently tapped the screen. Then I shall do some studying on scanners. Detailed information and numbers appeared. Spread 01 102,983, scanning area of 1 billion km in diameter. It requires 5 million points, lowest discount 5%, highest 10%, you get 6%. Spread 01 102,983, scanning area 300 million kilometers in diameter. Requires 4 million points, lowest discount 5%, highest 10%, you get 6%. Stu 01 0000001, scanning area 1 billion km in diameter. Requires 50 billion points, lowest discount 5%, highest 10%, you get 6%. Stu 02 0000001, scanning area of 300 million kilometers in diameter. Requires 40 billion points, lowest discount 5%, highest 10%, you get 6%. A 111 192,039, scanning area 100 kilometers in diameter. Requires 1 million points, lowest discount 5%, highest 10%, you get 6%. A 112 192,039, scanning area 20 kilometers in diameter. Requires 800,000 points, lowest discount 5%, highest 10%, you get 6%. The scanners were mostly separated into 2 kinds. One was with large areas, normally about 100 million kilometers, 300 million kilometers, and 1 billion kilometers in diameter. The better it was, the more area one would be able to see, like the 300 million and 1 billion kilometers types. The other type was the small area.
normally with diameters of 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and 100 kilometers. The higher ones were 20 kilometers and 100 kilometers. The large ones could scan ships from far, it was easier to set up. The small ones were normally for universe secret regions, it scanned small areas extremely well. As its area was small, it could do a higher level scan. Luo Feng continued to read through the information. The many high-level scanners were usually not available even to Primal Region members. Luo Feng, however, was able to see everything, but he couldn't even afford them. When he saw they required 10 billion points or even 100 billion, he could only stare wide-eyed. Absurd prices. Even with my discount, I still can't afford it. Luo Feng pondered, what grade should I buy this time? 10 million points level? Over 100 million points level? Billion points? Back when he bought his scanner in Primal Chaos City, he had no experience whatsoever. He purely looked at some information about scanners used in the Outer Region Wars and bought one. However, having been here for over 1,000 years and suffered some losses, he knew exactly what he needed. I'm too stupid. There's no need to have a 1 billion km diameter scanner. I just need a 300 million km area on it. I'll also buy a specialized small area scanner, it'll serve me better when I am closer. The two scanners would complement each other when both were used. For the large area, I have two choices. One of them is for 2 billion points, the higher level one is 6 billion points. As for the small one, I'll have to spend quite a bit too. He thought. Let's see how much teacher can bring in from my goods. Luo Feng had many things he wanted to buy. The most pressing being the scanner, he also wanted to nurture the cloud contact vine and other items. However, they all needed money. Ku-Tua. Young. A black-armored Luo Feng with black wings on his back lifted his wineglass with the green-armored and furry man. Yang, how are your rewards? Ku-Tua asked. Normal, you should know too, that official level undyings all have undying bodies, killing every one of them is extremely hard. Luo Feng lifted his glass. I only killed about 100 officials over the last 1,000 years. All of them were mostly low officials while there were very few high officials, and that is still lucky. The points take too long to accumulate. It's very hard to kill undying bodies. The furry man put down his glass angrily, shaking his head. I'm also at Emperor level, the pinnacle officials are obviously weaker than me, and yet I cannot do anything about them. Killing 100 officials over 1,000 years is not bad already. It's even better than me, right? Where are you situated? Yanji Continent. Luo Feng replied. Yanji Continent? Ku-Tua stared. You are already Emperor level, yet you are still there? You can come to Star Tower already, I'm right there. The most dangerous place in the 7th battlefield? Luo Feng smiled. There were several extremely dangerous places in the 7th battlefield, the closest from the 26th camp was Star Tower. Even though it's dangerous, it's full of encounters. Ku-Tua advised, whenever you head over, let's work together. Ku-Tua. Ku-Tua. 3 voices resounded and 3 silhouettes walked over, the formless pressure they emanated was terrifying. Even though the restaurant was huge, the other normal undyings and officials all naturally stayed away from this region, because the undyings here were all emperors. Ha! Ku-Tua waved his hand and said to Luo Feng, these 3 are my comrades in Star Tower. I've explored the areas with them, let me introduce you. Luo Feng nodded. Come, I'll introduce you all to my new friend Yang. Ku-Tua shouted to the 3 emperors. Luo Feng waited patiently within the 26th camp for his teacher's answer, while making friends with the emperors within. On the 3rd day, Truyen finally contacted Luo Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text, Chapter 809, Information on Blood River Crystals. Chapter 809, Information on Blood River Crystals. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. At dawn, mist engulfed the river.
On an island within, Luo Feng lay within the hot springs, and was relaxing his body, when Tru Yen suddenly contacted him. "Hurry over to my palace on Lightning Island."
"Yes, teacher."
Virtual Universe Lightning Island, countless undyings within the Virtual Universe company stayed here. Tru Yen's palace was one of them.
"Your Majesty, his lord is within." A guide showed Luo Feng the way. "My disciple, hurry in." Tru Yan's voice boomed from within. Luo Feng immediately entered. With a glance, 3 warriors were sitting around a table within.
One of them was Tru Yen, another had feathered wings and gold eyes, while the last one was a huge silhouette, almost like black mud.
"Teacher!" Luo Feng shouted respectfully as he entered. "Ha ha!" Tru Yen smiled. "Let me introduce you.
These are other race warriors.
This is Desire Emperor and this is Black Heart Emperor."
Tru Yen pointed at the feathered warrior and then the black mud-like warrior. All of them wore a smile, of which the feathered warrior Desire Emperor smiled and said, "This is your disciple Tru Yen, and the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader." "Tru Yen, you don't have to introduce him, his reputation is quite widespread."
The black mud-like warrior nodded. "Disciple, sit."
Tru Yen pointed at the chair beside.
"Yes." Luo Feng sat down. "I've already arranged everything for you."
Tru Yen explained, "The Great Puppet and the 1.53 million puppets will all go to Desire Emperor.
That apparatus will go to Black Heart Emperor. The prices have been set. Desire Emperor is willing to give you 1.8 billion mixed elements. Black Heart Emperor is willing to give you 4.3 billion. Luo Feng nodded within.
The automaton puppets were easily accessible to such powerful warriors. The Virtual Universe Company was willing to give him 1.5 billion, the highest it could go would probably be about 2 billion. Hence, 1.8 billion was already very high. The puppets were after all common items.
The 9 Absolute God Country apparatus, however, was a rare item.
Although it wasn't worth much to people uninterested in the automaton weapons, to the collectors, however, it was a true treasure. They could dissect it and carefully analyze it, studying their methods.
Luo Feng. Black Heart Emperor said, "Do you know anything about this apparatus?"
This is one portion of the device used to set up the 9 Absolute God Country.
Luo Feng immediately explained.
When set up, even a pinnacle emperor would be trapped within, and combined with the special automaton puppets within, it can unleash several special attacks. Its power is absolute.
Black Heart Emperor's eyes gleamed, nodding as he smiled. "Trap? Attacks? Let's immediately begin the exchange then." "All right." Luo Feng nodded.
Luo Feng discussed with the 2 emperors and swiftly confirmed their method of exchange, using the Virtual Universe Company as the middleman to deliver the goods and confirm the exchange. The commission for such a deal would usually have a high of 1,000 mixed elements max, lowest being 1 mixed element.
For such a deal,
as both Black Heart Emperor and Desire Emperor were both outside humanity's territories, both deals were charged 100 mixed elements as commission.
Compared to the deal involving 6.1 billion mixed elements, this was nothing. After the deal was settled,
both emperors were interested in getting along with the Primal Chaos City leader's disciple. They were after all races subservient to humanity.
Even as generals for humanity, they mostly used mixed elements as their currency.
Since humanity has such a large influence on them, a being such as the city leader was looked up to and worshipped by them too.
It was a pleasure for them to talk to Luo Feng. They chatted and ate. During the banquet, a team from the company in reality went to collect the goods from Luo Feng. The goods were confirmed.
Black Heart Emperor and Desire Emperor naturally transferred the funds. After the banquet, Desire Emperor suddenly stood up as he was discussing his experiences in the secret region.
What's the matter?
Black Heart Emperor and True Yen both looked at him shocked.
Luo Feng was curious too.
The Han Alliance has opened a Blood River crystal auction.
It will begin immediately. Desire Emperor said softly, his eyes suppressing his excitement. Blood River crystal auction?
The other two emperors were shocked.
We'll see if I can get any this time.
Desire Emperor's eyes were filled with anticipation, after which he smiled. True Yen, you are already Pinnacle Emperor, almost akin to a knight, don't fight with us for the crystals.
Blood River crystals are effective even for knights, why shouldn't I fight for them? True Yen mocked. Bring it. Anyway, there will be many others. Desire Emperor shook his head, let's go participate in the auction. You two go on ahead. True Yen said. Luo Feng, we'll be leaving first.
The two emperors said their goodbyes and rushed off, vanishing from the hall.
Only True Yen and Luo Feng were left behind. Teacher, what's with the auction for Blood River crystals?
I remember they are banned items, banned from deals, auctions, etc.
Luo Feng asked.
Ah, right, you've been to Blood River continent.
True Yen smiled and nodded. You must remember one thing, anything that is banned is all only relative.
Even the most valuable items, they may be banned for sector lords, but the Undyings can still make deals. If they are banned for Undyings, the knights may still exchange them freely. The term ban is only relative to different levels.
Ah. Luo Feng nodded.
Right. It was as such. Han Alliance is an alliance led by humans with many other races, naturally many valuable items will appear.
True Yen said.
The Blood River crystals?
Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Absorbing them was extremely hard.
A human absorbing 10 crystals was already unbelievable, what would be the benefit of auctioning them?
Why are even the knights fighting for the crystals? Luo Feng asked. Absorbing them is extremely hard. Of course it's hard. At sector lord level, the body's genetics are evolved to its limit. A human absorbing 10 crystals is already unbelievable.
True Yen laughed loudly. However, the crystals, these are condensed crystals of the beast god's essence, they are crystals of its blood. The beast god is a being akin to a knight, and as a powerful natural beast of the universe, with gold and space infused within its body, the crystals wonders, do you think there'd simply be just one way to absorb them?
Luo Feng was stunned.
So that was it, the crystals were essences, condensed blood of the beast god? The crystals have many uses, with huge benefits even to the knights.
True Yen nodded.
However, humanity's upper echelon has a strict control on these important items, usually only supplying them to the strongest. Hence very rarely would there be a few Blood River crystals circulating to be auctioned. These crystals are important treasures to any blood and flesh life form. Every 100 crystals form a unit, because 100 of them can form 1 drop of the beast god's blood.
True Yen said. However, I'm currently at the Emperor Pinnacle level.
What I lack is the law comprehension, external treasures are useless to me.
Hence, I won't bother fighting for them.
True Yen smiled, when I become a knight, I'd probably have to go fight for some too. The Blood River crystal auctions normally attract many powerful warriors, I'll head over just to join in the fun.
You should return. Luo Feng replied, yes teacher. Shwa. True Yen vanished from the hall.
Blood River crystal?
100 of them can be condensed into 1 drop of the beast god's blood? Luo Feng muttered. A true treasure to any flesh and blood life form, one that even knights will fight for? Damn.
Back then, the Virtual Universe Company gave us universe-level punks a low price of 600 points for 1 crystal.
Luo Feng smiled weirdly.
Shaking his head, seems right, we were simply universe-level punks, they needn't give us too high a price. To them, they already gave us a chance to acquire the crystals. How would the little punks know that these crystals were incredibly important treasures to the emperors and knights? So, Luo Feng vanished too. 100 crystals could be condensed into a drop of the beast god's blood, and it was hard for the universe-level geniuses to acquire even a few of them. Luo Feng, who was supposed to be a universe level, had a powerful domain lord clone proficient in assassination, the Masha body. This was too rare. And back then, he had used the Masha body to steal close to 10,000 crystals. Back then, facing the 600 points per crystal price, he fought hard against his desire for more points. He was sure that these crystals were true treasures and that he shouldn't sell them. I never would have expected the uses and benefits of the crystals would be that important in the future. Luo Feng walked out of the hot springs. The water flowed off his body, the chill from the air made him comfortable. He casually lay in a chair. The more he thought of it, the happier he got. He was wise to keep all the crystals, this was a fortune. Right. Back then my universe-level human body only absorbed 3 crystals. Now that I'm Sector Lord Pinnacle, and I'm trained in the Nameless Manual, my cells have evolved. Luo Feng thought. It's time to try absorbing the crystals again. It had been many years since he last tried. As it was too hard to simply absorb the 3 crystals last time, with the Black Warrior. Even a being, a legend within the history of Blood River Continent, he always thought he would never reach 10 crystals. And without reaching 10 crystals, the rise in his power would be limited. Hence, he never gave it another shot. Just like that, a few thousand years had passed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 810, Deep Pockets. Chapter 810, Deep Pockets. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Within the room, Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Absorbing a new crystal always gets increasingly difficult. However, my body is much stronger than before, who knows how many I can absorb now. Luo Feng wasn't confident in absorbing 10 Blood River crystals simply because the Black Warrior was but a legend in Blood River Continent. From his absorption back then, his genetic makeup was much stronger now, even with the Nameless Manual. However, that was only the first level. It was still extremely hard to become a Black Warrior. Let's begin. He flipped his hand and brandished 1 Blood River crystal. It was a triangular crystal that was completely blood red and translucent. It gave off energy ripples that were almost like a heartbeat. Back then when I first saw a crystal, I thought it was like a life form. But, now I know that it's the blood crystals from the fallen beast god. Luo Feng slashed his palm and allowed the crystal to make contact with the bleeding wound. The killing intent permeated his skin and his body changed. He was familiar with this feeling. For someone that had absorbed over 100 crystals, this level of pain was nothing. After a while, the 4th crystal was completely absorbed. Luo Feng was very calm, absorbing up to 5 or 6 crystals was within his expectations. Who knows which one I can get to? He flipped his hand and brandished the 5th crystal. 6th. 7th. The 7th one succeeded as well. Luo Feng's face was covered in perspiration from the pain. But his eyes were gleaming excitedly. I actually succeeded in absorbing the 7th. Back then, it took countless years to produce an absolute genius like the blood god Bachi, and he only absorbed 8 crystals. My body genetics aren't exactly the strongest. Is it because I trained in the Nameless Manual that I'm able to go through this change? I'll try the 8th. Luo Feng took out another crystal. Absorb. Success. I've caught up with Bachi. He blinked his eyes. Let's try the 9th. He couldn't help but grow in excitement. He may truly become a Black Warrior. He easily withstood the killing intent from the 9th, as the energy poured into his body. His muscles and skin began to tear apart.
Ka-cha!
His bones broke. After which the blood river energy flowed back into the crystal. The absorption of the 9th crystal had failed. Absorbing the 8th is already beyond my expectations. I only have an earthling's human body. The only special trait is being trained in the nameless manual. And it allowed me to reach the level of that absolute genius blood god Ba-Chi.
Luo Feng was shocked. The nameless manual was simply unbelievable.
In truth, once one's genetics reached its limits, it was hard to evolve further. The first level of the nameless manual allowed him to raise his body strength 3 times.
What level of gene evolution did it take to get such an effect? Absorbing 8 crystals have very little effect on my strength though. Luo Feng shook his head. Absorbing 3, 10, 100, these were their limits. After the 3rd crystal, one's melding with the universe energies would double.
After the 10th, one would reach 3 times. And triggering the blood river energy would cause one's cells to evolve temporarily and rise in strength. At 8 crystals, however, compared to passing the 3 crystals from before, his strength had risen just a little more than before. He walked out of the room full of perspiration. He jumped into the pool barefoot and swam about casually at the bottom. He was already very satisfied with absorbing 8 crystals. Even though his strength didn't rise that much, it showed how powerful the nameless manual was. If I can get the 2nd level of the nameless manual, my body will once again go through a huge evolution. I may be able to absorb 10 crystals. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. For such a heavenly manual, getting the 1st level alone was a huge miracle. How hard would it be to get the 2nd? The earth body is at its limit. I'll let the golden horned beast try to absorb more crystals.
Luo Feng lay on the rocks as the warm water flowed about him.
Simultaneously, he began trying to let the beast absorb more blood river crystals. He wasn't too anxious about letting the beast absorb more crystals. Mainly due to the fact that absorbing 100 crystals seemed to already be the maximum amount. Luo Feng could withstand the killing intent and power of the 101st crystal long ago. However, the right claw was unable to absorb any more blood river energy. The beast god howling picture formed from triggering the energy was already very perfect. The right claw had reached its limit. Then, he could only absorb the crystals with the rest of the body. However, no matter how strong his willpower was, to absorb another 100 crystals would at most make its other body parts as strong as the right claw. Even so, its entire body strength would double from before. And this is only after absorbing another 100. One had to know that each new crystal got harder and harder. Luo Feng didn't dare expect too much.
101st. 102nd.
Within his internal world, the beast began its absorption. He picked the back portion this time mainly because this was the core of the body's strength, and the wings were on its back too. If it was strong enough, it would be easier to use the Sha Wu wings and unleash its strength. The back just began to absorb crystals. The gene change is starting from 0, hence, the pain is very minimal.
Luo Feng smiled as he lay in the river. Crystal after crystal. 110 th. 120. 130.
The killing intent got stronger and stronger. However, Luo Feng was only a few hundred years old when he absorbed the first 100, and with a few thousands years passing since then, his long years of comprehension and connection to the universe source had trained his consciousness and willpower. It made his mental state strength much stronger than before. Even though he was only in the first level of mental state training, knowing oneself, his willpower was incredible. The higher level of mental state training may not necessarily be stronger than the lower levels. The second level of innocence compared to the first level was normally much stronger. However, Luo Feng constantly pushed the limits of the first level. His willpower back then was but a few hundred years old. 140 th. 150 th. 160 th.
162, 163, 164, 165.
The 166th crystal has failed, my willpower cannot take it. Luo Feng revealed a smile. To absorb 165 crystals is already not bad. It gets harder towards the end, and my willpower has improved quite a bit over these few thousand years. Even though the beast had absorbed 65 crystals in its back, the entire strength of the beast had probably only risen by 10%. As the back strength was but a small portion of its entire strength, it couldn't compare to the right claw, hence the growth was limited. The fourth day Luo Feng stayed in the camp. Rumble. 3 silhouettes flew above the mountain ranges and quickly reached Luo Feng's private island.
Ha, you are finally here. Luo Feng strode out.
Sir, these are the goods you ordered. The 3 silhouettes were led by an undying. He respectfully handed a world ring. This world ring is complimentary. The ring flew straight at Luo Feng and floated before him.
Luo Feng accepted it excitedly.
After fighting for so long and thinking hard, he was simply just waiting for the goods.
He had completely spent the 6.1 billion mixed elements.
Giving a world ring worth 1 mixed element was normal for such a huge deal.
We'll take our leave. Go on. Luo Feng waved his hand and entered his house excitedly.
From start to end, the 3 workers from the Virtual Universe Company never set foot on his island. As this was a private island, the army had ruled that no one was allowed to set foot on it without Luo Feng's permission.
They are finally here.
I spent all of my 6.1 billion. Luo Feng sat in the chair beside and immediately used the Masha body to check the goods. He had gotten 6.1 billion from Blackheart and Desire Emperor back then, immediately exchanging all of it for 6.1 billion points. Under normal circumstances, only after becoming undying would one be able to exchange mixed elements for points. However, after Luo Feng became the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, his authority had risen higher than most emperors. Naturally, he had the right to exchange mixed elements for points. After getting 6.1 billion points, plus the 180 million he had from before, he began to splurge. Firstly, he bought 2 types of scanners. A large one that cost 2 billion points, only few emperors could afford something like that. And a small scanner that cost 1.8 billion, even though it could only scan an area of 20 km, its detail and level of scan was akin to the large scanners worth hundreds of billions. Meaning, with this small scanner, as long as a few powerful warriors discovered Luo Feng, even if his own large scanner couldn't detect them, his small one would. Secondly, he bought the best combination of items to nurture the cloud contact vine to undying level, spending a total of
53 billion points.
Naturally, even so, the chances of the cloud contact vine becoming undying was still only 50%. Thirdly, he bought 1 flame god core crystal, akin to a high emperor's self-destruct. This was enough to kill even a high-level emperor or harm a pinnacle emperor, and he had spent 800 million points on this. Back then in Primal Chaos City when Luo Feng had 3 billion points, he had exchanged for flame god crystals before. He had gotten 2 low-level emperor crystals, after spending 400 million points. The only thing was that he was never actually forced to use them yet. With the 3 of them together, he spent a total of 6.13 billion, leaving him with only 150 million points. He couldn't wait any longer. To make the cloud contact vine reach undying, the evolution process would require quite some time. While returning, I'll evolve it. I'll head out now, back to Yanji main continent. After bidding goodbye to the emperors he had been hanging out with, Luo Feng sat in his ship alone and left the 26th camp, heading back to the main continent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text Chapter 811 Cloud Contact Vine. Chapter 811 Cloud Contact Vine. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. This was a disc-shaped E9 ship.
It had begun universe travel at the spot closest to the 26th camp.
Within the dark universe.
The ship is proceeding at light speed. It will take 122 hours to reach Yenji main continent's travel spot.
Babata's voice resounded within the control room. Accelerate a little. Luo Feng ordered within, make it so that we reach there in 3.5 days.
Yes. The ship slightly got faster, maintaining its stability. Luo Feng closed his eyes, saying softly, according to the plan, the cloud contact vine evolution process requires 3 days. I hope that it succeeds. Within his internal world. In the center island of the continent, a thick vine had spread over tens of thousands of kilometers. It was the full form of the cloud contact vine.
Cloud contact vine. Howl,
10 thick and several km long vine flew straight towards the black-clothed Luo Feng. Hua hua, the surrounding leaves immediately made way and cleared a space for Luo Feng.
Cloud contact vine, good.
Luo Feng rubbed the little vine and smiled, make an area with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers.
Countless leaves swiftly pulled back.
The surrounding space was cleared, a clear empty space of 1,000 kilometers in diameter around Luo Feng appeared.
Enough. Black-clothed Luo Feng flipped his hand and 7 glaring red fruits appeared in mid-air. First step. Luo Feng got serious. Vine, swallow them. He ordered. Rumble.
7 vines rushed over and immediately swallowed the watermelon-sized red glaring fruits. After which, red light began to glow throughout the plant. It seemed to struggle slightly from the pain.
Pain, pain. The vine communicated. Bear with it.
Luo Feng flipped his hand and a huge stone basin appeared in mid-air, and it was filled with a jade green-like liquid.
Swallow it. He continued.
As time passed, all sorts of materials appeared and the vine continued to swallow them all. According to the detailed instructions, just this process alone took up to 2 whole days. The amount of materials added up to only a small portion of the vine. However, one could only imagine how much it was considering it was worth 1.53 billion points. As for the final step, these 18 materials, swallow them all.
Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with madness as he ordered.
Seemingly normal vines that gave off terrifying energy madly wrapped about the materials.
In the blink of an eye, it swallowed everything. Vine, dot.
Now it's all up to you, do you break through to undying or will my investment be for naught? It's a gamble now.
Luo Feng stared at the surrounding vines.
It seemed calm after swallowing the latest materials, however crackling noises almost like cannons resounded within. Tens of km of vines began to glow with colorful lights, it was mesmerizing.
The vines also constantly tore apart with countless fragments leaving the main body. It relied on its regenerative ability to regrow them.
Tear.
Regrow.
The old fragments vanished as new ones appeared.
The entire cloud contact vine seemed to have shed its entire whole body and evolved to something else.
Changing over and over, it continued to evolve, the efficiency was terrifying. Time passed and Luo Feng watched from mid-air as the vine twisted over and regrew. He couldn't help but mutter, withstand it, you have to continue on.
The moment you stop, the evolution will fail. After 1 whole hour.
The cloud contact vine that tore apart every few seconds had evolved like that for 1 whole hour.
An hour later. 1.
The now completely gold cloud contact vine which had been storing its special energy within seemed to finally find the chance to explode open. The originally excited and glaring gold cloud contact vine suddenly had special explosions of energy from every leaf. Its energy soared instantly. The gold cloud contact vine instantly froze up, ice crystals forming throughout its vines and leaves. It was like a huge ice sculpture, not moving at all, almost like it was dead. Only a faint, very weak energy rippled from within, small changes still occurring on the surface of the vines.
Whoa!
Black-clothed Luo Feng felt the surrounding cold and said softly, "So cold, I wonder who in the universe created this evolution process for the cloud contact vine. The many steps are all incredibly detailed. It should have been some powerful chemist or many generations of chemists constantly perfecting it." Seeing the evolution process reminded him of techniques used by chemists. The last day. Vine. Luo Feng looked at the ice statue. "You have to withstand it to the last step and breakthrough to undying. Otherwise you'll fail. It's the last day, you have to last till the end." But this one day of being frozen was the most dangerous step of the entire evolution process. Seconds passed as little changes occurred within the vine. Luo Feng held his breath and watched as he was in fear of the vine crumbling. "Hold on. You have to," he muttered. Every second seemed extra long. It felt like 100 years or even 1,000. During this one day of being frozen, there were many tiny changes occurring within the cloud contact vine. After it finally reached its limit, the ice crystals instantly melted off and the cloud contact vine rushed madly into the sky. The 216 vines were still with countless vines and leaves expanding and waving about in the air. Rumble. A terrifying spirit shook the area, breaking through the confines and connecting to the universe source. This is the final step. Luo Feng stared hard in mid-air, gripping his fists hard. Even though he had the 100 vine star-eating plant breaking through back then, the difference between the 100 vine star-eating plant and his cloud contact vine was too huge to compare. The probability of that 100 vine star-eating plant breaking through was extremely high. As for his cloud contact vine, it only had a 50% probability, and the amount of materials used was much more. The vine had reached the final step. 1. A formless pressure descended. Luo Feng, who was originally in mid-air, was forced to land on the ground and kneel from the pressure. The universe source pressure. Luo Feng was extremely gleeful. It succeeded. Its consciousness had connected to the universe source. The laws had descended. At this moment, it had broken through life's constraints and became an undying. Rumble. Countless amounts of undying energy infused with wood laws poured into the cloud contact vine, as the gold leaves madly absorbed all the undying energy. This was the only chance it had to endlessly absorb the energy. And world energy within fused with its body too and became undying energy. Its energy evolved. Body evolution. Its spirit imprint swiftly entered every bit of its undying energy. From now, the undying energy was no longer free but governed by its spirit imprint. Even if its body was torn apart, the separated undying energy belonged only to it, allowing it to reform. Infuse into every bit of God energy, every cell, all into its spirit imprint. Able to revive with even a shred of itself. Undying body. Luo Feng muttered from the distance, and his eyes were filled with glee. The universe source slowly dispersed. And the huge crystal-like vine that spread over hundreds of thousands of km continued to change colors. Gold, silver, purple, black, green, blue. It began to control the pressure it emanated, yet the energy was still terrifying. Everything was calm. So, the vine swiftly shrank and became a crystal vine only a few meters tall. Black-clothed Luo Feng flew over and landed beside it, gently rubbing the vine and smiling. "Congratulations, vine." "Thank you, master." A gentle voice resounded from the vine. "When are you preparing to build your god country?" Luo Feng asked. "The star-eating plant has already built his. Master can use his to do god country teleportation. Hence, there's no rush for me to do so. When you have extra time to look for another spot, I will then let my internal world fuse with a space fragment into a god country." The vine's consciousness was communicating with Luo Feng. Its voice was gentle but clear. Ha ha. Luo Feng was very happy within. Honestly, the cloud contact vine had been with him since Earth. After so long and countless experiences, the vine had been fighting hard for him.
In terms of feelings, it was almost like a brother to Luo Feng.
Naturally, he had more feelings for it than the star-eating plant. When the star-eating plant had become undying, Luo Feng was naturally happy that he had a strong ally. However, at this moment, it felt like a good friend had broken through to undying. He felt happy for it.
No problem, I'm not lacking in time.
We will go through universe travel later and look for a safe spot to teleport away via the star-eating plant god country. Then we can choose a safe spot for you to build your god country.
Luo Feng said.
Thank you, master. Its voice still gentle.
Ha ha. Luo Feng was very happy.
Back then his teacher had nurtured his 108 vine cloud contact vine to undying. With that it had the power of a low official.
Luo Feng's cloud contact vine had 216 vines.
At undying level, it was akin to a pinnacle official. And because of its sturdiness and strength, even though it was only at pinnacle official level, its body strength was akin to a low emperor human. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text, Chapter 812, Building a God Country. Chapter 812, Building a God Country. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. After 3.5 days of flying in the dark universe, the disc-shaped ship finally went through universe travel and arrived at the closest travel point to Yanji main continent.
Within the control room, the cloud contact armor melded with his skin. The black-armored Luo Feng had a pair of black feathered wings on his back as he gazed into the distant space. It was almost like he could see the distant Yanji man continent.
It sure riles me up. Luckily, that warrior is still on the main continent.
Luo Feng said softly. He could clearly feel the powerful calling from the distance, one that exceeded the soldier in general armor. Every cell in his body was responding and clearly locking onto the position of this calling, and it was on the main continent. It was obvious that warrior with the treasure was still there.
That's good.
I'll go look for you very soon.
Luo Feng thought.
Babata, find a desolate spot around here.
Luo Feng ordered.
Understood. The ship flew swiftly. The 7th battlefield was separated into different regions.
Some regions had desolate areas with very few warriors.
Hence, after flying for more than a day, the ship found a rather desolate spot.
Hua! The cabin door opened.
A black-armored Luo Feng jumped out alone, floating in space as he kept the ship in his world ring.
So,
he became a black beam of light and landed on an asteroid, after which he drilled deep inside.
There were many signs of old tunnels within.
However, Luo Feng could tell they were there from a long time ago. Scan with the scanners. This asteroid's caves hasn't had life forms in here for the past 100,000 years.
Luo
Feng looked around and nodded. Very good, this asteroid has a diameter of about 10 kilometers, and its material doesn't seem to be weaker than that of shattered stars.
It's definitely enough to be used as a marker. Star eating, give me a leaf. Luo Feng ordered.
A leaf floated out from the star-eating plant on his shoulder and landed in his palms. This leaf was after all formed from undying energy. If a scanner was to scan it, it could easily feel its energy. Luo Feng brandished a space ring and placed the leaf within, after which he tossed the space ring into a crack in the asteroid.
Markers settled. Luo Feng smiled. Star eating, God country teleportation. Luo Feng ordered.
The star-eating plant beside him lit up, glowing with a glaring light as it engulfed the entire area, with Luo Feng within.
Wah! Luo Feng, who was engulfed within, gazed at a distant god mountain. Xiao!
They traveled through this light-speed path and entered the god country.
As they entered the star-eating plant's god country and later teleported out from it, they arrived straight within human territory. The God Country teleportation was very different from normal teleportation. Teleportation could be used any time during battle, but the God Country teleportation couldn't.
There had to be two different points opening a path for the God Country teleportation, and during this process, the pathway had to be extremely steady.
But a battle could easily disrupt the path and make it fail. Hence, even though they had the God Country teleport, no Undying could actually use it during an intense battle. When Luo Feng was heading towards Wulong Starfield back then, he had left the star-eating plants items at several spots, all for the sake of being able to travel back. Within a mess of star bodies, there was a cave. Gold light lit the area. A black-armored Luo Feng appeared within. "I've arrived." Luo Feng looked about the black cave. There was no sense of life at all. The surface gravity was only a tenth of Earth's. Without any of the gases, I've already entered humanity's territory. I have to look for a desolate spot to let the cloud contact vine build its God Country. So, He flashed and flew out of the asteroid, in an instant reaching 1,000,000 km away. After which, he sped up to light speed with his body and entered the dark universe. Normal Undyings could all do it with just their body, naturally he could do it too. Cloud contact vine, how's this spot? There aren't any life planets in the surrounding 100,000 light-years.
Luo Feng floated in space.
"Master, let's do it here,"
the 2 to 3 meter tall cloud contact vine said beside him.
"All right."
Luo Feng waved his hand and with a slash, it exceeded the strength of a normal Sector Lord pinnacle by 1,000 of times. Cheer! A space slit appeared and Luo Feng stepped through with the cloud contact vine.
Within, there were countless space fragments.
Luo Feng stood in space. God countries were all built within this layer of space. One had to first find a desolate spot, one that wouldn't be frequented by other warriors. Battles could easily tear open spaces and they may unknowingly discover the God Country. The universe was extremely vast. There were many suitable spots. The second requirement was that one had to take into account for a God Country teleportation to save money. For example, if one was always within the Ganwu Universe country, then building it within the country was most suitable. That way, the teleportation would use less resources. However, to Luo Feng, he didn't really need to bother with such things, as he couldn't always remain within one universe country. Space slit, I heard it split into tens of thousands of layers, but the first is the fragments. The second is the God Country layer. The third is the space current.
Luo Feng thought.
The space layers were a terrifying space. The fragment layer was very close to the primal space, and its threat was small. Sector Lord warriors normally could already withstand this space, and the God Country level was more steady, Undyings could normally survive within. The fragments were much bigger, some had diameters of tens of thousands of km, up to 100 million kilometers etc.
The next level was the space current.
Even the powerful Undyings could die within. The deeper they went, the higher the threat was. It's almost like swimming in the sea, the threat near the shore is small. The deeper one goes, the larger the threat. The deep end of the ocean is tumultuous, even a good swimmer might die.
Luo Feng muttered.
The space layer fragment is just like that, the deeper in one goes, the more dangerous it is. So, he swiftly headed towards the fragments. He flew over trillions of km and spent 10 days flying.
"I've flown far enough, this fragment is big enough." He nodded. "How's this, Vine?"
"Very good, master."
In the distance,
huge fragments were flying in disarray ahead. The huge ones were void of both space and life.
"Master, I'll begin building my God Country."
A crystal-like cloud contact vine floated beside him. A formless energy immediately locked onto the distant fragment with a diameter of 30 million kilometers. A world appeared and it seemed to exist in another space altogether, flying towards the fragment. The fragment was affected by it and was drawn together. The two of them, one was unreal while the other solid. The two of them drew close. One was with a diameter of less than 100,000 kilometers, while another with one at 30 million km.
Rumble.
It was almost like the sky and land were crashing. The two of them fused as they got closer. Gradually, the void space fragment began to have a world appear within. The world solidified and became real.
Rumble.
The fusion was a success. The internal world was gone, the God Country was formed. Master, the God Country has been built. From now on, it will continue to grow, even swallowing the space fragments about and growing bigger.
The cloud contact vine brought Luo Feng into the God Country.
It had a diameter of less than 100,000 kilometers.
And it was constantly spreading in all directions.
Luo Feng stood on a mountain peak and gazed at the expanding God Country, looking up at the huge space fragment outside it, thinking, who knows when I can become an undying?
Master, your law comprehension is very high.
As long as you are willing, you can probably quickly fully comprehend the space laws, and with your ability, breaking through the core wouldn't be too hard. The vine communicated, however, the moment you break through, you won't be able to produce your third clone.
Right. Hence I'm afraid to train the gold laws now.
He shook his head and smiled.
The gold laws were indeed very easy for Luo Feng. He didn't even study it now, and at the same time, he didn't dare take the gamble. The third clone.
He had high hopes for it. He had the Wei Sua beast's hair for a long time.
However, he didn't want to simply settle on it.
He could still exchange for some fragments of rare life forms from the Virtual Universe Company treasure trove. However, he was still waiting, because this was the final clone he would be able to make.
He definitely had to pick the best. In the 7th battlefield.
Within an asteroid in a desolate area. A glaring gold light lit up the pathways and a black armored silhouette appeared. It was Luo Feng who had left more than a month ago. The main thing was to build the God Country within the slits of space. The entire process of flying within the slits took quite some time. Actually, there was no need for him to personally enter the God Country layer, just letting the cloud contact vine do it was enough. However, he wanted to personally see the building process, as he didn't actually see it when the star-eating plant did it last time.
Safe. Luo Feng looked down at his arm screen.
His large scanner and small scanner had been maintaining their area. There were no other warriors around.
So, Luo Feng flew out of the asteroid. This powerful calling, it's reminding me that the treasure awaits me.
He looked in the direction of the distant main continent.
However, the warrior holding such a treasure must be pretty strong.
I'll have to kill him to get the treasure.
At all costs. I have to get it. Move. Luo Feng took his ship and headed towards the main continent.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text Chapter 813, Encounter on Yanji Main Continent. Chapter 813, Encounter on Yanji Main Continent. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation.
Luo Feng headed towards the calling. After over 4 months of flying, he finally got close.
1 billion km, 900 million km. The distance kept getting closer.
After a while, it became 300 million kilometers.
Discovered the enemy's scanner. He's within an ice mountain cave. Babata communicated. His scanner has an area of 300 million kilometers too.
However, his scanner is less advanced than ours.
Less advanced? Luo Feng revealed a smile. Great.
After having the experience of being disadvantaged, the feeling of having the advantage with the scanner once again was great, as it determined the fact that this battle was now within his control.
This is the enemy's appearance, Babata said.
Luo Feng looked up. A screen appeared in mid-air and footage appeared. It was the other race warrior chatting. There were a total of 3 warriors.
Your Majesty, what a pity.
Even though we met that undying, we cannot deal with him.
But, we cannot let him get away like that.
An underling Undying said respectfully. My strength can harm a pinnacle official, killing them however is extremely hard, unless I'm willing to burn some of my undying energy.
The black-armored youth shook his head. Killing an undying body sure is hard, accumulating points sure is slow when one cannot kill a pinnacle official. The footage made Luo Feng frown. Able to harm a pinnacle official?
Luo Feng muttered, it's unlikely that he has a treasure like the Sha Wu wings, and if he can do that, that means he's at least a high emperor. This is troublesome, and from where the treasure seems to feel like, it should on him. With a distance of 200 million km, Luo Feng could feel the exact location of the treasure.
He could confirm now
that the item was in the same spot as the black-armored youth. It was definitely on him.
What do I do?
It's extremely hard for me to kill a high emperor.
Luo Feng frowned.
Even if I use all my energy, I'd still only have 10% of a chance of killing him.
Luo Feng began to plan on how to deal with the enemy.
However, the basis was still the requirement of strength. If the enemy was too strong, no matter how precise his plan was, it was still useless. This black-armored youth was a high emperor, that meant it was troublesome. 200 million kilometers away, within the completely frozen cave. The black-armored youth was talking to his two underlings.
Go reflect and train. The youth ordered.
Raise your strength, only then will we be able to kill a pinnacle official.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The three of them seemed to be chatting, however. They were communicating mentally too in secret. The enemy's large scanner is more advanced than ours. Luckily our smaller scanner, which only has an area of 20 kilometers, picked up his scan.
The black-armored youth emphasized. However, we can confirm that the enemy must be very strong considering the scanner he's using. Your Majesty, what do we do? The two of them asked. Let's pretend to keep chatting. Since he hasn't detected our small scanner, we can pretend to chat and lure him in.
I can keep pretending to have high emperor level strength.
A high emperor would have no threat on Yanji main continent.
Even the powerful warriors would have to reconsider about using soul destruction techniques to kill a high emperor. The moment a high emperor self-destructs, that would be terrifying.
Understood, Your Majesty. After confirming secretly.
One of the underlings said, Your Majesty, what a pity, even though we met that Undying, we cannot deal with him, and let him get away like that instead. Our strength is enough to harm a pinnacle official, but to kill one, unless I'm willing to burn part of my undying energy.
The black-armored youth shook his head, the difficulty of killing an undying body.
The youth continued.
Their act
really confused Luo Feng. In truth, the black-armored only had the strength of a low emperor. The difference between a high and low emperor may not seem huge, in truth the power difference was shocking. Many Undying spent countless years training and breaking through, whether it was the god body or law comprehension, the difference was shocking. A low emperor had to be careful on the main continent. A high emperor, however, could be a tyrant, unless he messed with some that were simply too powerful.
The three other race warriors communicated mentally. The enemy hasn't left. His scanner is locked on us.
The black-armored youth said. Even though our small scanner can detect him, it can only detect his scan. With a scan of only 20 km, when we truly detect him, he would already be 20 km away from us.
The advantage of the small scanner was just this.
It could at most act as security. To rely on it to discover the enemy's location, that would be a joke. We are unable to detect his accurate location, we don't know where to flee to either. Blindly fleeing could very likely result in him catching us. The chances of us getting away safely is less than 0.1%. The youth said, our only option now is to scare him away.
If we fight, we have to find our chance to flee. Understood.
The two underlings replied.
My plan is. The black-armored youth swiftly told the two underlings his battle plan.
Luo Feng continued to get closer, his scanner constantly locked on the enemy's location.
Within the control room, a screen projected their every move. Luo Feng frowned suddenly. What is he doing? On the screen, the black-armored youth flipped his hand. A beautiful purple flower floated beside, after which it expanded out fiercely and grew out of the caves. Countless flowers with thorns pierced through the rocks. In almost an instant, the flower had spread over 100,000 kilometers. It completely wrapped the three other race warriors completely. Other race warrior. On the screen, the black-armored youth said coldly, I know you can hear what we are saying. Luo Feng frowned in the distance. Damn, the worst-case scenario has occurred. Luo Feng had his own mini-scanner, hence he was afraid of this happening. Also, he had no way to avoid it. He could only rely on luck, hoping that the enemy didn't have such a high-level mini-scanner. However, from the looks of it, the enemy did have a very advanced mini-scanner. Even though its area was small, it managed to discover his scan. I do not wish to fight against such a high-level warrior. The black-armored youth emphasized. You should know that the consequence of an emperor fight is extremely severe too. I've already invited my emperor allies over. The moment the battle begins, they will rush over, and when that happens, it'll all depend on strength. Pa! The screen immediately lost its image. It was obvious the black-armored youth had used his mini-scanner to shut off any scanning within his 20 kilometers. Luo Feng was unable to see anything. Master, you've invited emperor allies? The two underlings were surprised. It's a ruse. The youth snorted coldly. Do you not know this? His strength is unknown, and he could very likely be an extremely powerful warrior. Do you think that without knowing the level of strength the enemy is, the emperor allies would rush over to help? Even if I did invite them over, the price would be too high. No one was stupid in the outer region wars. An emperor fight was risking it all, and anyone who was able to become an emperor would have his or her own methods. Who'd be willing to stupidly help out anybody? The moment they lose some of their precious trump cards, it would be too late to regret. Like the automaton warrior inviting the two pinnacle emperors. 1. They had to have some history or relationship. 2. The warrior had accurately measured the Silver Wing Emperor's strength along with its techniques etc., so the two pinnacle emperors had an idea of what to do. 3. He spent a huge price, billions of mixed elements, and that wasn't something just anybody could afford. Naturally, if it weren't for the two pinnacle emperors, the cost wouldn't be that absurd. Get ready for battle. Even if we can't win, I have faith in surviving. The black-armored youth flipped his hand and a black disc ship appeared within the flowers. Enter the ship. If we get hit by a long-distance attack, with the flowers protecting us and the F9 ship blocking, we wouldn't lose out too much from the start. Luo Feng had lost the visual. Hence, he wasn't clear on what sort of trap his enemy had set up for him. However, tricking me once, and trying to do so again. Luo Feng thought coldly. High Emperor? If he was a High Emperor, he wouldn't act like that. Calling Emperor allies? They don't even know who I am, would they just come and help you? Also, it would take time to convince them to come over along with a huge price, it wouldn't be that easy. Babata. Luo Feng ordered. Close the large scanner, and maintain the small one. Get close to him, within 10 million kilometers. Yes. Even though he didn't use the large scanner, as he could clearly feel the calling from the treasure, he simply had to follow that direction and get close. He had to use the large scanner initially because he needed to know what kind of enemy he was facing, what race etc. And from the looks of it, it was the Nashur race. This was a distant powerful race that wasn't subservient to any of the pinnacle races. Seeing one Nashur warrior here was extremely rare. This also meant it would be very hard for him to get help. My Nashur race friend, I will use the most beautiful fireworks to welcome you. Luo Feng said softly.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text Chapter 814 Intense Battle. Chapter 814 Intense Battle. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation.
Luo Feng shut off his large scanner and sneaked closer.
This obviously made the black-armored youth grow uneasy. He was now unable to detect the enemy. Why did he stop using his large scanner? Did he give up?
Yang, I've already checked. The Nashor race are part of the demon camp in the Outer Region Wars.
Thanks Kutua. Small matter Yang.
Whenever you come to Star Tower, come look for me.
There are simply too many strong emperors there. A low emperor like yourself going alone will find it very dangerous.
Thanks. Luo Feng smiled within the control room. The reason he moved so slowly instead of rushing into battle was because he was waiting for this call. He had confirmed the enemy was from the Nashor race earlier. They were extremely rare in the Outer Region Wars. It was hard to determine which camp they were with.
Since he couldn't determine, he made use of the network of friends.
They had friends too, hence, it formed a huge network. He asked Kutua and Kutua knew many other emperors.
It was a simple enough question.
After a while, he found out that the Nashor belonged to the demon camp. Some Undying had discovered them riding along in a ship with demons before.
So he's from the demon camp.
That automaton warrior's bounty is only within their own camp, and communication between different camps is forbidden. It's akin to treason and treated with death. The demon side have no way to communicate with the automatons too.
The two of them have no connection at all.
Using the golden horned beast will be safe this time.
Luo Feng smiled.
The chances of getting the treasure has risen greatly.
Alina, get ready.
Yes, master.
Wah!
A blur of tiger-armored bug kings appeared, all giving off intrepid energies. These were much stronger than normal tiger-armored soldiers.
Amidst the countless kings was the malevolent Mother Nest. To control 1,000,000 bugs precisely, she couldn't remain within the internal world. Listen to my order. Luo Feng stated.
Yes.
Alina replied mentally. Alina was Luo Feng's sole slave.
The two had a special connection between their souls. There was no need to speak and the two could communicate mentally.
Having the 1,000,000 king bugs is like having a deadly weapon.
Luo Feng clearly felt the location of the treasure.
It was naturally where the black-armored youth stood.
The only weak point is, nobody would stand still stupidly for the attack and would move around. Hence, combined with a very good scanner and caution, the bug's offense is simply too strong.
He actually shifted his position sneakily? Luo Feng smiled. This is the accurate position. Luo Feng ordered.
Alina, combine the 1,000,000 kings attacks at this point.
Yes, master. 1.
At the core of the blur of bugs that the Mother Nest sent, it controlled the 1,000,000 kings simultaneously.
At this time, they were all of one mind.
Every one of them had a large energy ball at the tip of their claws.
If it's just one shot alone, that was something an Undying could totally ignore. 1,000,000 gathered into one, however, even a pinnacle emperor would fall if he was hit. Shio! 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 Shio!
Countless light balls tore through the skies, almost like countless shooting stars streaking across the skies, all gathering in one spot. The light beam that gathered after 100 seconds of thousands of km tore through the brittle space between.
We are under attack.
The official Undying Lebelian flower plant that had spread 100,000 kilometers about the mountain had unleashed its law domain long ago, spreading an extra 10,000 kilometers about. It immediately detected the terrifying attack.
However, by the time it detected it, it was too late. The distance was too close. Rumble, dot. The glaring light made even Luo Feng shudder within. It smashed straight into the countless flowers about, tearing the entire plant apart. It was almost like having one's hair close to fire. The strands would be instantly reduced to ash. The flowers suffered the same fate. Against this attack that made even pinnacle emperors shudder in fear, the flowers were reduced to ash. However, the thick beam of light continued to pierce through the mountain, condensing further within. After piercing through hundreds of thousands of plant lifeform, it condensed in a spot and exploded. Silence. The land and sky seemed to experience calm. After which, rumble. The mountain the black-armored youth hid within was completely destroyed, and countless rocks were reduced to nothing, with more being thrown all over within the torn-up space slits. The plant lifeform yen flower's countless flowers were instantly reduced to nothing. It was a true annihilation. Luckily, its size was huge enough, with a diameter of over 100,000 kilometers. If it was any smaller, it would have died. The explosion spread over 200,000 kilometers, hitting the F9 grade ship. Tear. The ship barely withstood the blast before being torn apart finally. The terrifying blast hit within the ship, and the black-armored youth was so scared he even kept both underlings within his world ring, withstanding the blast alone. Rumble. 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 After several waves of attacks within the rooms, the terrifying force finally dispersed. What a terrifying attack! The black-armored youth looked at the torn-up cabin before him, his expression changing. Even with such distance, he could destroy the F9 ship. Even normal pinnacle emperors wouldn't have such strength. Is this the attack of a bug army? The combined attack of a bug army was well known as terrifying within the trillions of races. Subservient bugs? He rushed out of the ship and his fists became a blur. Without much precision, he shot out incredibly powerful undying energy straight at the direction from which the blast came from. 1,000 undying energy light beams instantly shot out. This instantly depleted his undying energy within to almost zero. However, this was fine, as long as he didn't burn any, or destroy any bit of it. It would eventually return to his body. As the undying energy was infused with his consciousness and belonged only to him. This was the power of an undying. Thousands of undying energy light beams shot out. Luo Feng could only laugh at the scene. This Nashir youth sure is smart, knowing instantly that that was a bug clan attack. However, since I know the bug's weakness, why would I give you the chance? Shio. 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 Countless undying light beams tore through the skies. However, they hit nothing. After flying for a while, they hit the distant mountain range. As for the target, the bug army, straight after they had unleashed their attack earlier, Luo Feng had immediately kept them within his internal world. The bug army was one of his trump cards. He couldn't be careless about it. After all, the Emperor's undyings all had the power to destroy the bug army. Hence, he had to be extremely careful with them. The moment they were destroyed and Alina died, he would have lost his trump card. Poor Nashir punk, go and die. Luo Feng instantly vanished and passed the Sha Wu wings to the golden-horned beast. A silver-winged beast immediately appeared in mid-air. So, it flapped its wings, and with 3 flaps, it became a glaring beam of light and shot through millions of km at its target. The moment it made a move, it was to kill. Delaying the battle may have consequences, hence Luo Feng naturally wanted to settle the fight as fast as possible. As he swiftly tore through the skies, the black-armored youth who had failed in his attack frowned. He waved his hands and his 2 underlings immediately appeared in mid-air. Let's separate, release your law domains. We cannot rely on the scanners, we can only use our law domains. The youth ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Even though the 2 official undyings were still shocked by the attack before, they knew they had no choice. So, the 3 Nashir warriors separated and simultaneously unleashed their law domains, covering the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. Without knowing where their enemy was, they couldn't flee, they could only get ready for battle. Relax, the reason his attack was that strong before was probably because of a combined bug army attack. The black armored youth communicated. And the bug army has to store energy to unleash that powerful attack. Therefore, each attack takes quite some time. I've already retaliated earlier, he's probably already kept the army away, as he probably cannot bear to sacrifice his bug army. So, a flower flew from the distance. Yen flower. The youth's expression changed. Master, I've lost 62% of my undying body. Luckily I detected the attack a little earlier and spread my flowers apart, hence I managed to save 38% of my undying body. It will take me many years to recover. The plant communicated. The black armored youth was shocked. Just how powerful was that attack from before? The yen flower had a diameter of close to 1 million km, even with its defense and preparation before it only managed to save 38% of its undying body. Enemy. One of the officials communicated. The black armored youth's expression changed and immediately kept the yen flower. Looking ahead, a silver-winged beast was rushing straight over. Its powerful pressure and huge size terrified him. Silver Wing Emperor. The black armored youth communicated. Silver Wing Emperor, I'm from the automaton camp, there are warriors on your bounty, don't force me. The youth thought, there are very few Nashur warriors in the outer region wars, the Silver Wing Emperor probably cannot determine within this short time if I'm from the automaton camp. He had explored the Yen-Ji main continent for a while. Through his scanners, he frequently discovered the automaton conversations, hearing about the bounty. This demon camp punk still wants to lie to me, go and die. The rumbling voice resounded in his mind. Simultaneously, the huge silver silhouette rushed over. Fight, the black armored youth gritted his teeth and shouted. So. He led his two underlings and got ready to fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 815, Flee. Chapter 815, Flee. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The golden horned beast flapped its wings and unleashed strike travel, instantly leaving an afterimage in the air. The silver wings acted like sharp blades rushing at the black armored youth, and it tore through space like tofu, leaving a terrifying silver light. Die. The beast's eyes gleamed, unleashing its pinnacle technique right from the start. Wang Wang Wang. A droning sound could be heard. The youth suddenly stopped as he pointed at Luo Feng. His red gem-like eyes flashed, go and die. Immediately, a black thread appeared in mid-air. It was like a thin black snake reaching tens of km in length, but only half a meter thin. The golden horned beast could easily see it. This wasn't some black thread, it was a black chain that acted like a whip. The black whip slashed through the skies like a long chain, stopping the beast. Who? The black whip was a blur in mid-air. The silver wings slashed at the black whip. Chi, instantly knocking it away. The energy from the whip, however, seemed to constantly affect the beast, causing it to feel uneasy with its speed and sense of time. It was almost like it affected the flow of time. It broke through the beast's attacking presence. Time flow has changed. The beast flapped its wings and floated in mid-air, its eyes staring coldly at the youth. Silver Wing Emperor. The youth floated in mid-air and gazed at the huge beast. The automaton warriors have a bounty on you and you still dare to show yourself? If I were you, I'd have left the main continent long ago. Let me advise you, to leave quickly. Time laws? The beast let out a low growl. Right. The youth smiled and nodded his head. You should know that a warrior versed in the time laws is very good at fleeing. Even though you are more powerful, it's impossible for you to kill me, it'll be a waste of time for you. The other two underlings stood beside him. Waste of time? The beast spat out human language and roared. While creating Moon Policy, the primal Chaos City leader had arranged many other race warriors for Luo Feng to fight, and he had managed to kill every one of them. Among which, there were some well-versed in the time laws. Luo Feng was naturally clear on how troublesome it was to deal with them, even so, he had experienced it before. You can try if you don't believe me. The youth said softly. His red gem-like eyes gleamed. Chie. A formless soul attack immediately attacked the beast. It instantly passed the general armor. Since its material was special, it had great ability in blocking undying energy. Hence, it instantly reduced over 99% of the attack, leaving just a little, and with the beast god image roaring within. Soul Defense Technique Beast Howl. It dispersed what remained of the attack, leaving behind a weak inkling that did nothing against the beast. There were many ways to defend against a soul attack. This was linked to one's spirit energy levels. When Luo Feng was a normal warrior on Earth, before he was even a star traveler, his spirit energy was unable to pass through metal. Normal metal alone was capable of blocking spirit energy. As his strength grew, the spirit energy began to be able to pass through different materials. The Unemo planet ship could block any soul attacks below undying level. The weaker it was, the easier it was to block. When one became undying, materials that could stop an undying soul attack were rare. The efficiency was much lower as well. But, the general armor could block 99% of a soul attack. It was simply too heavenly, and such a treasure was definitely a top-class treasure within the universe. Even the knights wouldn't be able to find such a treasure. Howl. The beast howled and rushed at the youth. Wah! Wah! The black whip lashed about and the time flow changed with it. The beast, however, let out a mad roar and unleashed its strike travel, flashing over and over and changing its position. Bastard! The youth's expression changed. The control of time flow was usually affected a limited area. If the golden horned beast was stuck in one spot, then it would be much easier for the youth. However, with the beast flashing about now, changing its position constantly, it forced the youth to constantly change the area he was affecting, and this was very taxing. Stop him. The youth ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. One of the two officials controlled a blur of silver threads, over 10,000 of them, and used them to engulf the beast. The other controlled a water-like cage that rushed at the beast too. This Nashur youth is trying to stop me, and trap me within a small space, then either fight it out or flee. That would be his choice. Luo Feng looked at the two official underlings and understood his battle style. Countless silver threads rushed over. A water cage rushed over. You two officials dare to fight me? The beast howled loudly, causing the vast ice land to rumble. The ice layer on the ground and mountain around him to tear apart. So. The beast's speed reached its limit, leaving the others stunned as it warped about. The silver threads and water cage couldn't even touch it. How can it be so fast? It's absurd. Our spirit weapons cannot even catch it. The two officials were stunned. The black-armored youth was stunned too. In terms of instantaneous speed and warping, even a pinnacle emperor wouldn't be that fast. He didn't know that the Sha Wu Wings was most adept at movement. You two little punks will die first. Who? He warped in mid-air and the beast rushed straight at the two officials. They tried to control their spirit weapons to protect them, but they were simply too slow. Be careful. The black-armored youth controlled his black whip and was about to keep the two undyings in his world ring. However, the moment the world energy spread out, the golden horned beast used its two wings to form a ripple through the space, completely shattering the world energy. Howl. Against the black whip,
the beast used its right wing to stall it, while its left wing acted like a huge blade that was over hundreds of km long, slashing through the air. Hua! It left a dazzling flash of light over 10,000 kilometers long in space that lingered for a long time. Rumble! The two officials instantly exploded from the attack. At that instant, one of them began to reform. Luo Sha, Luo Sha. The reforming official's expression changed to that of an extreme shock. Luo Sha is dead, he's dead. What? The distant black-armored youth's expression changed. Your Majesty, Luo Sha is dead, and I lost 6% of my undying body. Luo Sha was a high official, getting killed with one hit. The surviving underling was shocked. This Silver Wing Emperor has pinnacle emperor strength. A high emperor could kill a high official, however it would take quite some time. They didn't know. The beast itself had the strength of a high emperor, and with the Sha Wu wings, it had the strength of a pinnacle emperor. Pinnacle emperor? The youth's expression changed. A pinnacle emperor proficient in space laws, he should be able to teleport. If he uses that, I'd long have lost out. However, it hasn't used it at all. Yet, its speed is unbelievable. He probably has yet to study teleportation, and studied the other parts of space laws instead. But I cannot mess with a pinnacle emperor. If he burns part of his undying body, I'd be dead. The youth gritted his teeth. Flee! He was completely shocked. One of his two underlings, a high official, was actually destroyed in just one hit. That was terrifying. Silver Wing Emperor! The youth howled, his voice transmitting via undying energy towards the golden horned beast. Howl! The beast turned, its dark gold eyes staring at the tiny little creature. Stop! The youth's gem-like red eyes suddenly shot out two red lights. They swiftly expanded and covered a 100 kilometers around the beast. The beast suddenly stopped within the light. So, the youth turned and fled. He accelerated and fled in a straight line. Time stop? The beast instantly understood. Even though its body was affected, he could still think and function mentally, but was only unable to move. Its wings were unable to move too, its eyes and ears unable to see or hear anything. Darkness, silence. This was a silent dark world, only its consciousness wasn't affected. There were usually only two ways to break the time stop. One was to be adept in time laws. The other was for those not trained in time laws, was to break through forcefully. Break! 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 Luo Feng howled within. The beast howled madly from within, naturally unleashing all its strength. The Sha Wu wings also shook violently, almost like it was bound by a formless rope. Crumble. Something crumbled. He stared at the vast ice land ahead, seeing the distant mountain range crumbling from the bug army's attack, hearing the howl of the winds. Flee? You think you can flee? The beast instantly felt the location of the treasure. It was already 1 million km away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text, Chapter 816, target 30 seconds. Chapter 816, target 30 seconds. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Not good. Luo Feng felt the Nashri youth fleeing swiftly and knew the situation wasn't good. After him. The beast flapped its wings and tore through the skies, instantly disappearing from sight. The black-armored youth had already reached sublight speed and close to light speed. It was the maximum speed one could hit here on Yanji main continent. Because of the universe secret region environment, it was impossible to break through. The golden horned beast had no way to pass this limit too. Also, since the black-armored youth was flying in a straight line, it was impossible to catch up. What do? I cannot catch up. Unless I unleash my world projection, spreading it over 90 million kilometers to slow his movement, otherwise I won't be able to catch him.
Luo Feng pondered for a while.
According to the information he gathered from the battle before, he made a new decision.
This Nashir youth can actually stop time? It won't be easy for me to kill him then.
I'll have to trick him then.
The beast continued to chase the youth.
One ahead of the other, they were flying at the maximum speed.
Luo Feng activated his large scanner. Even though he could still detect his enemy without it, he didn't want to reveal this fact. With the large scanner, the enemy could rely on his mini scanner to jam Luo Feng's scanner.
However, that scanner only had an area of 20 kilometers, and with sublight speed. With such speeds, the air ripples would be torn apart.
In fact, there would even be space ripples around.
Even though they sped past, there would still be clear indications in the air and space. Through the air and space indications, one could naturally determine the accurate location of the enemy.
He's still chasing.
Just what grudge does this Silver Wing Emperor have with me, to chase me non-stop? Even though he knows he cannot catch me, he's still not giving up.
The youth maintained his max speed and flew.
With his mini scanner, he knew that the Silver Wing Emperor was still scanning him. He was filled with rage. Keep chasing, let's see how far you can chase me. I'm already at maximum speed, you will at most be at the same speed. This way, you will never catch me. The youth gritted his teeth.
Shio!
Like two shooting stars, a small and a large one was flying along the same path.
This chase lasted over 6 hours. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The originally ashen black armored youth suddenly revealed a manic laugh.
He maintained his speed as he laughed. I knew you'd never be able to catch me. Since he would never be able to catch up, he would give up eventually.
Looks like he's really given up.
His mini scanner had discovered that the signal from the large scanner had disappeared.
Obviously he had stopped scanning.
When he stopped his scanning when I was in the cave before, that was understandable. However, with me flying at max speed, I may change direction suddenly. Since he stopped his scan, he naturally won't be able to find me. The youth was very happy, he could finally relax after the chase. He continued flying forward for over 3 hours, then changing his direction for another day, then changing for another day. A total of 9 days had gone by. Finally he flew above a large river. I've flown consecutively for 9 days, changing my direction constantly.
Without the large scanner, he naturally won't be able to find me.
The youth stood in the air above the river and smiled coldly.
Silver Wing Emperor?
Hee, I won't forget your chase, this grudge, I will definitely return it.
So? He pierced straight into the river.
It was blue in color and deep, as cold air emanated from it.
Half a day later,
a black disc ship appeared in the air above the river, within the control room. A black armored and black-winged Luo Feng sat in his sofa, lifting a glass of boiling tea and sipping.
Cautious indeed. Luo Feng smiled.
How would you know that despite all this, I can still easily find you? The powerful calling that Luo Feng's cells reacted to, just how strong was that? Every cell was jumping from it, and locked in on the treasure's location. Killing him sure is difficult. I didn't expect a Luo Emperor to have the ability to use time stop.
Luo Feng muttered.
Looks like he should be a genius from one of the Nashir races. Just like humanity with its many other races, some with more talent than others, the demon race had the empires, royals and so on, the Nashir race was similar.
Time stop. If only I had this move too. Luo Feng muttered.
Teleportation and time stop, they were both heavenly techniques. Teleportation, it was a space heavenly technique.
Time stop was that of the time laws.
In comparison, time stop was stronger.
The moment one was hit by it, they would instantly be unable to defend, the enemy could choose to flee or attack.
Of course, it took different amounts of time to break through the time stop. Luo Feng was unprepared. He didn't expect a Luo Emperor to have the ability to use it. If one is prepared, he could maintain his defenses. However, he would still require about a second to break through. To a pinnacle emperor, he would simply take 0.1 second to forcefully break through. However, to an emperor, 0.1 seconds was enough to attack multiple times. Luckily, the Nashor race truly thought I was an emperor level with an undying body. With his level of strength, he wouldn't even be able to damage me, hence he chose to flee. Luo Feng thought. However, that was right. Even if he attacked me, the golden horned beast has the general armor and the cloud contact vine within it. With these two defenses, even if he self-destructs, I may not die. The cloud contact vine was huge. Hence, it could form a layer of armor over the entire beast easily. The disc ship floated above the river. Suddenly a huge silver beast appeared and the ship disappeared. Who? The beast looked down and rushed into the river. It easily rushed tens of thousands of km in, only then did it stop. The secret regions were filled with dangers about. This river was cold enough to freeze even a domain lord warrior. But of course, it was no threat to the golden horned beast. Alina. Master. Million bugs, once again, give my enemy beautiful fireworks. Yes, master. The beast looked down at the huge deep river. It reached over 1 million km deep. But some regions were only 200,000 to 300,000 kilometers deep. The beast saw through the bottom rock layer, down where the youth was hiding. The experience from the previous battle made it very clear that it was impossible to defeat this youth through normal battle. Especially with his time stop. Luo Feng didn't know his strengths before. Now that he did, he naturally wanted to eliminate him with one move without giving him a single chance. Kill him within 30 seconds. Wang Wang Wang. The malevolent tiger armored kings appeared around the beast. 1 million of them were like countless locusts. And beside them, the mother nest appeared. Everything happening about was jammed by Luo Feng's large scanner. As he maintained about 600,000 kilometers of distance from the enemy, and the enemy's small scanner only had a diameter of 20 kilometers, he naturally didn't discover this. Attack! Luo Feng ordered. The coordinates are. He informed Alina. Below the rock layer of the river, within a cave lay an F9 ship. The youth had a total of over 10 such ships. As he had 12 undying underlings all with different improvement speeds, the strongest were the 2 that came along with him before. Among the other 10, 6 were officials while 4 were normal undying generals. Within one of the cabins in the F9 ship was a G-grade cabin. With a length and width of 10 m and height of 5 m, it was more expensive than the tens of other F9 grade ships. Your Majesty, the Silver Wing Emperor truly doesn't care about his safety. With the automaton bounty, if he flies in the air, he could easily be detected by the automaton camp, hence, it's normal that he didn't chase. And he cannot deal with you either, you don't have to worry. 3 underlings sat beside him. The black-armored youth nodded. This G-grade cabin should have some use against that terrifying attack from before. The youth thought. A cabin able to defuse 90% of the attack would be not bad already. Luo Feng had the Sha Wu wings and the material used to make it had an effect better than a G-grade cabin, yet it could still only diffuse over 90% of an attack. Ambush! The youth's expression suddenly changed. Rumble. A terrifying attack tore through the layers of stone and hit the ship. This made the youth's eyes gleam with fear. I didn't even detect any scan, how can we get attacked? Is the Silver Wing Emperor so terrifying that even his large-scale scanner is better than my mini-scanner? Rumble. The F9 ship was almost like a box being ripped open. The internal cabins were reduced to bubbles as the explosion hit the G-grade cabin. Rumble. The G-grade cabin was like a soccer ball being kicked.
So, it became like a shooting star and flew out. The surrounding millions of km of space was already torn apart, and this G-grade cabin had a huge dent in the part where it was hit. A tear occurred at the middle of it as layers of space spun madly within. It was tragic for the black-armored youth. The moment he sensed the attack, he instantly kept his 3 underlings. However, the force of the combined attack from the bug army was simply too terrifying. It instantly destroyed the F-9 ship and exploded on the G-grade cabin. Even though it only destroyed part of that cabin, the force it generated reduced the chairs and tables within to dust. The space particle flow within flowed madly. Even the low Emperor youth was shaken so badly his body exploded. So, his body reformed. It actually destroyed 3% of my undying body. The youth was completely shocked. Without the G-grade cabin, he probably would have died instantly from that attack. After which, he expanded his law domain. At this time, he was already amidst the particle flow. Silver Wing Emperor. He discovered a huge silver beast amidst the particle flow rushing in, flying straight at the cabin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 817 Fall. Chapter 817 Fall. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Open the cabin door. The youth immediately opened the door and flew out. He was clear. If he hid within the cabin, it was just like turtle in a jar. He wouldn't be able to dodge the opponent's attacks at all and would lose all mobility. The Silver Wing Emperor is back again after failing last time. A pinnacle emperor like him, without a guarantee he wouldn't waste his time. That means he knows how to deal with me this time. The youth kept the cabin as he flew out and immediately fled. This was a space layer with countless fragments flying about. This was akin to large asteroids clashing about. How strong would this force be? An undying may be able to fly within, but it did take quite some time to accelerate. Hua! Hua! The Silver Wing Emperor, however, was like a fish in water. The Sha Wu wings were a treasure that could control its own space energy. Hence, it wasn't affected at all within this mad flow of fragments. It left behind a demonic image as it swiftly rushed at the black-armored youth. Stop! The youth was just about to unleash its time stop, but the beast had already dodged. Not good. The youth gritted his teeth. Humph, since I know you have that ability, would I let you do it again? The beast was extremely fast, warping from place to place, attacking the youth. The time stop ability was only effective within a certain area. Just like a rifle from Earth. Hitting a still target was easy, but a moving target, especially one with extreme fast movement, was very hard. One theory was that since the beast was huge in size, unleashing time stop required using it over a large area, and with the beast warping about, it made it extra hard for the youth. Stop! The youth pointed at the beast. Shio! The tens of km long black whip waved about, wrapping around the golden horned beast. The beast's one wing was wrapped by the whip and its speed was affected. The youth was extremely happy. I've done it. Rumble. Even though the beast's left wing was held on by the black whip, it still rushed just as fast at the youth. Stop him. The youth grit his teeth. The thin long whip glowed with black light and constricted tighter. The left wing of the beast, however, wasn't damaged at all. This was the Sha Wu wings, a true treasure. Even a universe master would find it extremely hard to damage this wing. The whip had a slight effect on it. But, how could it possibly completely stop its movement? Rumble. The beast got close to the youth. Stop. The youth once again used his move. Stop my ass, explode. The beast rushed forward, howling within his consciousness. In an instant, a red terrifying pyramid-shaped crystal floated between the beast and the youth. Both were extremely close. Flame God Crystal.
The youth revealed a look of fear. Especially when he felt the ripples of energy from the crystal, he was shocked. It's over, it's over. A flame god crystal is akin to a high emperor. Has this silver wing emperor lost his mind? This is a high emperor's self-destruct. Even he, a pinnacle emperor, at this distance would lose a great portion of its undying body. Even so, he's not burning his undying body to kill me, rather, using such an expensive crystal? The youth had many thoughts in his mind before dying. Teacher, save me. The black-armored youth immediately broke an item within his world ring. I'll drag you along with me. At this moment. Through his communicator, he began to send messages madly to the countless warriors within the demon camp. I'm about to fall. The enemy is the silver-winged emperor. The coordinates are. This message was instantly sent to countless warriors. If he had spoken about the bounty, allowing others to contact the automaton race, the message would be instantly destroyed by the AI system. Because communicating with the other races was considered treason. The 4 camps, treason, was like betraying an entire race. Death sentence. Even a knight wouldn't be able to save him. Of course, a pinnacle being like a universe master may be able to do something. One had to know, many subservient races like the Gold Horn race etc., didn't have a being like a universe master. Disciple. In a distant region far away in the universe, the place where the Nashur race lived. He's in the outer region wars, no. A similarly black-armored larger man roared, Disciple, you have to survive. Even though he had given his disciple an item, with which he could teleport via his god country to there. But, that was the outer region wars, the place where the 4 camps fought, it didn't allow any knights within. Unless it was a huge war. Otherwise, only beings under knight level were allowed within. Of course, a being like the primal Chaos City leader could occasionally break the rules due to his high status. The subservient races wouldn't dare say anything. However, no knights of any other race were allowed. Rumble. It may seem long, however, the instant the crystal exploded, the black-armored youth didn't even have time to get further than 1,000 kilometers away. Against that high emperor's self-destruct power, the closest 10,000 kilometers had the strongest explosion. Rumble. The space fragments that flowed madly about were instantly reduced to stream particles that couldn't be broken down any further. The youth and the beast did the exact same thing, defend. Who? The beast closed its wings about itself, completely wrapping itself within. No, the youth immediately placed the G-grade cabin before him and controlled his yen flower, the plant life form, to block him. The plant life form knew that if its master died it would die too, hence it used all its might to defend him. Explosion. 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 The surrounding tens of thousands of km were reduced to particles. Even with the G-grade cabin before him, the explosion spread all around. It at most reduced half of the explosion. In an instant, the youth and his yen flower were reduced to nothing, leaving behind only the G-grade cabin, weapons, G-grade metal world rings and other particles. The beast used its wings to protect itself. Rumble. 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 Against the terrifying explosion, through the Sha Wu wings and the general armor, the force was reduced to 1,000th of its original. Even so, it was still akin to a high emperor's attack. The cloud contact armor wrapped about the entire beast was destroyed. Luckily, it was a high official, and its body was akin to a low emperor human. Even though it was destroyed, because of its undying body, it didn't lose too much strength. The golden-horned beast felt the ripples and was barely bothered by it. Naturally. It was just a small portion of the attack. A high emperor's self-destruct is able to harm even a pinnacle emperor. With the Sha Wu wings and general armor, along with the undying body cloud contact vine, even against a pinnacle emperor's self-destruct, I probably wouldn't die. Luo Feng was feeling exceptionally good.
The blast was dispersing and reducing its strength gradually. The beast gazed into the distance. The G-grade cabin, black whip and world ring etc. were all floating there. Actually, the world rings used by the powerful warriors are mostly made of G-grade metals. As the rings take up very little metal, it was cheap and within the budgets of powerful undyings. How powerful were the ripples from an undying fight? If they used normal F9 grade metals for their rings, they would be easily damaged. Within a world ring, the nervous officials, normal undyings, the underlings of the black armored youth were all filled with fear as they learnt of their master's death. No! No! They only had enough time to shout out. Suddenly, plop! Plop! They all fell one by one. Even though their bodies were still present, their souls were destroyed. Just like when Hu Yenbo died back then, his slaves too all died along with him. The master's death. This also meant the death of the slaves. Even if they were incredibly strong, it couldn't change this. Amidst the mad flow of space, only slight ripples remained from the explosion. The beast relied on the Sha Wu wings, general armor and cloud contact armor to withstand the blast. It was unhurt by the explosion. Of which, the Sha Wu wings and general armor were incredibly sturdy, and were able to defuse over 90% of the blast. The cloud contact armor was unable to do so much, but it still withstood a large portion of the blast. Until it crumbled. Through the first two layers, the remaining force was still able to make a low Emperor level cloud contact armor crumble. After that third layer, the force was negligible. The true defense was still within the Sha Wu wings and general armor. These were both incredibly valuable treasures. The worth of the Sha Wu wings needn't be mentioned, even knights would go mad for it. The general armor could diffuse the force of the attack, it was even more adept at blocking soul attacks. Humanity didn't have such a treasure. They didn't even know of its existence or know how to use it. Luo Feng was also trained in the Nameless Manual, hence he could use it. Ha ha ha. It took the loss of an 800 million points Flame God crystal to kill you. Yet, it allowed me to get the treasure which makes all my cells go mad for. It's worth it. The golden horned beast flew up too, and its dark eyes looking at the G-grade cabin, the black whip and the two world rings along with the armor remains and so on. It felt a strong calling within its cells from one particular world ring. One that was over 10,000 times stronger than the calling of the soldier in general armor. Its cold eyes revealed excitement. Spending so much was totally worth it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 818, Hexagon Prison. Chapter 818, Hexagon Prison. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. At the edge of Yanji main continent, there was a majestic golden palace amongst the desert, and it stood out within the desert. Strong warriors normally hid themselves within mountain caves, underground caves, underwater caves and so on. As for this incredibly visible palace, it definitely belonged only to pinnacle warriors of the area, and the current owner of this palace was Black Jade Emperor. As a pinnacle emperor with teleportation ability, he truly feared no one within the Yanji main continent. So, in the air above the palace, a 3m tall silhouette appeared. It was a human-shaped black ball of flame. This flame gathered into a black-robed warrior. Black Grace Emperor. The powerful being Black Jade Emperor had immediately discovered the enemy arriving, communicating, "You are from the demon camp, why are you here? Do you want to fight?" They were both the top powers of the main continent, both with teleportation ability, and if they did fight, it would only be a waste of time. Black Jade Emperor. Ci Wei Ka. The black-robed warrior communicated. I know the Silver Wing Emperor's location. If you want the coordinates, you'll have to exchange for it with 200 million indigo gems worth of treasure. Remember, this location is his current location, you'll have to act fast or he'll be gone soon. So, two silhouettes appeared outside the palace. One was a short, skinny, masked black Grace Emperor with beast claws, and the other was the automaton Ci Wei Ka. Ci Wei Ka had been staying in this palace since he put out the bounty, because, the moment he got the whereabouts of the Silver Wing Emperor, he could immediately teleport over with Black Jade Emperor. You say you know where he is? However, you want 200 million indigo gems just for the coordinates? Ci Wei Ka roared. It's a treasure worth 200 million indigo gems, and I have no way to use your automaton currency. Black Grace Emperor communicated. You can continue to waste time. The longer you wait, the farther he'll go. Then you wouldn't be able to find him anymore. 12 seconds have already passed. Bastard. Ci Wei Ka gritted his teeth within. Even a pinnacle emperor wouldn't earn money this fast. Even if they took it easy for over 10,000 years, they probably wouldn't even earn this much, and yet he demanded this absurd amount just for the information. I'll pay. Ci Wei Ka flipped his hand and a space ring appeared as he tossed it over. Black Grace Emperor received it and quickly scanned through. Not bad. These are the coordinates. He immediately sent it over to Ci Wei Ka and Black Jade. You will come with us. Ci Wei Ka ordered. Relax, this news was given to me from a Luo Emperor, and it was probably before he died. It's definitely right. Since I've already received the 200 million indigo gems worth of treasures, I'll accompany you. Let's go. Black Grace was confident, as he truly feared no one here on the main continent. So, Ci Wei Ka, Black Jade, and Black Grace all instantly followed Black Jade's teleportation to the lake where Luo Feng had just fought the black armored youth. Within the slits of space, the golden horned beast didn't care much about searching through the items after detonating the Flame God crystal. He immediately kept the G-grade cabin along with the 2 world rings and Black Whip into his own space. I cannot delay. Before his death, he may have called for help. I'd better leave fast. I can go through the treasures later. So, the beast tore through space and returned back to the actual universe, appearing in the depths of the river. After which, he switched back to his earth body, melding the Sha Wu wings on his body. As to why, it was because the beast's body was simply too huge, since the body was over 100 kilometers, along with a tail that was over 100 kilometers long too, as well as its wings. The mini-scanner only had a scanning area of 20 kilometers diameter. It couldn't even cover the entire beast's body. Rumble. He flapped his wings and flew up, rushing through the rock stratum and out of the deep river, out to the surface. So, he swiftly fled. The battle before caused too much of a commotion. The combined attack of the bug army may attract other warriors over. I have to quickly flee. Luo Feng flapped his wings and unleashed strike travel. His speed accelerated. Even though he was rushing, he was extremely happy within. He had planned for pretty long to get this treasure from that warrior. He had wanted to attack the moment he felt that calling, however he forced himself to return to the camp and raise his strength before returning. He finally managed to kill him and got the treasure. At the bottom of the river. Who? Ci Wei Ka, Black Jade, and Black Grace all appeared simultaneously. Such powerful energy ripples. Black Jade communicated. Very strong indeed. Black Grace's expression changed too. The Silver Wing Emperor may be here, keep scanning. Ci Wei Ka couldn't care less, immediately using his large scanner and small scanners to cover the area about. Not good. Luo Feng, who was flying swiftly, activated his large and mini scanners simultaneously. His large scanner detected the enemy. His small scanner was to protect himself and jam signals from stronger enemies. When the 3 warriors appeared in the cave beneath the river, Luo Feng's large scanner immediately detected them. It's them. Luo Feng was shocked. Luo Feng had no way to identify Ci Wei Ka because he had never revealed himself before in the battle before.
As for Black Jade and Black Grace, however, Luo Feng immediately recognized them. When he was chatting with the other emperors back in the camp, he got to know of several beings he couldn't deal with on the main continent. Black Jade and Black Grace were amongst them. They actually teleported here. That automaton, he could very likely be the one who put the bounty on me, that extremely wealthy one. Luo Feng laughed as he recognized Cai Wei Ka. I have to thank you. If you didn't give me so much resources, the cloud contact vine wouldn't have been able to break through to Undying so quickly, and I wouldn't have been able to kill the Gnasher warrior and get his treasure too. Stop. Luo Feng was swiftly flying, slowed down fiercely and flew slowly. He relied on the mini-scanner to protect himself. Also, the moment he detected the enemies, he immediately shut off his large scanner. He didn't dare fly too quickly as it would generate space ripples and tears in space. This would make it easy for the enemy to track him. The three other race warriors activated their scanners. Anything? The three of them were all shocked. Black Grace Emperor. Cai Wei Ka looked at him. I trusted you and passed you the treasures immediately. However, the Silver Wing Emperor isn't even here. Did you give me the coordinates too late? Or are you deliberately deceiving me? It hasn't even been 30 seconds since I acquired the coordinates. Black Grace communicated. 30 seconds, he couldn't have fled more than 9 million km, and our large scanners, the smallest has a diameter of 300 million km, there's no way he's out of our scanning range. The fact that we cannot find him shows that his small scanner is very advanced. Advanced? Cai Wei Ka was unsatisfied. I battled him, his scanners were average. You battled him in the past, wouldn't he then go purchase a better scanner after? Black Grace scoffed. Don't fight. Black Jade roared. I'll head into the space slits to check if he's in there. Also, Black Grace, help feel the space about and see if there's any special changes in the ripples. The moment there's any, it might be him. Black Grace nodded. I've already got my treasures, I'm willing to help. Tear. Black Jade tore through the space and pierced deep in, emerging a few seconds after. Anything? Cai Wei Ka looked at him. There are countless fragments within but nothing special. Black Jade said. I think he should have returned to the original universe after his battle. The chances of him being within is very low. Let's check the surrounding area well. Okay. Cai Wei Ka nodded. There were many ways to scanning the space about. The easiest was to use undying energy to scan, however this was a crude way of doing so. A higher level scan would be like using a scanner. The level of scan would be dependent on how advanced the scanner itself was. A lousier scanner would be like a normal undying scanning, a better one would exceed even an emperor's. A higher level one would be using law domain or world projection. Law domain and world projection both were usage of the universe laws. These were things only warriors of this level had, it wasn't something one could simply have with comprehension. Within a law domain, the god was the owner. Within the world projection, the sector lord was the owner, they could clearly feel everything within. Of course. The Thunder Hell of 9 Absolute God Country were other space techniques that could do this. I've set up my hexagon prison within diameter of 100 million kilometer. Cai Wei Ka said. As long as he's within 100 million km, I will find him. Shwa! The three of them rushed out into the air above the lake. After which Black Jade brought Cai Wei Ka and teleported swiftly to 6 spots about, leaving behind a ship in each location. One had to know that the 9 Absolute God Country was very mysterious. It was something an automaton knight spent a lot of time and effort on, and it had many uses. Even without one ship, even though it couldn't unleash its strongest God Country. The other 8 still had many uses. Each ship could even unleash a domain more powerful than Thunder Hell. 6 ships in different locations, they activated the hexagonal prison. 1. Countless beams of light shot out and engulfed the 100 million km area, spreading over the mountains and permeating through tens of millions of km of land and river. Everything was within its scanning area. Luo Feng, who was flying slowly to avoid creating space ripples naturally, was covered within. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 819, Checking Every Inch. Chapter 819, Checking Every Inch. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. In the air above the vast land, 6 pyramid ships floated in the distance. With the 6 of them as base points, they shot out countless beams of light that interweaved and linked together, forming a white space. It was almost like a white fog space, the hexagon prison. Over 100 million kilometers in area was completely cut off from the outside world. Within this prison, even weapons or incredibly weak creatures cannot escape detection. Squad-Re35-Vol19 floated in the air above the river. Even the river and mountains were all part of the white fog space. Incredible! Black Grace Emperor said, shocked. This is something an automaton knight built. Black Jade smiled. Any automaton was a master of mechanics. They could easily build a huge empire, and of course as they got stronger and their comprehension grew, the things they built would naturally get stronger. The things a knight-level master built would naturally be extremely rare and expensive. That Silver Wing Emperor cannot escape. Squad-Re35-Vol19 said softly. Search. He gritted his teeth. Check every inch of this place, anything with a life imprint or life force, search it all. Wah! 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 The hexagon prison's mist suddenly shot out visible white threads, as countless threads began to search the area within thoroughly. For such a scan, just one wave alone was incredibly detailed, and the amount of energy it used was incredible. It was enough to make a normal undying broke. One suspicious item, 2. The 6 pyramids swiftly reported. 39 seconds had passed and the search was completed. They found 82 suspicious items. Lock in on them. Target confirmed. Squad-Re35-Vol19 ordered. Black Jade, to save some time, come with me to check these items. Squad-Re35-Vol19 looked at Black Jade beside him and said. Black Jade nodded. The area within the prison was after all over 100 million kilometers, and these 82 targets were scattered throughout. Just flying alone would take over 1 hour, and they couldn't afford to waste time. The more time they wasted, the easier it was for these to change. These are the 82 points. Squad-Re35-Vol19 swiftly sent them over. Leave it to me. So, Black Jade grabbed onto Squad-Re35-Vol19 and swiftly arrived at the first point. Squad-Re35-Vol19 looked at the alloy remains wrapped about by the white threads, sending his undying energy to scan it further, frowning. It's just the remains of a universe ship. On to the next one. Black Jade once again teleported. Of the 82 suspicious items, 62 were ship remains, 9 were weapon fragments, 10 were fragments of damaged undying bodies in one world ring. Basically anything with any energy was detected. When they found the world ring, Squad-Re35-Vol19 was very happy. He shouted, Silver Wing Emperor, do you think that I wouldn't detect you if you hid in a world ring? He immediately destroyed the ring, and normal items scattered around. Several of the sturdy items were okay, while everything else, Squad-Re35-Vol19 didn't even find anything that could hide the Silver Wing Emperor. This world ring, according to my scan of the surrounding rocks, have been here for over 100 million years. This was won from a battle that long ago. It's weird that it wasn't discovered. Black Jade said, however, the Silver Wing Emperor won't be inside. Just where is he? Squad-Re35-Vol19 gritted his teeth. Black Grace. Squad-Re35-Vol19 looked at him. The black-robed Black Grace Emperor said coldly, don't suspect a pinnacle emperor. I wouldn't degrade myself and lie just for your 200 million indigo gems worth of treasure. These warriors all had eternal lives. At their level, respect and dignity was much more important than anything. While they may massacre others or get cursed, there were some matters like lying and cheating that would be considered as a huge disgrace.
If it were some huge treasure, that may be explainable. But for 200 million indigo gems, this was something a pinnacle emperor wouldn't do. Then where is he?
Cai Weika floated in the air above the river and looked about.
There are 3 possibilities.
Black Jade communicated mentally. First, he's hiding in a slit of space and hasn't returned to the actual universe, and he's deep within. From a normal standpoint, the chances of him digging deeper into the slit of space after a battle is extremely low, not over 1%. Second, he's within the hexagon prison, only we cannot find him and the prison cannot detect him. This can mean that his scanner or other techniques are very advanced, and the chances of this happening is at 20%. Third, he's escaped your hexagon prison area, and this has the highest probability, but
how did he escape? Cai Weika looked at him. There are many methods.
Black Jade said, Silver Wing is well known for his instantaneous speed in dodging. With his accomplishments in space laws, he may have comprehended teleportation.
After killing the enemy, he may have teleported away. Teleportation? It hasn't been a year, how could he learn that so quickly?
Cai Weika shook his head, it cannot be.
It's hard to say.
Black Jade continued, another reason is that after his enemy sent out messages before his death, it may have been leaked to the human camp. The Silver Wing Emperor definitely has friends within the human camp.
Just when we were about to make a move the last time, didn't someone come and teleport him away? It may be the same this time.
I don't believe this.
I don't believe.
Cai Weika gritted his teeth. Even though he knew that Black Jade's words were logical, he didn't want to accept it. He couldn't accept the Silver Wing Emperor escaping once again.
Hexagon prison, use maximum energy.
Cai Weika ordered, area, the entire prison. Destroy. Destroy everything within the prison, the rivers, the mountains etc., reduce them to nothing.
Cai Weika's eyes gleamed with madness.
Reduce this entire area of over 100 million kilometers to nothing, only then will there be no doubt.
Rumble.
Large amount of energy poured from the 6 ships, and mad explosions occurred within the entire area. One had to know that the strongest combined attack from the Bug King army would at most spread over 10 million kilometers. This huge area was much bigger. Hence the strength of attack within each area would definitely not compare to the Bug Clan's attack. It could at most destroy E2 or E3 grade metals. No matter how strong the energy was, after it spread over such an huge area, the overall damage would be lessened. Though this was weak. The river stones and mountains, other than few exceptionally sturdy ones, were mostly unable to withstand such an attack. An endless stream of rocks and mountains were exploding to nothing, and the rivers were destroyed too, with large amounts of the ground disappearing. 99.9% of everything was reduced to nothing. Only few things remained torn apart. Some other even more sturdy items remained undamaged. Actually, back when Luo Feng was in Shattered Stars, every fragment there could take a Sector Lord Pinnacle's attack. Even though Yanji main continent was much bigger, its materials weren't as sturdy.
Damn.
He's actually doing something like that. This energy usage must at least be akin to a High Emperor's self-destruct.
A seemingly split-apart rock lay amongst the rubble.
Its energy and material etc. all seemed just like any other rock. In truth, it was the transformation of the Masha clansman. By relying on its natural ability of cloning, it completely transformed into a rock. Hence, unless a warrior uses his undying energy to scan the internal portion of this rock, simply relying on scanners of its appearance, there was no way for them to know.
Spread over 100 million km.
So much energy was used. Using a flame god crystal would be understandable, which was the most expensive method to condense an undying's energy. However, relying on a device to do so, so much energy must be worth tens of millions of mixed elements, that automaton punk must be furious.
Attack! Attack and destroy everything. Ci Wei Ka gritted his teeth. He wanted to completely destroy everything within this area, only then would he be satisfied and sure that the Silver Wing Emperor got away. When Luo Feng was trapped in this situation, within a spacious hall in the virtual universe, there were 108 ancient thrones within, and every one of them had warriors, be it human or other races. They gave off terrifying energies. We gathered everybody because, according to information from the Outer Region Wars, the human sector Lord Luo Feng has successfully killed a Low Emperor. A purple armored giant with a peculiar helmet spoke. Impossible. He cannot kill a Low Emperor yet. I request for everybody to view the footage. The news made many about deny it immediately. Attention, relying only on his sector lord body, he's naturally unable to kill a Low Emperor. However, the contribution points were awarded to him. It means he does have some special methods to kill a Low Emperor. According to the rules of our Hong Alliance, since he's done so, whether it's treasures or methods, as long as one kills a Low Emperor, it means we can bring him in. The purple armored being said. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Text Chapter 820, Impressive. Chapter 820, Impressive. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The purple armored being gazed at the others, be it human or other races, saying, everything is according to the rules. Since he fulfills all the requirement, we should accept him. Agree. Agree. Large amounts of warriors agreed. The Han Alliance only accepts true absolute warriors. If one can rely on treasures or special techniques to kill a Low Emperor, it still proves his strength. However, what I'm worried about is that it may be his guardian that killed the Low Emperor. And that guardian isn't recorded in the army system. Naturally, the army would take it as Luo Feng's contribution. A jade green life form said with a sharp voice. Hence, I request to see the footage. Looking at the footage will prove everything. Yijin Knight, take out the footage. Many warriors looked at the purple armored human. Viewing his footage is beyond my authority. The purple armored human said, I haven't even seen it yet. Ah. How can that be? I personally requested it from the army system. But my authority is too low. I failed. He's not even a knight, how can his video be so hard to get? The originally quiet hall had over 100 warriors immediately begin to argue. It was obvious that this lack of authority for his footage was something beyond their understanding. The purple armored man said, this is the authority level set personally by the Primal Chaos City leader. Silence. The over 100 warriors all went silent, glancing at each other, as their eyes were filled with helplessness. The Han Alliance was a powerful alliance made of many other race warriors led by humans. With humans as the leaders, the Primal Chaos City leader ranked amongst the top 3 in humanity. His authority and power in the Han Alliance could only be imagined, and as for the authority levels he set, the knights present couldn't say anything about it. His authority level was extremely high. As long as he wished it, less than 3 in the alliance could see the footage. Any objections to accepting Luo Feng? The purple armored giant looked at the others. No objections. Nothing. Agreed. Agreed. They all swiftly nodded and forgot about the footage. Since everybody agrees, I will immediately arrange for a team to invite him officially into the Han Alliance. The giant nodded and vanished. The others began to vanish as well, and in an instant, only 108 empty seats were left. On Yanji main continent. Attack and destroy everything. Ci Wei Ka gritted his teeth. The hexagon prison immediately shot out a blur of white lights that gathered into lasers. Each beam had at least 10 sector lord pinnacle strength, and over 100 of them were destroying everything in the area. Chi. Dot.
The sturdy stones and metals were instantly reduced to nothing against these lasers, few became fragments and even lesser were left undamaged. Shie! A beam of light hit the Masha transformed stone. This was after all 10 times Pinnacle Sector Lord strength, and the Masha body was only Sector Lord Pinnacle. After becoming a stone, its law comprehension etc. were all useless. The stone tore open and became 7 fragments, the remaining parts became dust. I'm about to be discovered. Continue to attack, reduce everything to nothing. Ci Wei Ka began to examine the information clearly from his hexagon world. Black Jade Emperor. He communicated to him. Black Jade looked at him, his eyes cold behind his mask. I'd like to trouble you to look for Death Spirit Emperor. Ci Wei Ka said. When we got the report from Black Grace Emperor, I immediately invited Death Spirit over. He's already in the space above the Yanji main continent. He teleported here via God Country. These are the coordinates. Black Jade vanished. Ci Wei Ka was feeling the pinch, hate and unhappiness. I thought that Black Grace, as a Pinnacle Emperor, wouldn't give me false information. I immediately informed Death Spirit. Now that he's teleported via God Country over, if he came here for nothing, I cannot not give him anything. To make a Pinnacle Emperor teleport via God Country over for nothing? How could he do that? He naturally had to give some gifts to satisfy him. After a few seconds, Shwa! 2 silhouettes appeared. A short-masked Black Jade and a scaled 1,000-eyed Death Spirit Emperor. His formless pressure caused Ci Wei Ka to feel uncomfortable. Even Black Grace felt a shock. Both were Pinnacle Emperors, but the difference in power was still huge. Death Spirit was strong in the soul side, and there were many emperors that died under his hand. Naturally, his position was higher. Where's the Silver Wing Emperor? He asked. This. Ci Wei Ka felt embarrassed. Space Ripple. Space Ripple. Black Jade and Black Grace simultaneously felt a space ripple. This familiar ripple, to the two that knew how to teleport, they instantly deduced, there was a warrior that teleported. A warrior teleported. Black Grace said coldly, I'll lock down the space around us. Wang. Black Grace, who had been watching beside, felt a bit guilty for taking the 200 million indigo gems worth of treasures as they searched for the Silver Wing Emperor. He couldn't possibly return it. Naturally, he wanted to try and help. He had long set up his undying energy about. He then activated it to become countless undying threads, forming a spider web, locking down an area of about 30 million kilometers. The Silver Wing Emperor is there. Ci Wei Ka easily detected him with his hexagon prison. The prison also locked down on 2 targets. Ci Wei Ka was extremely excited. Beside him is the teleporting undying that saved him last time, Star Fantasy Emperor. It's Star Fantasy from the human camp. Chase. Black Jade and Death Spirit were filled with killing intent, while Ci Wei Ka was excited too. Ci Wei Ka, use your hexagon prison to stop him. With the space lockdown, they won't be able to teleport anymore, and can only fly. With the hexagon prison stopping them within 1,000,000 km distance, we can easily catch them. Black Jade was very excited, as he was anticipating the rewards from the capture. Understood. Ci Wei Ka was extremely excited. Black Grace stood by the side, using his space lockdown to help communicate. Ci Wei Ka, with this, we are even. Black Grace, thanks. Ci Wei Ka was extremely grateful. Black Grace and Black Jade had spread their undying energy to scan. However, Black Jade had suddenly gone to get Death Spirit. With that, just for Black Jade to spread his undying energy again to scan would take quite some time. The speed of the undying energy spreading was only maximum light speed. Black Grace, however, had been there all the while and maintaining his scan. Hence, he could unleash the space lockdown the fastest. Silver Wing Emperor, there's trouble. Star Fantasy smiled gently. Her voice resounded within the golden-horned beast's mind.
The moment she teleported here, the space was on complete lockdown, she couldn't teleport away. Ha, no problem, we cannot teleport away but they cannot teleport over too.
The golden-horned beast replied, "Stay on my claw, they can't catch us, but
I've heard of your legendary speed, we'll rely on it then." Star Fantasy smiled.
Her dreamy wings flapped and she landed on the beast's claw scale, undying energy binding her to the scale tightly.
Let's go!
The beast flapped its wings and unleashed strike travel, leaving behind warps in the space as it accelerated to a shocking speed.
Wang Wang. Countless white threads wrapped about the beast's surroundings.
Even though it wasn't like the purple threads of the 9 Absolute God Country, these threads only had 1/10,000th of its strength, but it was much more numerous. Even though it couldn't stop the beast, it did slow it down.
Not good. The beast slowed down with Death Spirit.
Black Jade and Ciwei Ka were chasing behind, along with Black Grace who was watching the show.
Ah, Silver Wing, you cannot escape.
The beast looked back and easily saw hundreds of thousands of km away. There were 4 little dots that were closing the distance swiftly.
Hua!
The beast flapped its wings and a huge space slit appeared. It flew in, however Black Grace's space lockdown was everywhere. Death Spirit, Black Jade, Ciwei Ka and Black Grace all simultaneously flew into the slit. The hexagon prison easily tore the space and pierced in. Within the slit of space, the 6 pyramid ships were like sturdy stones unaffected by the mad flow of space, maintaining their prison. Black Grace maintained his lockdown, however the space fragments made the others all slow down a lot. Countless fragments were all around, there was no way to get rid of them all. Their flight was affected greatly.
Howl!
The beast howled happily, flapping its wings.
Who? The beast was fast like a demon, completely unaffected by the mad flow of space within. The mad flow of space doesn't affect him?
That's impossible. The calm Black Grace was shocked. The other 2 emperors were shocked as well. They didn't know that the Sha Wu Wings had its own space energy.
Also, unleashing its second form would allow the beast to control the space movement around him.
Now at only the first form, even though it couldn't control the flow, it could still easily fly within, unaffected by it.
Like a fish in water.
It flapped its silver wings with terrifying speed. Even though the hexagon prison was affecting the beast, the space flow was affecting Ciwei Ka and his party. Its effect on Ciwei Ka was the greatest. He watched as the huge silver beast flew further and further, breaking out of Black Grace Emperor's space lockdown area.
After which, they teleported and vanished. Bastard! Ciwei Ka howled unsatisfied.
The other emperors all stopped and were silent. Black Grace, who was simply here for kicks, couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive!" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Text, Chapter 821, Happy Surprise. Chapter 821, Happy Surprise. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation.
Black Jade and Death Spirit looked at Ciwei Ka.
Ciwei Ka.
Death Spirit emphasized, even though we don't want to admit it, with the Silver Wing Emperor's strength and his allies, we have no way to kill him.
Black Jade nodded. Damn.
Ciwei Ka gritted his teeth in disgust. If only his 9 Absolute God Country was complete, then using it alone, he could stop the Silver Wing Emperor and stop him from escaping. The 9 Absolute God Country had forbidden formations to stop warriors. Back then when they battled, Ciwei Ka had hesitated to use it. As it was forbidden, each seal cost about 1 billion indigo gems worth, hence he hesitated.
Even getting a Pinnacle Emperor only cost that much? That hesitation made it too late.
Later on, when the beast used the Bug Clan army and unleashed its strongest attack while the God Country was replenishing its energy, it destroyed 1 ship and it immediately threw Ciwei Ka's plans into disarray.
Death Spirit and Black Jade.
He looked at the two of them and communicated, "This is my mistake. Since we have no way to deal with him currently, we'll give up. As for you two, you've both shown effort." Death Spirit even rushed over from Star Tower, "I will repay you two accordingly." Black Jade and Death Spirit's gaze became gentler. They had worked hard. Seeing that there was no hope of getting the Silver Wing Emperor, they didn't request for the initial reward agreement. However, they still deserved to be repaid somewhat. Automaton Virtual World. After appeasing the two emperors, Cai Wei Ka arrived in his own quarters and sat in the alloy chair, looking at the information on the screen. This plan would have a 99% rate of killing the Silver Wing Emperor. Cai Wei Ka revealed a pained look. "However, it would make me spend almost all my cash. Would it be worth it? I could completely lower myself to ask my master to rebuild the 9th ship. Even completely rebuilding it would only cost a few billion indigo gems. The plan, however, would make me lose almost all my cash." Cai Wei Ka was troubled. He had given the two emperors about 200 million indigo gems each. Without any success, this was generous enough. It meant that his expense so far still wasn't that huge, only a few 100 million indigo gems. This new plan, however, was absurdly expensive. Heck! Even if I don't use it after buying it, I can sell it away. Even if it's not against the Silver Wing Emperor, it'll be another trump card. He gritted his teeth, "I'll get it." He immediately began to craft his order. The automaton race relied on their weapons to battle. Hence, one had to have sufficient wealth to buy powerful weapons to deal with stronger warriors. Even if one had enough wealth to buy a SSS god base, even a knight wouldn't be able to deal with them. One attack would kill a pinnacle emperor without a doubt. This was the power of the automaton weapons. Similarly, it was extravagant. Within an endless river on the main continent, Silver Wing Emperor and Star Fantasy Emperor appeared in the depths of the river. "Star Fantasy, thanks for your help." The beast let out a low rumbling noise. "I didn't do anything, I just teleported." Star Fantasy's voice was gentle. Her blurry wings flapped gently as her demonic figure appeared and disappeared. She laughed. "To personally see the Silver Wing Emperor unleash his flying technique within the space slits, that's an extra benefit for me." "Right, Silver Wing Emperor, seeing the way you fly, theoretically, you should be able to teleport already." Star Fantasy asked. "I've comprehended part of teleportation, along with space combination, the two combined creates a special flying method. I've been spending time on this. However, later on, I will quickly comprehend teleportation fully." The beast answered. "Ah?" Star Fantasy was shocked, replying with respect, "Combining teleportation and space combination to create a flying method?" "I'm filled with respect." The space laws were indeed split between teleportation and space combination, and space movement. Everyone had its own subdivisions. Teleportation had inanimate teleportation and space resonance along with contact void and many others. Only when one fully comprehended everything could he teleport. This was but one way to do it. Just like how humans could be split into men and women, they could also be split into infants, children, youths, adults, mature. Using a different mindset, there were many ways to go about it. This was after all a combination of the whole space laws. Hence, they could naturally all be blended together. "You overestimate me," the beast said. "That's a fact. In terms of instantaneous speed, you are the fastest amongst all the emperors I've seen." Star Fantasy said. "Thanks." The beast wasn't proud at all because it knew that this was but a lie, he said. With sufficient accomplishment in the space laws, he could easily create something suitable. In terms of flying, it mostly relied on the Shawu wings. After saying goodbye to Star Fantasy Emperor, Luo Feng returned to his Earth body and swiftly sat in his ship. He flew in the vast skies, looking for a new base. While flying, he couldn't help but feel curious and excited. he made the Masha body and the golden horned beast examine the treasures the youth left behind. Within the world ring, black-clothed Luo Feng and the beast appeared. Masha Luo Feng held 2 world rings, and within them lay the Nashira youth's treasures. Just what treasure is it within this that can make both the earth body and the beast feel its powerful calling, every cell jumping from within? Masha Luo Feng held the world ring that gave off the powerful calling. The beast was sending its spirit energy in to examine it. Rumble. The black-armored youth was long dead. Hence, the spirit imprint was like water without a source, and was incredibly weak. It immediately crumbled and the beast's spirit energy pierced in. Hua la la la. Large amounts of items appeared on the ground before the beast. That's it. The beast felt the powerful calling, and black-clothed Luo Feng immediately grabbed the item. This was a palm-sized black and light, glossy soft metal board. This was similar to the black metal board he had discovered back on Earth. It was similar in material and size. Technically, it was a little bigger. The second black metal board. Masha Luo Feng held his breath. This is it. He could feel the soldier and general armor. A heavenly treasure he had no way of getting within the human treasure trove, the nameless manual. It was because of this metal board. This was the root of the inheritance. No wonder the calling far exceeded the soldier in general armor. Luo Feng thought. Just the material of the board is more mysterious than any G-grade metals I know. It should hold the nameless manual within. Let's hope it's the second volume. Luo Feng anticipated. The nameless manual had a total of 9 volumes. The one he found on Earth let him learn only the first. This second board may not necessarily hold the second volume. It was hard to say, it may even be the 7th or 8th. That way, it was impossible to study it without learning the earlier volumes. It had to go in order, like that Nashira youth. Even with this metal board, without the first volume, he had no way to train it. Howl. The beast let out a howl and looked down, using its spirit energy to permeate the black metal board. My children! A thread of consciousness pierced into Luo Feng's mind. This was similar to when he did the first board on Earth, the same voice, after which endless illusions followed. However, in terms of willpower, Luo Feng was obviously stronger than back then. He quickly passed through them. Just like before, large amounts of words entered his mind, flooding him with information. This information was more than before, a total of 59,103 mother flame words. The details within this one involved the 2nd, 5th, and 7th volume, of which the 2nd and 5th were complete, while the 7th one only had over 3,000 words and was incomplete. Now, of the 9 nameless manual volumes, the first was complete. The second was complete. The third was missing. The fourth was missing. The fifth was complete. The remaining 4 were missing and incomplete. Ah, this is a true windfall. I always thought the earth body and the golden horned beast's bodies weren't strong enough, and now I got the second black metal board. The second volume is complete, at least I can begin its training. Masha Luo Feng stood beside, extremely excited. Howl. The beast raised its head in excitement. Glee. This was something that allowed them to break through the limitations of their genes. Luo Feng had never heard of any other manual that had the same effect. With his current status, he had access to many manuals, and even techniques created by warriors like the Primal Chaos City leader. Yet, he had never seen something like this. This was something that the laws of the universe should have destroyed. To train the second volume, I would need some time. Black-clothed Luo Feng muttered to himself. The first volume back then took the earth body 3 months and the golden horned beast 29 years. This second volume would require quite some time too. I'm in no rush to begin now. Let's see what other treasure he has.